same way. I'm loving you stronger now.
lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. What's right. The world is dead but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we're surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon. We are We are just shadows. It's supposed to be that we die. It doesn't matter if there is no light anymore, no light anymore. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we're surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. Oh, it's not far away from us, not far away from us. There's something better for us. Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better for us. There's something better for Oh, it's not far away from us, not far away from us. There's something better for Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better
I'm here where endless meets the end. Do you see me? I'm hidden here again. Your whispers found its way, calling me to lightning in my veins. Now they see me, and they'll never be the same. Your whispers found its way, calling me to stay. If I fall tonight, you can bring me back to life. If I fall tonight, you can be my saving light. 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 You can be my saving light.
This is how we roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some don't win, don't win, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some don't win. we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in the race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out on a wonders every day, trying to get my head up off the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave you shit already, you're only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Stay alive. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I'm gonna regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just stay alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit already, you're only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the unofficial LPL broadcast where you bring you all the action in and out of the Summoner's Rift in the return of the League of Legends Professional League. My name is Nelson AC Silva, and joining me for the first time is Frank Nightstar Ping, and we're going to be ready to go into the Champion Selects at any given time. Frank, how you doing, man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I have been waiting for LPL to get back because I've been watching LCK, and let me tell you, some of those games, I don't make it through the entire series because I'm already out cold.
Yeah, I know. It's not the same thing, especially now that the LCK is no longer running as well for similar reasons to why the LPL is put on hiatus. So now we're gonna have a little bit of a schedule ahead of us. Today's actually one of the softer days, truth be told. I'm going to start off with the first game of tonight, which is DML versus LGD. Some would say it's a game, you know.
Yeah, it's there. It's happening.
It's there. DML are 0-2. LGD are 0-1. LGD only had one game, even though they have a promising roster. But if we've learned anything from LGD for the past few years...
Past few forevers?
Oh man, come on! They've been to Worlds. They've been to Worlds. They've got something under their belt. Don't say that.
Well, you know, Jenny can tell you something about that one. But,
yes, she can.
But yeah, these are both rosters that coming into preseason, a lot of people would have put just outside of playoff contention, or maybe just into the last two slots.
Okay.
I mean, I put them both just outside of contention. But I did put DMO with a slightly higher ceiling because of the fact that they have Xie. But interestingly enough, he's not playing. This is the guy that we were very, very excited about this off-season roster move because it gave an additional depth into that mid lane that Xiaowei just didn't have. And it's very curious as to why they would continue to field him in the roster right now.
Well, I would say primarily consistency. Or maybe, who knows, whatever's going on in China might be bleeding
Travel
over
loss.
maybe it's bleeding over towards what DMO is going through. But regardless, they're back and they have their full roster ready to play. Another reason why you'd put DMO a little bit ahead of LGD is that, well, they're not LGD.
That is true. That is true.
But then again, LGD do have some strength of their roster. I mean, they have Peanut in the jungle. We just saw that cute little boy on the pre-roll, and we know what Peanut can do. Kramer as well in the bot lane, super consistent AD carry as far as AD carries go. Yuki in the mid lane, lies top. I mean, on paper, their roster looks good.
Yeah, and this is the second year they've tried to supplement the roster with another Korean to help out Kramer. Last year, forget it was
excuse me. Oh,
I forget
last
who
year's
the
Korean for
mid-laner.
LGD.
Yeah,
I'll
last
get you
year's
that
mid
information
laner.
in a second.
They brought him in, and they never actually played him until.
Is it Duran? Are you talking about
What?
Duran, or are you talking about Duran?
No. It was Well, we'll get back to it. Anyways,
We'll get back to it. Okay,
they
fair
tried the Korean mid laner carry option, and
Ian.
Yeah, Ian. That never alleviated Kramer's issues. So hopefully with Peanut added, that does. But we saw the past couple of years haven't been kind to Peanut.
No. You'd expect it not to, he still has some potential. He still has the pedigree of all of his background.
As with all LGD roster moves, that's basically what they look at. The potential is there. It's just up to them to hit it.
It kind of almost feels like LGD are slowly becoming Vici Gaming, who have been historically the retirement home of all the professionals.
Hey, when more people are retiring, you need more retirement homes.
Hey, LGD is slowly becoming one, and they're pacing really well into it. Hey, let's just hope this is not Peanut's last season.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. He is well beloved by the fans, at least.
Yes, he is. No, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So that is definitely something that LGD will probably keep him around for at the very least, because we know big brands like such as RNG, they still keep MLXG, and he is an absolute beloved figure. Are we okay? We're bringing
looking
up
at the standings right now. eStar Gaming, who were the new dog on the block, nobody gave, or at least I didn't give him 2 cents when I saw them, because it's a new team. Nobody really knows anything about them. They have an interesting roster, but right now they're leading the charge.
Yeah,
and they're gonna play later today against Tuning Gaming.
Yeah, and eStar, a lot of people kind of didn't know too much, at least in the Western scene, just because, well, we've never seen a lot of these players. And however, those in the scene were pretty high as far as expectations. I mean, relative to a new team, right? Where I think expectations are that they should crack into one of those lower playoff slots.
It's true, but let's just—I mean, my curiosity right now lies on the fact that will eStar post a hiatus still be on track towards a playoff contention spot, or will they just flop around and not do much? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As we are taking an overlook at the current roster that are playing today for either of these teams. You do see Peanut, Lies, Yuki, Kramer, and Chance for LGD. On DMO side, he had Natural, Xiaopeng, Xiaowei, Gala, and Mark in the bot line.
Yeah, and I mean, we did touch on it earlier that Xiaowei is going to be the starter, at least in game number 1. So it'll be interesting to see if he does really poorly, if they decide to swap him out. If they do have Xie available, of course. I'm not sure if they do have him available. But the other thing would be for the side of Xiaowei, just to throw out a point there, it is that Cassiopeia, one of his big champs, is a pick that can be picked into this meta at the moment, as we're already into pick and ban.
Absolutely, and we'll have to wait and see if we're going to get a glimpse of that Cassiopeia, but for now, we do see DMO taking out Mordekaiser, taking out Viorn, while LGD tackle down on the Set and the Senna. Aphelios, right now, still open, and so is Misfortune.
Yeah, Aphelios Misfortune would be the remaining top tier carries, 80 carries left available. We've actually seen a little bit of a dip in Misfortune picks, but Aphelios certainly up there as far as priority goes, the least taken away. And if you've been watching a lot of LCK, you know that Elise and Olaf are Ellis's probably least favorite champions to see on the ban list, because they're not very good after a certain point. But when you're talking LPL and everyone with their early action, these champions are definitely worth looking out for.
Oh, no, absolutely. Especially Elise in the hands of Pina, who historically does play a very mean Elise. You absolutely want to take it away. Also, we've seen a lot of Elise spams throughout the return of the LPL from yesterday. What we do see is LGD locking in both the Gragas and the Misfortune after the first pick Aphelios from DMO.
Yeah, and I do love this opener coming out from the side of LGD, because they are able to snag the MF, but then they also pair it with a CC ultimate jungler. Usually we do see it paired up with the Gragas or the Jarvan for the MF to have really good impact here. And I like that LGD have kept that in mind with their opening 2 picks. And the early Renekton for Natural is an early game. Yeah, it's an early game champion, but to see it so early does leave a lot of counterplay to it.
That needed to happen, because LGD absolutely have the option of locking in the Yasuo here for the mid lane. My question is, do you want to lock it in blind for the mid lane? Because you already have the Misfortune, so you already know that Misfortune is going to head towards the bot lane. Lock it in the Yasuo would immediately reveal his position, so they just opt to hover over the support for the time being.
Yeah, and one of the big things to also mention is that not only is the Yasuo Gragas just a great combo, but Yuki himself is a very big Yasuo player. So it goes right up his alley as far as if they end up locking that pick in. And DMO might just address that issue in the second ban phase, as we do see right away LGD take away the Echo, who does have flex potential if DMO decides to opt into it.
Absolutely. So you could still flex Echo into the jungle or even into the mid lane, but it's not going to be an option here. Kennen is also withdrawn in the bans by DMO. Well, LGD need to think about what they want to ban for last. They still have all the jungle pool open for DMO. Have the Elise and the Olaf out of the picture, but they can tackle down on Xiaopeng on Xiaopeng a little bit more. It's Nidalee who's withdrawn.
Yeah, in Italy, the champion that Xiaopeng definitely made a name for himself on. And if you're going into a Gragas, that's definitely a pick that is quite fearsome, as we do see the Yasuo end up being taken away. So now we'll get to see what they decide to opt into for their solo lane picks for LGD. And Pantheon, locking the Pantheon in would still leave room to recalibrate a little bit because it is that flex potential.
Yeah, and you can also chase down Renekton with your Pantheon wherever Renekton decides to go. And now you have a second flex pick being hovered over by DMO, so you could interchange between Rumble and Renekton through top and mid. Both champions work well in both lanes, but you also see the Cassiopeia getting locked in like you predicted.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia against this team composition of LGD is going to be pretty effective since it is relatively low range besides the MF. We'll have to see how the side of LGD round out their composition with that last pick, and this could it should be a jungler. It should be a jungler.
Unless we're missing something here. Okay, Lisa for Xiaopeng here to round up the composition for DMO. Cassiopeia and Renekton, last lock-in for LGD. They have some magic damage in the form of Gragas, who usually goes AP, so they should be mostly safe if they actually want to lock in Dinar for the top lane. That's exactly what they're going to do.
So they end up locking in Gnar top lane, who... I mean, it is one of those range versus melee matchups, so you're going to be able to gain advantages that way. However, I just don't think Gnar is that great of a champion at the moment, just because of how easy it is to counterplay against his team fighting ability. You know when he's going to fill up on his rage bar and when he's ready to go mega, and then a lot of teams we've seen that have locked it in pro play around the world, it hasn't been a catalyst for the team winning, mostly kind of just there to clean up fights.
Despite the fact that I agree with you, if we look at the DMO's composition, I find it hard to see a champion that can actually safely disengage from the Gnar without sacrificing some other part of his toolkit. I'm thinking about Lee Sin. He can absolutely kick Gnar away when he tries to jump in after having the rage bar full, but if he kicks someone out, there's absolutely no way that DMO have to have the pick potential to get someone back and try to get an actual fight going on.
Well, yeah, that's certainly a point worth bringing up. However, at the same time, you have the Cassiopeia, who, with her miasma, will shut down a lot of this composition over on the side of LGD. So Xiao Wei, he's been given his one trick, and he is also being put into a position where he can really succeed.
And we need to see if he actually can succeed against this Pantheon as we head into the Summoner's Rift for the first game of tonight or this morning, whichever place you are in the world. That's fine. It's going to be DMO on the blue side with LGD on the red side.
Yeah, and looking at these early compositions, I would say that DMO, their composition does scale pretty well However, for LGD, they have a lot more flexibility, being able to engage and disengage with things like the Gragas and the Thresh, and then just being able to try and, oh, okay, so apparently Yuki has already burned his flash. I have no idea what happened, but that is a very important summoner to lose.
It is, but it doesn't seem like either teams are in a position to try to go for an invade, so I would have to think that that was a misclick on the start of the game by Yuki.
Yeah, so maybe no one saw that.
Oopsie.
If someone
Yes,
did
it was.
see
Yes,
that,
it was. Nobody saw it. It was between
Oh.
towers. Nobody saw it. We just saw it
Oh
on the.
my God.
On the okay, that's fine. LGD,
Oh.
however, they want to go for an invade. Chance in the front line gets caught off. Sonic Wave
Oh.
resonating strike. Chance is in trouble. No flash available, but he's gonna get collapsed by Xiao Wei. LGD still committing to the invade, but they want to safely disengage. Another Sonic Wave, resonating strike, goes in. Yuki in trouble. One more hit could be the first blood, and DMO collected for Gala. Everything goes south. LGD are in trouble. That's 2 kills
Oh
over
my
for the
God.
blue team. Kramer's the next one in line. No flash, no heal. Means that Kramer is a sitting. Duck is yelping, flashes over the wall for the 3rd kill of DMO.
Oh my God, an absolute disaster for Twitch chat who are voting for LGD right now. Quick, swap your votes. You still have a chance.
Oh boy.
boy.
Speaking of votes, have we seen that? Have we seen the vote yet? Because I have a feeling that it'd be heavily influenced by these first 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's just say that the people in chat, it was ill-fated for them to vote for LGD because it was a 55 to 45 vote, and you know, when you go down, when you go down 3 kills at 2 minutes, it's already a rough one, boys.
Hey, at least, you know, LGD in good LGD fashion, they don't keep up your hopes. They just like, hey, we're still LGD. We still know what's up here. Oh, lordy. Okay, 3-0 on the board. That's fine. 3 minutes in. DMO with a 1,700 gold lead. Things are looking a little bit rough, considering that one of those kills went to Gala, and 2 of the assists went to Gala as well. And now Kramer gets caught in the dredge line.
Yeah, there's a 2-level AD lead. Gala has a level 3 to the level 1 of Kramer. Kramer does not get to play League of Legends today.
Well, he can try, but he's you know, this is the curse of the misfortune. This is why back in the day you didn't get to see that much misfortune, just because she was just such an immobile champion. If she stayed behind, it was really hard to pick back the pace.
Yeah, the moment that champion fell behind, because she was very early game focused, it was just too hard to salvage. And you could definitely say that this is quite misfortunate for him this game here.
There you go. It's in the name. See, it's a funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job. Regardless, darn it, Mark is already roaming around. He knows what's up. He doesn't need to be bot lane. Gala's pretty safe. There's no threat from Chance and Kramer, and he's gonna contest a Scuttle Crab ?
I mean, he's technically only a 1 level down from Peanut.
But he's not the jungler. He doesn't even have smite.
You know what?
Okay, well, Xiaopeng comes in, safeguards, and takes Scuttle. There you go. So double Scuttle Crab over for DMO. If you had anything left in the tank for LGD for the early game, it's out of the window now. They lost 2 Scuttles. They have no river control. And the emoji have, if you look through their squad, they have the early game pressure. You have a Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, it is going very, very well for DMO so far. The farm leads exist everywhere, except you could make a point for top lane. But I mean, if you're winning in 3 out of the 4 roles, that is more than enough at this point in time. And I mean, if you're an LGD fan, it's time to stop being one.
Sorry, Jenny. Well, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom yet for LGD. The first dragon is already up and available. It's going to be a cloud dragon. This could be a good sign if LGD manage to tag down these neutral objectives as fast as they can. Plus, there's always the option of having to turn around or the extra gold injection from the Herald if properly used.
Yeah, I think for LGD, the way they can get back into it is, well, finding a gank on the top side would be very helpful, as Natural is just going to run away. But if they can get the early Herald and cash that in for a couple of plates, maybe even break that first tower with that Herald, that would be really good. But for DMO, okay, so they're going to clear out that ward. But for DMO, if they take this early dragon, the big important thing to note is that with Cloud Drake being the first dragon, it means you can't have it for Cloud Soul, which means that whichever soul ends up being the soul that comes out.
Wait, Peanut, what? Peanut does not want. Peanut, okay, well, that's fine. Xiao Peng's just going to keep on dominating the jungle.
Yeah, he doesn't, he really doesn't want the gold. He's okay. He's fine.
He's having a good time, they say.
He's playing League of Legends.
No, he's not. He's got nothing to go for. He's got the wolf camp, and now he's forced to go on the top side of the jungle, leaving Diemo completely open to take dragon. Playing an early game where that's the petrifying gaze. Good night, Irene. Yuki's burning up in the poison, but it's not gonna be enough. Dragon still secured by a DMO, and LGD lose pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be here's the benefit. Peanut gets that mid wave now, so he gets to come back a little bit. Come on, we gotta be positive here.
I'm very positive that this
You're very positive that
this game is almost over because you're playing against the scaling. We've talked about this. You're playing against the scaling composition from DMO. You have a Cassiopeia and you have an Aphelios. Who do you have on LGD side that can scale as hard as a Cassiopeia and Aphelios?
Wait, are you telling me a Pantheon does not scale? Come on, man.
Are you telling me it does?
No.
Okay.
Not against the Cassiopeia. Unless if he finds an absolutely godlike flank to use his ultimate on.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. One thing we need to address is the flexibility of the LGD. We talked about this in Champion Select. The LGD have a lot of options when it comes to engages and when it comes to disengages. You have the Grand Starfall from Pantheon to go for godly flank, like you said it yourself. But as the current game stands, it's not easy.
Yeah, the issue is you lose so much value from the Skyfall if you're behind.
There it is. Miasma on the ground. Yuki has no flash. You need to get the shield up. You mitigate a lot of the damage. Bet Xiao is going to collect the free kill on Yuki.
Yeah, and at this point, Yuki will probably never really see relevance here. Just because you can't
that was a huge Gravitum strike. Chance is forced to flash out. Look at the bullet time. You still get the kill on Chance, but I don't feel like Mark is going to last a lot longer in this world as he concedes a kill over to Chance.
Yeah, and they were actually able to get out of that fight without losing anyone, which is going to be a small win for LGD here, as they're just looking for any way to claw themselves back into this game. And Xiao Wei, he's just reaping the rewards in this mid lane.
Yeah, no, reaping the rewards, translating into 86 CS versus 52 from Yuki, 2 kills to none. Yeah, there's a reason why you usually don't let these players play their comfort picks, and Cassiopeia seems to be a very, very comfortable pick for Xiao Wei.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime you give a one trick, you can run into some issues. That's all I have to say. In NA, we know it best.
What's an NA?
I mean, a lot of our top players are just one tricks.
Okay. That's what I said. What's an NA?
Yeah. Nothing, apparently. McDonald's.
Hey, now. We have KFC out in here. It's Kraber down. He's collecting some plates alongside Chance. Gala clearing at the wave as well. Mostly safe, but that's going to be 2 free plates over to Kramer. 1.5. He's ready to take the second plate once the next wave bounces back, while Xiao Peng is just collecting the Herald up in the top lane.
Yeah, if Xiao Peng gets this Herald for free, he can throw it down mid or he could throw it down top. Both of these lanes would be very happy. with the extra gold infusion, especially in that mid lane, because that would also be first tower. And that
You
would
know, in the current game state of the mid lane, if you drop the Herald mid, I don't think you'd be taking only one tower.
That is true. They could. Well, okay. So right now we already see a response. We have Peanut and Chance roaming straight down mid to make sure that this Herald, if it gets put down, ends up just. They might be able to cash in onto that opportunity, but the chance never happens.
No. And now Mountain Dragon's going to be the next dragon. It's not really going to help anyone realistically because you don't have any full tanks on any of the squads, but I am curious to see what the third dragon will be. You either have the option of the Ocean or the Infernal Dragon. Infernal, if it comes through, it's going to be very, very lethal.
Yeah, and I mean, either of those dragons is going to be extremely dangerous. I would say, well, I mean, you can kind of hear it. See, even the sirens are coming out. They know how dangerous this game already is. It's
They're
so far
for
gone.
you.
Yeah, but they're calling the ambulances, boys. they got the ambulances. They need help. They need help here. So they're gonna start up dragon.
That's
the
Herald
thing about
mid.
the dragon,
Mhm.
yeah, Herald into the mid lane, gold infusion for Xiaowei. Xiaowei is just so far ahead. It is absolutely disgusting how far ahead he is. And with this next dragon, which I mean, the soul is going to be Ocean or Inferno. Ocean would be absolutely oppressive for this composition because then the Cassiopeia actually cannot die.
Oh, Petrifying Gaze has been used. Miasma is great. Nobody moves in for the kill on Xiao Wei.
Yeah, Miasma is a good spell, guys. Oh,
Yes,
that's a whip
is.
from Mark.
That's LGD trying to prevent
here's a fight.
DMO from going in for the dragon.
goodbye.
The fight goes through. Kramer's in trouble. 200 HP. One more Twin Fang should be enough. Bullet time comes in. Xiao Wei gets shut down. And it's Kramer who collects the pieces.
Yeah, and we have a teleport from Lies as well. He's trying to push in to try and re-engage, try and pick up some of the scraps after, but it will just be that one for dragon trade. And in the grand scheme of things, it's still in favor of DMO, but for LGD, it's a lot of gold that they just got.
Yes, it is. And it's gold that goes into the pocket of Kramer, who so desperately needed this injection of gold. I mean, he was so far behind in lane, but now those extra pieces, I think it was 500 gold from the shutdown on Xiao Wei. That's going to come a lot in handy for Kramer to be scaling in this mid game.
Yeah, and that was a 2-kill shutdown along with the 30 CS advantage. So it was quite the shutdown obtained by Kramer. And Kramer is really, I would say Kramer and Peanut are really the only two champions on this LGD composition that are going to scale. There can be a point made for Lies, but I would say that's if he goes for the full carry build to try and just dumpster the Renekton into the side lane.
But can you actually dumpster the Renekton in the side lane? I mean, it will come to a point where Renekton will have less of an impact in a team fight scenario than a Gnar.
Yeah, and I mean, in a 1v1, you can just itemize straight for it, and you'll just be able to just slap the Renekton. As we do see that, I mean, it is still a range versus melee matchup. So
wait a minute. They want to get Kramer back.
Secret Agent Xiao Wei.
Xiao Wei looks angry. He wants to cut off LGD, and now it's Natural who's getting tower dived here in the bot lane by Peanut and Lies, but they're not going anywhere. Natural's getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Stuns Lies under the tower. Still on dominant, still surviving, but Peanut has nothing left in his tank. He needs those cooldowns, but Natural has a lot of rage in his bar, but gets taken down by Peanut.
Yeah, but that was so much expended for that. That took so much time just to get one kill. They are able to crack this tower on the next wave. It's really up to them if they want to keep pursuing that bot lane tower, and it does look like they are allocating the resources to make sure that tower does go down. But now the question is, what else do they lose on the map?
Mid lane tower. There it is. Gala's taking it down. You got the shurikens. They're throwing in a lot of those shurikens. Xiaowei who collects the most of that gold, while Lies in a bot lane does take the first tower for LGD, and is going to keep on pushing the bot lane.
Yeah, he's just going to claim this next wave and then channel that recall. And for DMO, it is really nice for them to continue to find more and more advantages. But really, I mean, you're sitting on a 3K gold lead. It's not totally necessary for you to continue to ramp up these advantages because you are the better scaling team. As long as you hold this gold lead, it should be more and more valuable as the game moves forward.
Yeah, but why would you even give a chance to LGD to come back in the game? You just want to shut them down as fast as you can. Not that because Natural's not really having a good time. Let's be real here. He's winning in CS for sure, but he's being bullied so hard in lane. Kind of feel bad for the guy.
You're just trying to get him out of the game as soon as possible, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Natural doesn't really have a game to go for right now. Yeah. Truth be told. If DMO would ever lose, if DMO have a chance to lose this game, it's through the top lane. I'll say it. I'll say it right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Lies just absolutely, he's going to start outscaling the Renekton at some point. That is that's not a question. Just because Renekton, after one item, he kind of stops scaling because he doesn't have the Spear Shojin anymore. So
F and Jeff for Spear Shojin.
Yeah, it's not a good time for Renekton, really. But Yuki, he's kind of hovering. Maybe he wants to look for a Grand Skyfall, as this is going to be the third dragon, and this is kind of important for LGD because if they lose this, then DMO are onto Soul Point and Ocean Dragon.
No, Ocean Dragon. They absolutely need these Ocean Dragons if they want to contest the prolonged fights, and that's exactly what LGD are going for. They will, however, sacrifice the hell out of this inhibitor tower to take that Ocean Dragon. It's a questionable call from LGD. They're responding, but the first one in line is Yuki, who could be in the Dragon Pit and drop in with the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the inhib tower as a trade for the dragon. So because they didn't lose the inhib, you could contest that it was a worthwhile trade because now, well, the minions aren't going to bounce off of that turret anymore. So they can just hoard minions on the side of LGD. As DMO, they're going to look to try and break this top tower, but they don't have the minion wave for it.
They don't. LGD are already responding to it either way. They're keeping a nice steady flow of vision on that quadrant of the map while DMO are just pelting at the tower. Everybody's there. Moonlight Vigil goes out. A huge headshot goes in for Kramer. He's super, super low, but he's safe for the time being in the backline of his team.
Yeah, and now we'll see what the next move from DMO is, because they ended up all grouping up top lane, and now they're kind of just waiting for other things to happen. Natural's going to be able to get this bottom tower, so they're able to continue cracking the map open. It's just a matter of there's not much to go grab right now because Baron isn't up.
It should be up. It will be up in 30 more seconds, so it could be something that DMO will be looking for on the next big rotation. The thing is, there's no setup on vision from either team around that objective.
Yeah, for LGD, they invested so much vision control onto that bottom side to make sure they secured themselves that first Ocean Dragon, that they just couldn't allocate any resources up into the top side. And then by the time they were able to get top, well, DMO was on their inner tower, so there's not much room that they can squeeze into that Baron area. But now they do have some vision coverage of that area. But so right now this is a little bit scary because DMO, because of the existence of Cassiopeia, they actually are going to be able to rip through Baron buff. So the moment that they lose vision in that area, that's when things are going to be a bit scary.
Well, DMO are slowly but surely gathering up vision on the top half of the Summoner's Rift. LGD around the corner as well, waiting to intervene if DMO do decide to go for Baron. Both junglers level 11, so it would be a 50-50 smite for either of these junglers if either team decides to pull the trigger on the objective. LGD in a fighting position. They're waiting for Elias to get on full rage bar in order to promote a good team fight. But they're waiting for DMO's misstep. They're waiting for DMO's action to actually try and do something about it.
Yeah, and I mean, for LGD, they see everyone on the map, so there's really no reason for them to go exploring too hard right now. It's really about, do they think they can win a fight right now? And the answer is probably not.
We can revisit that. What are the big power spikes right now for either of the teams? We already established that Lies is going to be scaling, but how is DMO doing?
Yeah, for DMO, they've already finished a lot of their first two items. They're all on their 2-item power spike. So for LGD, if you want to wait back in, you're probably just looking for that IE now, now completed onto Kramer. So now is probably the optimal time for them to try and look for the fight, because you're getting the maximum amount of damage out of your MF right now.
But Kramer is around the mid lane, sitting back. He's playing what he should be playing, which is basically wait for the team to actually, or either the teams to actually do something. Because as an AD carry, you can't really pull the trigger on a fight on your own. That'd just be what some people would call a mistake.
Well, I mean, we've seen it on Kaisa.
Look, it's,
boy.
We don't talk about Kaisa. We've seen it. We actually saw Kaisa yesterday. We're not going to talk about Kaisa. We're going to talk
Kaisa's
about.
getting buffed.
She is, but so is a lot of other champions that are a little bit more
I know.
relevant.
There's also this thing called Latios or Aphelios.
Oh, that one. He's gonna get nerfed.
He actually can engage because of he has everything.
Moonlight Vigil into the Graviton for the stun. Yeah, it's an option for sure. Now, LGD are going to sack the Dragon just so that they can get some extra time to go onto the Baron Pit and start setting up the vision around that side of the map. That's exactly what they're going to go for now. Chance in the front line alongside Yuki.
Yeah, the big issue for LGD if they go for some of these trades is that if they try and trade out for Baron, they do Baron so very slowly because of the fact that their only DPS member is the MF, and she does a lot of damage to champions, but not a lot of damage to neutral objectives like the Dragon and the Baron. So
that mainly
DMO have more than enough time.
Inherent lack of attack speed, really, which she should be building pretty soon for her third item. But regardless, DMO are still in the bigger power spike, so they still have the upper hand in the rotations. They still get to decide what they do with the map right now.
Yeah, and now they have the Sterix gauge built up onto the Renekton. So now the Renekton is in a position where he is able to also now contribute to team fights, where he can just soak up as much damage as possible. So we have 3 items now completed by Xiaowei, and this is an insanely terrifying Cassiopeia.
Oh, and that's an item I haven't seen in a long time, the Rod of Ages.
Yeah. The Rod of Ages is going to have insane value in this game because there are, of course, 3 AD champions on the side of LGD. So you're getting a lot of value from the combination of Rod of Ages and the Zanyas. And it's almost fully stacked. So maybe once it does hit that 10 stacks, DMO would be looking to aggressively look for that fight. As of now, they're just kind of playing ping pong with the waves.
Yeah, I actually wonder if that's what LGD are looking for right now, or not LGD, but I wonder if that's what DMO are looking for, the 10 stack Zanya or the 10 stack Rod of Ages, so that they can be in full prime potential to team fight. But at the same time, I have to question: isn't this buying LGD some time to farm up waves?
You could say so, but at the same time, where is this farm going to? That's also the other question. And right now, it's going to Yuki, who's hit he's past his prime. He's a pantheon at 25 minutes on 1.5 items. He doesn't get too much more threatening as time goes because his items are just going to have less value unless if he's able to just get the straight up assassination onto Xiaowei or Gala. But we know Xiaowei's items make him pretty invincible.
Right, and Gala in the back line has Quicksilver Sash, so even if Yuki does get a stun off on Gala, he's going to be mostly safe for the time, for most of the time, especially considering that Mark is going to be right around the corner to help him out.
Yeah, so right now I think we're going to be looking at a fight around the next dragon. That's probably the prime objective looking to be taken as DMO. That'll be soul points, and that will force LGD to take a fight. As without it, then Xiaowei truly becomes invincible because you have a Zanya's, you have a Rod of Ages, you have the extra healing from the Ocean Dragon. How do you kill this Gaziopeia? You cannot kill the snake.
You can try. They're absolutely going to try. So far, I have to commend LGD for avoiding these fights because DMO are absolutely looking to start one, but LGD are just pulling back pulling back their wave, pulling back their ranks, pulling back every single time, just keeping on farming up, waiting for a big power spike, waiting for some more items to come through. Look at Lies, for example. He's in a good position to get into a fight now with the Gargle of Stoneplate, but he needs to be. Go on.
Yeah, Lies has a stone play, which means that he's looking to team fight now rather than push his advantages in the side lane. So not sure if I really like that because it does mean that when he pops stone plate, he's doing a lot of reduced damage.
Yeah.
So he's really just a giant meatball at that point.
But I do argue that by the time he pops Stoneplate, he already used his full combo, so it won't really be required of him to actually deal damage in the backline. While DMO, they're starting to teleport in. They want to contest this Dragon's Soul. It's going to be another Ocean Dragon, as you would expect. Third Ocean Dragon of the map. DMO are one dragon off of collecting the Ocean Soul and getting in hand set. Shh, don't talk about the peanuts. Nobody knows he's there. Nobody knows he's there. Unless Xiao Peng goes in, gets taken up, rocked up, and the world flashes out and smites the dragon. There's no smite on Xiao Peng. This is a huge fight coming in for LGD. Who locked down DMO? They split their numbers. Look at Lies. He uses his combo, goes into Stoneplate, but DMO are going to re-engage with the third line. Yuki in the front line. He gets locked down by the miasma. As soon as the hook lands, Gala cleanses it away. Peanut still wants to get that dragon. 2k left on the health bar of the Ocean Dragon, and Peanut looks to be in a prime position to secure it, and he does. He denies the Dragon's Soul. LGD still want to fight. They still want to get something out of DMO as they collect the kill on Natural. The rest of the DMO squad are turning tail and running as LGD one by one find the formula to kill the snake and take back control of the game.
Yeah, and now they're going to cash in onto the Baron buff as well. This is such a huge gold swing. And all right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with some gas.
What do you mean? that was so... everything went wrong for everybody on that fight. Okay, that should have never happened. Let's be real here. First of all, how does Peanut surprise Yao Ping like that?
That was a really good ward, but then you see the fight ends up being split up. Gala isn't able to join the fight immediately, and Xiaowei, he just isn't able to cast as many spells as you thought he would be able to. And now once they get in here, so many stopwatches and stasises were burned by the side of LGD. So if you're looking at this fight, while it was disaster for DMO, you also have to ask yourself, can this be a repeatable fight for LGD? And I feel like the answer is still no.
What? What do you mean? Of course it is a repeatable fight.
They don't have stopwatches.
It doesn't matter. It's not about the stopwatch. It's about the fact that DMO stalled the game for so long to try to get their carries in a power spike that LGD farmed themselves up into a proper team fighting position.
All right.
We talked, all right, revisiting what we discussed in Champion Select is the fact that LGD have a lot of versatility when it comes to engages and disengages. Natural now, he's trying to get away from LGD as they scurry him out of his own jungle. They secure positioning in the mid lane, and they're going to take the T1 tower.
Yeah, now with this Baron buff, they're going to be able to recoup so much of the lost gold on the map that they weren't able to get before. Mark does want to go in.
Mark goes in. He probably won't get out as the Gargoyle's don't play comes through, but Yuki just executes him under 15% HP. And that's one prime member down on DMO. That's a primary engage, primary disengage as well.
Gala just throws out the Philios ultimate.
It was a warning shot.
He was truly warning them off there. And now, if you're DMO, you started to lose ground, and now you're just running it down for some reason. Mark had no reason to go and fight this Baron buffed team of LGD.
Yet no. Baron's still on board. They didn't do Baron. Baron is still on the board.
Oh, wait.
Exactly. That wasn't even a Baron enhanced team.
Oh my god.
This is just LGD pulling their weight.
He's just running it down.
Exactly.
Mark's just running it down.
Now Baron could be a contestation point, but LGD, they have Xiao. DMO have Xiaoping alive, so LGD, we're not going to take Baron just yet.
Yeah, I mean, for LGD, they're you can roast them for trying to play slow, but playing slow has also gotten them to this point. So completely respectable why they would slow play this just a little bit. They finally got it back into this game. It would be a real shame if they tried to coin flip a little bit too early and then flipped it all the way back.
Well, I mean, even though DMO are still leading in terms of gold, when it comes to a team fight, it does not feel like they're leading at all, which is kind of upsetting if I have to be real with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is where you kind of question, you went Renekton for your second pick in the draft for B2, and what value have you gotten out of this B2? That's the real question, and the answer is he's 0, 2, and 1.
Oh, man. Yikes. Yeah, but, at least he's going to get Guardian Angels soon enough. The Emerge trying to regain their positioning in the mid lane. Need to remind ourselves that the mid lane is cracked open in favor of DMO. They took down the inhibitor tower. They never pulled out the inhibitor. Marco's in again. Not the dredge line, but the death sentence does not land on Mark, so he should be safe for the time being. While Gala is just stacking shurikens in his secondary firearm. And now another dragon is going to be the point of contention. DMO immediately jump on the objective. They don't care if they lose the fight. They just don't want LGD to get a third ocean dragon. And they get the dragon soul. The fight ensues. LGD are primed and ready to go in. Natural gets the first kill on Peanut. Peanut is down for the count. And it's going to be a mess of a fight for LGD unless they manage to take down the primary damage dealer. Jiao Wei still nice and healthy in the backline. Gets a nice chunk of damage down on Yuki, who's reviving from the Guardian Angel. DMO wipe the floor with LGD and get a near clean ace just off the back of that. Kramer, last man standing.
Yeah, and they secure themselves that ocean soul, and once that takes over, you just see Xiao Wei. He's charging forward. He doesn't really care because the amount of damage he's doing in combination with the fact that you get the damage regen coming out from the ocean means that his health bar does not move at all. This guy's invincible.
No, right now, hard to say really. I've seen a lot of things in this game. I can't. Nothing is real. Everything is permitted. Something like
You've seen something.
I've seen things, man. Peanut is still in the prime position to try and steal the Baron Nashor. It is being contested, but he's going to be stopped by Mark, Natural, and Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng's out of the pit. He doesn't need to be in the pit. Gala and Xiao Wei are doing more than enough to actually go in. Teleport in the back. It Slice. He's not even close to have his Rage Bar stacked, but he's trying the best that he can. He gets Petrifying Gaze right in the face. Miasma's going to slow him down. There's no Mega Gnar for anyone to write home about.
Yeah, and that is a sign of the times here. DMO have finally hit their spike, and it's called the Ocean Soul. And now you need heal reduction on pretty much every single member on LGD if they want to try and kill this snake. As we get to see the replay of that fight, and at first glance, you see this Mega Gnar, and that is disgusting. And then you see that Xiao Wei, he's still full health.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Yuki run off in the bottom of the screen, going straight for Gala, but Gala somehow managed to survive. He's back on the fight at this point. He's just clearing house with LGD. I mean, LGD had a good start of the fight, but the follow-up, the continuing of said fight didn't go according to plan just because Xiao Wei is such an unstoppable machine at this point. 3k health on a Cassiopeia with full offensive items?
Yeah,
that's absurd.
Absolutely absurd. And not to mention, he probably heals about 150 on each of his twin fangs, at least, if not more. Because yeah, you've got that, you've got the Leandries. This guy's an absolute monster, and it's so hard to engage on him as well because he has he's got the GLP, so he can self-kite for himself. He has the miasma. It's so annoying to try and engage on a GLP miasma Cassiopeia, and it just feels like it's beyond a mountain to climb. We're not talking about trying to climb Everest. You're trying to go to the moon with not even spaceship.
Well, still doable. Misfortune can still deal nice chunks of damage, but the problem is if you get in range to get those chunks of damage in, you're probably going to get eaten alive by said snake.
Yeah. Nah, that's a snake bite that you don't want to get hit by.
No, there's no antidote. No, you just you fall over and die almost immediately.
Yeah.
What's falling over and dying, however, is going to be this Baron Nashor. Peanut again, Tribush, same position as before. He's trying to go for a steal, 7k left on the bar. Peanut, however, he has no way to get into the Dragon or the Baron pit. He throws out the explosive cast. Goes LGD. They try to steal it. They don't get the steal, but they go in for the fight. This could be the last fight of the game as you have Yuki in the front line trying to get something done. LGD lies looking for the Mega Gnar, but he's nowhere near or not near enough to get an effective Gnar off on DMO, who once again win the fight. Takedown chance, take down Yuki. Lies tries to slow down the wave, but it's a fight against the tide. DMO wipe another two members of LGD and move towards the mid lane.
And it looks like this might be the game-ending push as Kramer, he's the only damage dealer they have to hold the fort, and he is gone.
Well, that happened. LGD still have a fighting chance. It Slides in the front line alongside Peanut. Can they actually do something about it? Explosive cast is still on cooldown. The first tower, the Nexus is down for the count. DMO moving towards game as they find Lies off the back of the fight. Nexus now is being targeted. Lies tries to get a Gnar into the base, but it's DMO who take home game number 1.
And Dominus Esports looked incredibly dominant in that game number 1. After they got the Ocean Soul.
Okay, that's fair enough. That is a fair point. Okay, so recap of what happened this game. Amazing start in good old-fashioned LPL style, and then just 15 to 20 minutes of nothing.
Yeah, we went from LPL, and then all of a sudden we took a road trip across the ocean to LCK for about a full 10 to 15 minutes. And then Ocean Soul happened, and then Ocean Soul was just like, oh, wait.
We're back on the LPL.
Ocean Soul means we crossed the ocean back over to LPL.
Ah.
And then we can finish the game.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened. And this game, is a prime example. I mean, all right, from
Xiao
the very first minute, you had just DMO dominating in terms of gold. Xiao Wei,
Yeah.
26k damage. Sure.
Yep.
Do you want to pick up on that or not?
I mean, going 0-3 at 2 minutes. I mean, it's a miracle that they were even able to shave the gold lead down as they were, because at minute 2, they were already in Mariana's Trench. They were way far gone.
They were. They had a glimpse of hope, though, around the fights on the Dragon Pits and stuff. But unfortunately,
stuff happened.
It's the thing about LGD is that they ran out of fuel halfway through the fight. They allowed DMO to gain control of the Dragon Soul, and as soon as they were on the pit, LGD couldn't react fast enough. Flies wasn't ready enough, and they just couldn't coordinate their strike fast enough. Because for that moment, after the initial fight, before the Ocean Soul, they actually were taking a fight or two against DMO. But neither of these teams was pressing on their tempo. So they're okay, we're in the lead, but we're not going to press this lead on. We're just going to keep on farming. And in the farm game, it's the Cassiopeia and the Aphelios that win.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw even in that Ocean Soul, the reason why they just couldn't pull the trigger fast enough, Cassiopeia just blasted that dragon. That dragon stood no chance. And now we get to see, this is a Shakespearean tragedy.
I mean, yeah, no, it's pretty tragic. This was turning point number 1. I'd say where Crimea actually got a huge shutdown on Xiaopeng. Or not Xiaopeng, Xiao Wei, yeah, exactly. So this is the first fight that LGD managed to pull that actually went their way. Look at how much they distanced DMO's numbers apart.
And they were able to turn the tides here, but I would say it's because, again, they had a lot of stasises available. They used quite a few stopwatches that fight, and that bought them a lot of time. And this is where the Ocean Soul went down. You thought for a moment this could have been the turning points, but Lies, well, he's full tank Gnar. That Gnar doesn't do the damage you expect a Mega Gnar to do. And, I mean, Xiao Wei, he just walked all over them, slithered his way over them, I guess.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you got to give credit to Lice. He was pretty disruptive, but the problem is once he dealt that initial burst of damage, that's all that there was to the Gnar. He was just a CC bot in the backline, a super huge tanky CC bot that was easily dismantled by a Cassiopeia with a Liandry.
Yeah, he was annoying to deal with, but that was it. He was just annoying. He wasn't a real threat at all in this game. And I mean, and hopefully next game we'll get to actually see him on something more impactful. But once again, it comes back to the fact that Gnar, there are ways to play around the Gnar. And especially with that build, it's so easy.
It is. But there are ways to play around everything. Let's be real here. Now, the best way to play around Xiao Wei's Cassiopeia, I'd say ban it. Ban it this game. Just take it out of the picture.
Ban the one trick. Who would have thought?
Who would you called it? You called it. I was like, nah. I mean, yeah, you could play it, but do you really want to play it? Surely LGD know what's up. They'll know that Xiao. They'll know that Xiao Wei plays Cassiopeia. They probably have something ready. They didn't. Pantheon was not a good answer at all.
Yeah. I mean, if they weren't 0-3, maybe we see a difference, but it's hard to theorize what would have happened because they just got slapped so hard.
A little bit.
In the early game.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, those three initial kills at minute 1, you could say that they were influential.
Yeah.
You could say that they you could say that they set LGD back just a little bit.
Just
Slow them down a little bit. Yeah, slow them down completely. That being said, however, DMO will be taking game number 1 home. This is a best of 3, however, so there's still at least one more game to be contested. LGD are not out of the picture just yet. We're going to take a short break before we head into game number 2, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
A cutthroat and a bounty hunter face an enemy of a new kind. Through the uncharted lands of the West, a fistful of men ride for the Black Water.
birds in the air. The sound makes the horses shriek in fear. From above, piercing thunder roars. The earth has visitors. This is the sound of the machine. Now staring into the sky, the stars dissipate to make way as a mechanical beast makes its descent towards the earth. In galaxies and space, ahead as old as time, fear finds a way into the heart of every man. The black water. From above, piercing thunder roars. The earth has visitors. This is the sound of the machine.
Something is whispering.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of LGD versus DMO. The sides have been swapped. DMO are winning 1-0, and LGD decide to take out Renekton instead of Cassiopeia.
Genius. The Renekton was the problem. I'm telling you, AC.
Tell me.
He saw that Renekton go 0, 2, and 1, and it was just like, my God, the domination. Or maybe it's the fact that his ultimate just synergized with the team name so well.
Dominus DMO, because they're Dominus Esports.
Yeah.
I see.
The synergy.
Good one. However, DMO did decide to take out Aphelios and Set, which is Aphelios another new ban for the series, and it's going to leave the Elise open for the Korean import Peanuts. The signature picks is going to get instantly picked up here as LGD's first pick. DMO decide to go for both the Misfortune and the Nidalee.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, come on. Don't do me like that.
Come on. 14 seconds. Come on. Give it.
Yeah, Nidalee was banned last
Show
game.
me.
Why wouldn't you pick it this game?
Yeah, exactly. If Peanut goes on his one trick, Xiaopeng should be able to go on to his. Okay. Just kidding.
Well, I guess it's
All
the
right.
least in game again for Xiaopeng. It didn't go poorly last time. They did manage to get themselves this initial 3 kills, but then the overall game was just a farm fest for the next 20 odd minutes until someone decided that it was time to do something. Here's another pick that was banned last game, Mordekaiser for LGD. They seem to be getting all the power picks.
Yeah, they seem to get the things that got left up to them this game. They also get the Varus, who probably is just below that upper echelon of 80 carries. So it is one of those 80 carries that can contest into the MF, and he's also been played a lot as the lethality Varus. So
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, maybe we get to see some of that, and now it's going to be natural play the Aatrox. So there should be more action this game. I'm not sure.
I mean, we thought there was going to be action last game around, but we had the action in the first.
But there was scaling on DMO's side.
They were
So, but this time,
hey, look, Pantheon was the problem.
Pantheon was the problem. AC.
Anyway, yeah, Pantheon's gonna be taken out of the picture here. Yuki, he played
they did it.
Pantheon, but no, it is banned. Pantheon is banned. But
Yeah.
regardless, I mean, he's not gonna be seeing a comfort pick this time around. Neither is Irelia. We have the Elise, and the Elise usually likes help setting up a gank in the earlier stages of the game. Usually you see Renekton in the top lane or mid lane, but this time around Renekton is banned. So I would expect LGD to lock into something that has an easy access crowd control ability.
Right, and then you're gonna see. So
Wait,
what
so-
LGD are thinking here are like, okay, we have the Mordekaiser and the Elise. Clearly, what we need is a third mage. So that's what they're gonna do.
Explain the Zillion ban if you can.
So the Zillion ban is just one of those supportive mid laners, and Xiao Wei, he's not mechanically gifted. So he does go around by being more of that supported player, and Zillion is one of those champions that we are seeing a little bit more increase in play, and he's really good into compositions that just run at you, because you just throw double bombs and you just hit them pretty readily, and with Glacial Augment, it stuffs a lot of engages.
So that's going to be taken out of the picture for an LGD side. That's one possibility, to have a setup for Elise, Thresh in a bot lane, but Elise primes in 2v1s.
Oh, okay.
And not necessarily in 3v2s. Now, Kiana is also locked in. This is going to be a mid lane Kiana to offset the absurd amount of magical damage that LGD have in their squad right now. And It's not exactly an easy access crowd control ability, but it's still
Ooh.
close enough to the river to get access to water and get an easy stun on an enemy target to set up for the cocoon. Lysandra locked in for Xiao Wei.
Yeah, we've got a couple of sinners on LGD's side. They've got the Kiana, they've got the Elise, the Mordekaiser, all of these champions really looking to, or especially the mid and jungle. This duo is looking for some action and they are looking to run around the map as much as possible. So I think pace-wise, we should see more action from LGD and
jinxing
DMO. DMO, they could be on the back foot quite early, but we could also see a spicy 0-3 at minute 2 again.
I personally have my quarrels with Kiana as a champion overall, because she has
Ruined your solo queue games?
No, yeah, in my team, seriously. She has a very high skill ceiling. Like, she's not exactly easy to pick up. And she's definitely not easy to maneuver correctly, because you need to have her combos set properly, and you need to set up for the wall so that you have the supreme display of talent properly utilized. So after Yuki's last performance, sure, we can assume that he has a certain preference for AD assassins, but at the same time, will he have the prowess to actually pull Kiana's full potential?
Yeah, that is a worthy question. However, he is one of those players that does like his AD champions. He plays Irelia quite often. We know him to be that Yasuo one trick. So Kiana would kind of fit into that wheelhouse here. As now we're going to load into the Rift. We'll see if there's any level 1 shenanigans.
Level 1 shenanigans in game number 2 between DMO and LGD. DMO on the blue side, LGD on the red side. It don't seem like they ain't beat no level 1 shenanigans, but both teams had the same exact stance last game and everything broke out.
Yeah, this time, LGD are saying, hey, maybe we give ourselves a chance to play the video game rather than encourage ourselves to open mid, because that's what happened last game. It was pretty much an open mid game. Yuki on the Pantheon was
without a flash at the 20-second mark. Remember that? I remember that. Hey, DMO want to fight.
Oh,
they want some of that. They're going in. They don't care. They're doing the exact same move that LGD did on the opposite side. Chance and Kramer are not inside the brush. Chance is going to get spotted out, and he's going to he got a glimpse of them. You got a glimpse of the MO. They're going to go for the invade, and they're going to secure LGD's red buff. This is going to set Peanut behind just a little bit, especially if Xiaopeng makes a beeline for his own red buff.
Yeah, and then we'll have to see what the response is going to be when Peanut goes for this red buff. Otherwise, I mean, a 3 buff is incredibly punishing right now in the game because of the EXP.
Look at Xiaopeng's pathing. He went for the red buff, goes in straight, a diagonal line for his own red buff. He knows that Elise isn't there, that his team got a ward in the buff, so he's going straight for it.
Yeah, and that's going to be an incredibly good start for the side of DMO, although the Elise is now making a beeline for the other buff. So it might end up just being a kind of a weird crisscross of jungle pathings, which we don't get to see too often. We talk about the split map. Everyone stays either top half or bot half. But we don't get to see the crisscross.
They're crossing the map. But the thing is, Peanut is actually going to get the upper hand off of this trade just because he full cleared his top side of the map. So he's going to scout out for Lee Sin. He spotted Xiaopeng near the wolves. He was gonna go for the Grom, but he's going to cut his losses and just be done with the invade right then and there. Scuttlecrab could be a point of contention right now.
And for Peanut, this is a very good recovery. The lane's just weren't exactly in the right spots for them to try and go for that contest onto Peanut, especially with Xiaopeng taking his time doing the Raptors. Lisa, not an incredibly fast Raptor clear champion, so that allows this an evening up of the jungle.
For the time being, for sure. Peanut's still leading by one camp. Level 4 should be important here for Peanut. He could be looking for a potential gank. You do see Xiaowei being completely shoved in. He's going to be Xiaopeng on the second Scuttle Crab. Peanut already has the first one, and he's absolutely going to have... He does have the level advantage, and he also has Yuki on the move. They have priority over this Riverside. Peanut does not have Smite, however.
Peanut doesn't have Smite, but he does have a Mordekaiser and a Kiana around that can help him. As Xiaowei is just going to dip on out of there, which means Peanut, after what seemed like a disastrous opening, is perfectly fine in this game, although he is playing Elise.
Yeah, correct decision making from LGD's jungler. Former SKT, former Ignite coming through in a bot lane. Chance to force the flash out. Heal comes out from Kramer as well, but that's going to be first blood after one more hit from Gala. There it is. First blood secure for DMO once again. Kramer still biting back. He's still got some fuel in his tank, but he's going to let Gala walk away from this one.
Yeah, and that's a big win for that DMO bot lane. Almost all the summoners burned by the LGD bot lane to try and make that happen. Only the flashes up on the Nautilus and Varus. So, I mean, in a way, you could say that it is a little more beneficial in the summoners trade for LGD, but losing out on that kill is going to hurt quite a bit. Although crashing this wave will help Kramer quite well.
It will. It would absolutely deny. It is absolutely going to deny Gala from the extra CS, especially after securing first blood, which puts Kramer in a not so unfavorable position. They're still going to be slightly even once they return back to lane. What I do see, however, is Kramer not going for the lethality poke build. He's going for the classic on-hit build.
He's going for some on-hit here, which
it helps him
you
scale.
Can make. Yeah, it's going to help him scale and give them a little bit of an insurance policy, but at the same time, you can certainly make the argument that this team composition isn't necessarily built to scale into the late game. It's more about snowballing and then just sieging and picking people off and snowballing harder. Because you have the Elise, you have the Kiana. Both these champions are very much snowball champions, and the Mordekaiser, he's in a weird spot. He's in a weird spot.
He's a brute. He's a juggernaut. At the end of the day, he's a juggernaut. He's going to always take someone out of the fight, regardless of the situation. Now, the counterpoint here for Kramer building on hit instead of poke is exactly that. I mean, he's going to be helping on the sieges. He's going to be a hands-on AD carry as opposed to sitting in the back and throwing piercing arrows out. So he's going to have a little bit more utility come to mid-late game instead of just, chunking people out with his Qs. Now, Peanut still yet to see any action on the map. Might be looking for something in the mid lane, but Xiao is playing Lissandra. He's got more than enough tools to safeguard himself. And there's a Glacial Tomb. That's point number one here. Yuki gets Glacial Tomb himself as Xiaopeng is now in trouble. Forced to flash out, repel in from Peanut. There it is, the first kill for LGD in the hands of Peanut. Xiaowei is still healthy, and Peanut's going to be forced to disengage. Mark comes in for round number 2 of action.
Yeah, he almost has the Ignite available, but not having the Ignite means he's not going to be able to finish off the kill for sure.
Yuki wants some of that action. Mark now comes in for the intervention. Yuki is absolutely in trouble as a minion wave is going to be tagging down Yuki for the last hit and the kill for Mark.
Yeah, marked for death on that play there.
Hi, Mark.
And yeah. Hi, Mark. I believe that's a room reference that you're trying to make. Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yes. You didn't have to reference it. You just ruined it for everybody, but you're cool regardless. Yeah, that happens. 2-1 on DMO's side.
Yeah. in DMO. So we didn't actually get to really talk about the DMO competition. We spent a lot of time talking about everyone on LGD, but going back to DMO, this composition does play pretty well into LGD as Ultimate Thrown Down.
Realm of Death pulled on Natural. Natural has a World Ender being used right now. Yuki goes in. What? No, that's not what you meant to do. Xiaoping finishes the job after saving Yuki momentarily, and now Lies is left in a 2v1 situation. LGD, what are you doing?
I don't know. I think I'm not quite the person to ask about that one. I can't explain it, AC.
Nobody can.
Yuki, he thought he was Yugi.
No.
The Death Realm, the Shadow Realm, and it was like, I'm going in. I must go.
Oh, that happened. Right. So Yuki, the thing is, Xiaoping was so confused about the play that he actually saved Yuki for a second there. And now Peanut wants to contest the Herald, but he's a little bit too late on the call. 3 members of DMO are going to be stacking around that objective. Yuki's around the corner as well, but now that Yuki's there, Peanut feels a little bit more demotivated to actually go for the play.
Well, maybe for good reason.
Yes.
If Peanut wins, maybe Yuki just feels so compelled. Just mind games himself into running with him. Oh!
It could be a good play. Yuki sets up for the cocoon, goes in for Chance, and Chance steals the kill away from both Peanut and Yuki, not where you want to deposit the gold. I feel like that might have been an accidental herald from Xiaoping who wanted to war jump over the wall.
There's nothing for him to really war jump over.
What's he to put the herald in the back? He just got the herald, damn it.
Hey, they got the charge off. They got what they came for.
What's this game? Oh god. Anyway, LGD 2 and 4, 2K down or 1,500 gold down behind DMO, who just got themselves a nice chunk of plates. LGD going for the fight once again. They lock down Marp, but the teleport comes through. Xiaoping might be in a world of trouble. Kicks out Peanut. Yuki secures the kill, but now with Natural on the board, there's not much left to do. Lies is into Death Realm alongside Xiao Wei, who gets taken down by Yuki. Yuki's picking off kill after kill on the wings of it. The World Ender is live, but he's not going to be finding anyone else throughout this fight. Kramer just walks away on a sliver of health. DMO seem to have the Ernst on this fight.
Yeah, so the fight ended... Well, was that 2-for-1 in favor of LGD?
You asked the greatest questions.
I'm trying to keep track. A lot of weird stuff are happening, AC. My brain can't handle it. I'm trying to comprehend.
Right. So, despite that, 5 and 4 on the board. The MO, I think that was an even off trade at the end of the day. You saw Lies not getting a kill off the back of it, despite locking Mark inside Death Realm. He's building tanky. I mean, he's trying to play against Natural. Got himself a little Bramble Vest, but he still has no damage to his name yet.
I just want to remind you that this was another B2 pick gone incredibly well. Last game it was a B2 Renekton. In this game it's a B2 Mordekaiser. So it seems like the second pick for blue side is just cursed.
Sipping in my water. This game is something. We're gonna be here a long time, boys. I can still see LGD.
That's all you could do, AC.
I can still see LGD pulling through this game. Just watch how Lie's gonna pop off once he completes that. Why would he complete Zani's first though? Just get the stopwatch and build towards Leandri's or Nashor's.
I mean, he might go to Leandri's. I mean, the Amtome does build into it.
It does.
But now we get more party.
There it is. Nice hook. Nice CC combo. Not even allowing Xiaowei to go into the Frozen Tomb. Great pickup by LGD. Equalizing the scoreboard, but still 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and I honestly think Xiaopeng and Mark, they were waiting. They were just waiting for the Frozen Tomb to come down. It's like, don't worry, Xiaowei's got it. And then he died and like, let's just pretend we didn't see anything.
No.
Something happened.
Oh, I mean, Xiaowei not having the best of his games, and if we're talking about Lies not having a good series so far,
yeah,
Xiaowei's not having a good game in particular. However, Gala is still doing fine, and so is Mark. Mark's been super active throughout the map. You've seen him roam around the mid lane a lot. The supreme display of talent comes through, and it combos perfectly with the Cocoon, securing the red buff and taking down Xiao Peng. Wow, LGD, they're not afraid to go in. But
yeah,
they lost the Raptor camp. That's fine.
Oh.
Edith in trouble.
Oh.
There's a Frozen Tomb.
Oh.
Naturals in the play. He gets stunned up by Yuki.
Oh. And he just kind of face plants into that cocoon. But yeah, that's a couple of nice moves coming out from that LGD duo. And I mentioned it during the draft. These are two sinners. They just want to run around the map. They're not looking to farm. They're looking to find you.
They're looking for chaos. And Pina's going to allow Yuki to collect the blue buff. Yuki desperately needs a little bit more mana in his pool as he's going to face off against Xiao Wei. Onto the mid lane. He needs the extra mana for the clears here against Lissandra, who's got a bit of a lead when it comes to the priority in the wave clear. As we do see the gold earned so far, Natural seems to be the one doing the best out of everyone in the game.
Yeah, and I mean the Aatrox matchup is especially good when you are up 2-0 to a 0-2 Mordekaiser, but with how LGD's composition is all about running into you, the scaling on DMO is still pretty good here because Lissandra is going to be able to eat up a lot of space to create that space opening to make sure Gala can get good MF ultimates. And Natural, if they're all coming towards him, he doesn't really have to work too hard to get out his Aatrox damage.
Now, LGD managed to secure this tier 1 tower, which sits at 90 HP. Just a sneeze away from being taken down. Gala should be able to secure this structure as soon as he walks into it, but he doesn't want to quite take it down just yet. Or at least he wants to avoid LGD, or he wants to avoid giving LGD the chance to get a free kill.
Yeah, that would for sure be a free kill there. As Natural, he wants to make the peek over, but decides that, he sees a Yuki there. It's time to go back top lane. We're going home.
It's just making sure that the Herald's not being contested at this time. You have another dragon spawning in, so the teams need to make a decision. Do we want to contest the dragon, or do we want to trade the dragon for the Herald? Right now, it seems like DMO are trying to set up for this. Oh, dragon. Lies goes in for the Death Realm, tries to get some damage down on Natural. It was a flash to try to close the gap on Natural, but he goes into the World Ender. He flashes out as soon as he sees Chance go in.
Well, that happened.
It was a play.
It was a flash. Two flashes.
It was.
Mordekaiser are trying to ult early to make sure he stays there, and then the Lease and Thresh could come over and help him out, but they were about half a map away. They were nowhere near that play. You saw they were just booking it to be like, all right, buddy.
And they weren't half as committed to the play either, or else they would have flashed mid-river to get closer.
Yeah. Chance should have flashed over the wall so he could get that lantern faster.
Now,
and,
the trade-off here for that play in the top lane is that Xiao Peng now has full agency over the bot side of the map, which is going to allow DMO to secure the second dragon. And once again, we're going to have Ocean Soul on the Summoner's Rift.
Oh, man alive. All right.
World Ender comes in. Yuki gets the stun on natural, but he's still walking, still breathing. The stun doesn't
he
go
walks
off.
to the
Supreme
wall.
display of talent locks him in, and it's a shutdown for Peanut.
Okay, he walked into the wall to allow Yuki to stun him. He helped the brother out.
Well,
On that
that was
one.
either that or get stunned by the cocoon and then comboed into the wall with the Supreme display of talent. Gala now trying to take the tier 2 tower in the bot lane. Things seem to be setting up for DMO, but as soon as they get a glimpse of a lead, LGD bites back almost immediately. So much so that right now they're in the lead in the scoreboard.
Yeah, they are indeed in the lead, but
Realm of Death, not available. A couple of seconds off cooldown as Lies tries to sustain through the onslaught of Mark and Gala. Xiao Peng comes in to allow his bot lane to walk away safely. Full vision control of DMO on the bot side of the map. LGD are trying to clear it out as we speak right now. Another wave crashing in. LGD have the chance to take it for them.
Yeah, and it appears like that now we're going to head into a bit of a ping pong state, which is perfectly fitting for LPL.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a charge?
Scope headbutt. It is a charge. It is going to get a head. Wait. I don't
know if that was a charge. Was that a charge?
It was a point blank charge because the Herald needed to go around the wall, and it's always coded to charge into the first tower it lands on. Still. It didn't promote much because Peanut decided to go after the pick instead of trying to help his team secure the tower. But hey, all the best for them. LGD still have 1 tower. DMO have 3. Yuki's going to collect tower number 2 for LGD here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and for LGD, it is really important for them to get towers, more so than it is for DMO to get towers early on, just because this composition is about getting picks off of vision denial. And the best way to get that vision denial is to break some of those outer towers so then you can access that deeper jungle vision. But now we're at that game state where it's going to be a little bit harder to crack some of these inners, and it'll be interesting to see how LGD they transition into playing this mid game.
Well, the mid game I would say is going to be reflected on how much the teams can control the top half of the map, just because Baron is there and we're already 21 minutes in. So that's going to be a big objective to contest, especially because both of these teams have, I would say, close to the same prowess on clearing it. I'd give the upper hand over to LGD just because they have the DPS of Mordekaiser and Varus with the unhit build.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot more Baron damage than the side of DMO, whereas DMO, they've got a Lissandra Aatrox. They hit champions.
They have the team fights.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So LG can't afford to try to sneak a Baron under the consequence of, well, if DMO pull the trigger on them, they won't have as many tools to disengage.
Yeah, they don't have any tools to disengage, but if they do start up some of these objectives, it does allow Yuki to become a major playmaker in these setups. And the big thing now is because they've broken that bot tier 1, they really need this this mid tier 1 so they can carve out the vision to deny the Ocean Dragon vision for the side of DMO. And Natural, he
is going to walk
be in
away.
trouble.
Nah, he's just gonna walk away. Clears the wave, walks away. They have no vision on anyone. So DMO know that something's up. They have control over Baron, so they're not at Baron. So where could LGD be? Well, the next best option is, well, they're setting up for the next dragon. Good read on DMO.
Come on, man. Obviously, if you don't see him on a ward, you just have to walk in. Come on.
Well, yeah, that's 101 League of Legends, but DMO don't follow the rules. That's why they've won game 1. And that's why they're going to be looking for game number 2. Flashing from Xiao Wei, tries to get the glacial tomb, doesn't quite land it. They get the first kill on Peanut. That's a smiter down. from LGD. Lies in the front line, goes in with the death throne, but immediately walks out.
Oh,
and
oh,
now you
oh.
have a tremendous bullet time from Gala. Liza's in trouble. Supreme display of talent. Barely locks anyone down. LGD get a chance to disengage, but they're trading 2 for 2 so far.
2 for 2, but both of the carries are up on LGD. Yuki is available, although he is a little bit chipped out, but he can be sneaking around these walls. But it looks like we're going to see another dragon fight as both teams reset.
Yeah, and this is a dragon fight that didn't actually result in a dragon because, I mean, the primary damage dealers on one team and the primary point of contention on the other team was taken out. Oh, boy, that happened.
Yeah, it was a good reaction from Peanuts.
No, it wasn't. He repelled when he had the lantern on him.
Well, I mean, he had to because Xiaowei was going for the ultimate. What?
Oh,
Xiaowei pressed R.
He could have
pressed
just taken
R.
the lantern.
But he would have been stopped in mid-transit.
He could have just taken the lantern.
He would have faced an Ice Age.
He got the Ice Age anyway. No.
Oh, Yuki?
Yuki, what is going on? They get the dragon DMO and they're going straight for the fight. There's the bullet time. Yuki in the back line. Gala's completely. Oh my Lord, Gala! Just
nice try.
Dismantled Peanut. Yuki is the next one in line. What was that damage from Gala? As DMO with 2 members down, they're starting to wipe the floor with LGD as Lies is left between a rock and a hard place, and the kill goes over to Natural.
And a complete drubbing of that fight for DMO. Yuki, he was hiding in that bush that we saw Peanut pull a miracle out of last time, but no miracle to be had this time.
Oh no, and now this is going to prompt DMO to play for the first Baron of the game. Peanut is back in the game, but he's nowhere near close enough to attempt to steal for this Baron Nashor. What LGD can and will do is go for the fight, and they're going straight for it. In the front line, you have Chance, who takes his chance, but doesn't quite get it. Repels out of the way. Peanut goes for the fruits on the repel descent. Natural's on the hunt. Goes in, gets the kill on Peanut, and Chance falls right after his jungler.
And now, DMO in pretty strong control as LGD. That was probably the fight that they wanted to go for because of the fact DMO hadn't cashed in on all that extra money. As we get to see the replay, Gala is just like, I don't care.
Look at this. What is that damage on Gala?
Gala tanked the entire combo from the Kiana, saying, yep, good day to you, sir. And then just turns around and squishes the spider afterwards.
It's okay. Any carries are in a bad position, am I right?
I mean, you're trying to attend the Gala as a Peanuts. Peanuts don't dance. Hello?
Peanuts be cute, though, as we do see the damage in the last team fight. To no surprise, to a lot of surprise, actually. I did not notice that Natural did that pumped out that much damage. 3,500 on the fight around the dragon. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Natural is really strong at this point, too, because, again, the composition from LGD, they just walk into him without any way of truly peeling him off of Kramer. Kramer has to pretty much do everything himself, and if DMO get this Ocean Soul, instead of the Cassiopeia being unkillable, we're going to see this Aatrox be unkillable because he's going to have so much of that life steal. And especially once he builds that Death's Dance, he won't take damage and he'll do lots of damage.
Truth be told, we haven't really seen Kramer in the fights all that much. He's 1-0-3. He hasn't died this game.
He's there.
Yeah, kind of. He's there. But you haven't seen what you'd like to see, which is a clutch chains of corruption or a massive play where he's popping off with a fully stacked Winsus.
Yeah, and that's just, again, it's so hard for him to walk into that team because of the moment he oversteps his bounds, it's just going to be the Lysandra on top of him, the Nautilus on top of him. Natural's just pumping out so much damage. It's so difficult to navigate these fights. And now LGD are running into a bit of an issue in the fact that a lot of their engage comes off of flash engage power. It's the flash cocoon.
I wanted to add to that the fact that Kramer is not playing Poke Varus, which means he needs time to ramp up his Gwinsus.
Yeah.
And considering how DMO have their composition set up, he's going to get popped before he can even get 2 shots off of his Gwinsus.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, again, like, it comes back to the point, like, you could have built Lethality Varus. This was a composition that snowballed to a certain degree, and if you were Lethality Varus, you could have grouped 5-man mid very early on, just sieged, and now Yuki.
The glacial
goodbye.
Prison going in for Yuki, gets taken down, still manages to get some damage out before falling. And so does Lies. It's a 2-0 so far. Baron is out of the picture for the time being, but DMO are still trying to pull the fights, and they're going for the Dragon Soul.
And after Dragon Soul, AC, that should be all she wrote. I just don't see a world that they can just punch through the Ocean Soul healing, especially with Natural existing in this game, who, by the way, went for Ghostblade because he just wants to absolutely slam them.
And this comes full circle with our previous points where DMO aren't looking for prolonged fights. They just want to pop squishies under their feet. I mean, Death's Dance is a good item if you want to just stick into a fight, stack your Conqueror fully, and sustain through most of what the enemy team has to offer. Yelmu's is there for the speed. You're gonna get speed. You're gonna have the lethality. You're gonna pop people a lot faster. It's all around a good time for Natural, who also has a Sterax, so he doesn't really need the extra sustain. And a QSS.
I mean, he also has Ocean Soul now, so I'm guessing that's why he decided to bypass.
Who needs that? It's still 10% cooldown reduction. He's doing pretty fine.
I mean, well, he gets the additional 10% from the Ghostblade.
He does, yeah, exactly.
And now he has the QSS to make sure that when Lies ults him, that he just walks out.
Oh, right, yep. That is an interaction. That and Gangplank eating an orange. What a huge pickup here. Could be a nice lock-in. Xiao is out, but what did they spend to take down Xiao Wei? That was the supreme display of talent. Lies in the front line, tries to lock in Gala. They're into Death Realm. Mark is it's Mark in the Death Realm. Trying to chunk him down. Mark flashes out, but Lies comes back from the Death Realm to a bullet time from Gala. Kramer gets the kill. Immediately flashes out, and here he comes. It's Natural on the world, and they're trying to wipe everyone out of the map. Kramer might be in trouble. Gets one shot by Gala. Flash and heal out, but it doesn't really matter because DMO are dominating the second game.
That was, I mean, once again, DMO absolutely dominating the game once Ocean Soul went down. And I think, I think this is just the end of the game, Nacy.
It might end the game 17-11. Peanut is walking around the tower. Yuki is alive, trying to dish out some damage. Supreme display of talent is a couple of seconds away from coming back, but DMO aren't going to quite close out the game just yet. They're going to reset after cracking open the top lane inhibitor. We could be, I was going to say we could be looking at the Elder Dragon, but it's a long ways.
Yeah, Elder Dragon is still 3.5 minutes. I think DMO are looking to end this game.
They're going for the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, they're going to get Baron here. So it really would be. They're betting on this play.
LGD, you're not done yet. There it is. Gala is stuck inside the Death Realm, but who's stuck in where with who? As Gala is getting chunked out, but he's fighting back. Gala might be in trouble. Xiaoping takes down Lies as soon as he walks out of the death realm, but they trade Lies for Mark. Hashtag worth as natural now goes into the world ender. Oh my god, he's not dying. But he finally gets taken down by Kramer. LGD bite back. They actually get a near ace Gala. Last man standing. Bullet times his way. In goes Yuki. Tries to get the damage. Supreme display of talent for the triple kill. And LGD are back.
Yeah. Okay. Gala? Gala?
Well, yeah, we still have a game in our hands, ladies and gentlemen. That's 33 minutes in, and LGD just picked up the bear that is going to sustain through their game for the next 5 minutes.
I was going to say, if LGD were going to get back and win this game, it would be from the last fight onto Elder Dragon, snagging Elder, and then snowballing. I did not expect them to go for the play on Baron, but apparently DMO also did not, as they just got they didn't know what was coming, and surprisingly Gala actually, well, okay, this is a replay. This isn't the Gala interaction that we want, but
yeah, it is the Gala interaction that you're gonna get, so shut up and take it.
Natural just went full raid boss in this one, and then when you have Natural chasing you down like that, it makes it very easy for Gala to just ride his coattails and put out damage behind him. But this one, yeah, it was actually surprising how close that fight was. But then marketing picked off, apparently prompted Natural, I must go.
No, I mean, Kramer did a phenomenal job in his positioning. Chains of Corruption get tossed out. Nothing lands. Peanut's in trouble. Gets hit, but he's still alive. LGD have a Baron play in their hands. But the question is, the question right now isn't how DMO are going to play against this Baron, is how are LGD going to throw this against DMO?
How do we get the baseball thrown over to the other side? As now, okay, they're looking.
They're looking. Xiao Wei goes in, doesn't quite lock anyone in on the frozen tomb as LGD disengaged through the jungle. They lock in Natural, who still has a guardian angel. Look at the amount of shields he gets on top of him. The world under is popping up yet again. He gets a reset on the kill.
Kramer can't walk up.
They want to go for the double. They're going to get Lies down as soon as he walks out of the death realm, and they find the kill, and the reset on Natural comes through almost naturally. Peanut is in a world of trouble as he has to rappel down the same place. And we just asked ourselves, how are LGD going to throw this yet again? This is the answer, unless Kramer is popping off. Chains of Corruption come out again. They're still alive. And Kramer is going to be the carry that LGD need as Xiaowei just turbo wins his way into the backline of LGD. Yuki has no mana. There's a shutdown on Xiaowei. What is going on? My brain is collapsing.
The heal on Xiaowei, he can actually keep going. He's going to try and stop the back. It doesn't happen. But the minions, they see.
The minions, but the inhibitor respawns in the mid lane, so it should be mostly fine. Kramer walks away with that one. Shens has the opportunity to respawn once again before the game is over. What's going on? Okay. Yes. 20 and 23, 37 minutes. We're talking about monstrous proportions of game, as now DMO are committing teleports into this objective. Natural, the raid boss, is going for the Elder Dragon as well, and this, I mean, I want to say that this could be the objective that's going to seal the game, but
this should end the game for
one
team or another.
One team. Lies steals Xiaoping. He's going to borrow him into the death realm. Now the Elder Dragon is absolutely at the mercy of Peanut. Dies. Never mind. Peanut is down for the count. That's a smiter down on LGD. And now down goes Lies as well. Double kill for Natural as he gets reset after reset. The World Ender is in the backline. He wants to get chance. He's going to get another reset. No, he won't. Kramer is still alive.
Oh!
Kramer is doing so much work, actually. DMO secure the Elder Dragon, but Kramer, can he 1v9?
Oh, they can finish.
He's got a double under his belt. Xiao Peng and Xiao Wei are still alive. The waves are pushed in, so LGD still have a fighting chance.
And okay, all right. So they are able to get into the back line, but they just can't kill Kramer. And it feels like Natural is thirsting a little bit too hard. If we look at these last couple of fights, he's going basically 1v3 into the backline, which is impressive. But when you're losing Gala on the other side of it, then it's hard to see how these fights should end up changing.
Well, 2 elder buffs now. The last 2 major game-ending objectives have been thrown out of the window. You have an elder buff on Lee Sin, and you have an elder buff on the Lissandra. Basically, all that LG have to do is avoid fights where these 2 champions are present. That's it. It's not hard.
Yeah, well,
wait it out. Just wait it out.
AC, you got your seatbelt on?
No, I live on the edge.
Oh my lord! Because you're in for a very long ride.
I just want to be projected at the. Yeah, no. DMO, they need to look for the fight. They're stacking all their members in. Yuki's on the sideline. This could be a great setup for a huge supreme display of talent. But
it's
DMO,
going to be a huge display of something.
It's going to be. No, this game so far has been a huge display. Reminder, the LG have no towers to their name all the way towards their base. Their Nexus is exposed. Their inhibitor in the top and the mid lane are also exposed. DMO just need to go in. Chains of Corruption just flopped.
That's big.
Kind of. Doesn't look big, but it sure sounds big as DMO just keep on haunting towards the enemy base. Xiao Peng is caught, but he still has the Guardian Angel to his side. Lies goes into the death realm. It's Xiao Wei, who slowly but surely gets chunked down, goes into stasis. How is he still alive? Chance gets taken down, and so does Lies. Kramer alive and kicking, tries to survive, but he won't survive the world ender as he hops into the back line. And that's going to be the final nail in LGD's coffins, as Pina died for the triple kill on Gala, and finally, this atrocious game gets put to an end.
41 minutes, the dream, we're done. Get us out of here, AC.
I can't handle this.
Get us out.
Oh, man. So that was a game where DMO actually got the 2-0, but the question is, was it a deserved 2-0? I don't know. That was... I can't even say that was not clean. That wasn't even close to be clean. That just happened.
It happens. We were there for it. Write it in the books. Put on your resume. That will be a game for the ages. A game not to be remembered.
No,
not to be remembered.
3rd game of DMO on the LPL spring splits. First win. They're 1-2. LGT are 0-2. And if you were ever questioning why either of these teams were so down in the dumps, it's one of the reasons why. It's not clean games. Bad decisions. Bad decisions. Bad.
Yeah, and if you ever thought Kramer could get out of Elo hell, apologies.
Kramer
never
did well.
Gonna happen.
Kramer did really well. It's just he didn't have the opportunities to actually pump out the damage that he needed to pump out. Just because I don't know. I don't even know. His positioning was solid. He just didn't have enough peel because Chance wanted to be in the front line, but then again, so did Lies.
Yeah, the big issue was because their engage was really poor. The fact that they had to use flash engages to reliably find the plays, or it took a massive overextension from DMO, so Yuki could find backline threat with his supreme display of talent. It meant that their initiation champions were just really far forward. The Thresh,
Yeah.
the Elise, I mean,
Even Lies.
yeah,
Even Mordecai,
they were just trying to make plays happen when their composition didn't have reliable ways to do so. And that just meant that Kramer kind of had to fend for himself off on the side. And we saw in that last fight, DMO, they figured out the code. Kill Kramer.
I mean,
kill Kramer.
Truth be told, you know what would have been a good champion for Kramer in this particular game? Kaisa.
Lethality Varus?
Kaisa. Screw Varus. Just get a Kaisa in there. If everybody's jumping into the front line, you jump in with them.
I mean, but where was the CC?
You don't need a CC. Oh, I mean, with the amount of chains of corruption that were just missed because he was attempting to go for the long range chains, I mean, does it really make a difference at that point?
Very valid points, but also it was such. I'm actually baffled by how long that game went because of the fact that you had an Aatrox that got an Ocean Soul. It should be almost unlosable as the Aatrox at that point, but he managed to find a way. And that was, I have to say, if he had Death's Dance, guaranteed he would have survived twice as long.
No, absolutely.
If not,
the
just
thing
not
is, when the time came for him to decide between the Death's Dance and the Yomus, DMO were so far ahead that I don't think he ever dreamed that this game was going to prolong itself all the way up to the 41-minute mark. It should have been over around the 30-ish minute mark. But what do you do at that point? Do you change it up? Do you change the Ghost Blade to the Death's Dance? Because it's just... What?
Yeah, it was really weird to see the Ghost Blade because if you also look at the item builds, a lot of the champions he was hitting, they had armor. You had the armor built onto the Mordekaiser, you had the Zanyas built onto the Elise, you had the GA built onto the Kiana. Like, what armor did you want to shred, you know? You're much better trying to sustain and overpowering with the sheer amount of healing you get from Death's Dance plus Ocean Soul.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And more than that, who are you trying to shred armor for? I mean, Gala is one option, absolutely. But you have Xiao Wei in the mid lane playing Lissandra. He doesn't really care about armor. Xiao Peng is there for the playmaking potential as well, not really to dish or to pump out extreme amounts of damage to the point that it's actually relevant. But still, this was a fight that sealed the deal, and it's just at this point, it was just a fight. I mean, it was just a fight. You got the first kill. The Chains of Corruption missed again. There wasn't much for you to fight for at that point because you didn't have towers to back off to. All you had was your well. So Kramer tried to kind of divert himself towards the bot lane tower, which was the last tower standing, and that would leave the next open. So it was just a race.
It was doomed.
It was pretty doomed. No, absolutely. This last fight was pretty doomed, and Gala was the MVP.
Yeah, Gala being the MVP. I would have thought it was natural. I would have voted for natural initially, but as the game went on, it was just like, well, natural kind of had mistake after mistake, overextension, just thirsting a little bit too hard for Kramer there. But Gala was able to output all the DPS pretty reliably, and I do have to say, Xiao Wei, that Lissandra performance left a lot to be desired. The Cassiopeia in game one was
to be desired. Yeah, okay, go on.
The Cassiopeia in game one was excellent.
It was.
The Lissandra,
the
complete opposite.
The Lissandra was there as a backup plan, and it worked because at the end of the day, you still had a champion that could hop into the backline, get some CC, sustain through with the aftershock, and lock someone down with the Glacial Tomb. You were just there to lock someone down. Everybody else was doing the damage. So why would you want to be a primary carry? You're just fine doing your thing, you know?
He was there.
Well, I mean, at least the series over. Okay, if anything, that's all I have to say. This series is over, and me and Nightstar are kind of done with this 2-0. Congratulations to the MO for securing their first win on the LPL. We're going to take a short break on the unofficial English broadcast of the LPL before we head into E-Star versus Suning. So don't go anywhere. Someone else will be right back with you.
We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. What's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. We are just shadows. It's supposed to be that we die. It doesn't matter if there is no light anymore, no light anymore. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die, we live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon. We are Lines numb outside my shell, pulling me down, falling deeper. Lines numb outside my shell.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second series brought to you by Unofficial English Broadcast. As you can see in the top left-hand corner, I am Reinhardt, and I'm joined by Sin as we have an amazing series coming to you live. I believe the two teams we have coming up is going to be E-Star versus Sun Ning. And I'm very keen to actually see how these two teams play out.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how these two teams go up against each other, because E-Star, coming off of a huge start to the season, able to take down FPX, was very impressive in doing so. It was a huge upset. And Suning, who had a little bit of a rough start, but having picked up Huan Feng from the LDL, the number 1 AD carry in the LDL, who was on IG Young last season, now moving up into the LPL. I'm excited to see how he performs. We saw him a little bit in the Scrim League, where he was very impressive. And I'm excited to see how he acts now on the big stage.
I'm also very keen to see how he's going to behave as well, because, you know, when you see them rise up to the next level when it comes to, you know, pro activity, it's like, is he going to do well or is he going to flop? Like, you know, the question remains, you know, at large until we actually see him come into the play. And so far, we've only seen him play one live circuit before they went on a hiatus for a while. And now we're going to actually see the opportunity. You know, is he going to be able to shine or is he going to be able to dine? You know, I feel like I just essentially rephrased the question in two different ways, Sid.
It's really interesting that when you look at the Suning roster, because they came in with Bin, who was meant to be this solo queue hero, and also in like the LDL had been solo killing every single top laner really effectively, looking very strong as an individual 1v1 player. But then you look down the roster and you've got Angel, who was a bit of a question, Wei Wei, who was a very big question mark. And it started to fall apart. At least you have SFM in the jungle, who has been very consistent in the past, if you look at his time on Snake and LNG. So now having another carry to play around, who is going to be more consistent rather than Wei Wei, who did switch roles to become an AD carry, I'm very excited to see what happens. We were initially hoping that it was going to be Jackie Love in this role. Of course, that was the rumor. But Huan Feng coming in is still a very, very good addition, and it shows that the break has served them well.
You know, you can't get what you wish for 100% of the time, but at least they managed to, you know, get something good in compensation. You know, coming into this as well, I'm just like genuinely curious to see, you know, how they're going to behave, because we're still sitting on 10.4. We have yet to, you know, see them go up to the next patch. What do you think we might probably see coming into, you know, today's series? Like, do you think it'll probably be like a nice 2-0 sweep, or could we actually see like, you know, something different arising on the Madison?
So the interesting thing here with E-Star is, like, they looked very strong before the break. We saw Wink and Wei both be incredibly strong players, but I need to see how this 6-week break has treated them as well, because they came into the break having taken down FPX. So like, at that point, everybody wants to scrim you. Everybody suddenly has respect for you that wasn't there before. It means they've been scrimming the top teams for this entire 6-week break, and a young roster that previously we had question marks about if they develop now has had 6 weeks of development time. And we need to see if this team has spiked even higher or if they've still got ways to go. But I'm especially excited to see Wink, who did actually get the player of the week in that first week in the AD carry role. He was incredible. And Wei, who played that Talia a couple times, so I was very excited by as well.
Yep, and just moving forward, we could definitely see both teams and their rosters. You know, a nice little sort of standard base looking. You know, we've got the famous sword art over in the support lane for Sun Ning. It's something a little bit of a noticeable. Like, you know, he seems to be like a very strong veteran. I'm curious how he's going to, you know, play off to this. And, you know, with the 6-week hiatus that they've essentially just been doing a lot of scrimming and whatnot, it does actually raise the question: has it done well for them, or have they sort of like, you know, mistreated this time that they've had to, you know, reevaluate the scoreboard, or like, you know, look at their roster, look at the playing field, the game plan, essentially, you know, as how they're going to be able to approach the remainder of the season? Because like we have seen a few differences actually coming up over the last couple of days, or I think it was just the last day or so, with the previous series that we've seen come about. And well, you know, will we continue to see something very similar, or are we going to see a different side of the playing field as we lead into today's series? In
well, unless there was a graphical error, what I just saw is rather interesting, because it says that Bubu would be starting for Suning, which would be a change up over having is Bubu in the starting position. That is their old sub top laner rather than Bin. That's similar to what we saw happen with FPX, where they actually changed out the top laner after the scrims that they'd had in the break, Khan for Gimgoon. We'll see if that helps them out. But already we're seeing the bans fly through.
Yeah, we're seeing a Aphelios set taken off the roster as well from E-Star. I'm liking these bans at the moment. Definitely very strong champions. Now, I believe to say from the beginning, or should I say actually a higher note, that Aphelios has got a 98% appearance rate. Now, that is staggering. We can definitely tell he is one of the champions to look out for. And, you know, sitting on the ban roster, it's nice to see that they're going to try and be a little bit proactive coming into this and, you know, catching up with the rest of it. We've got Olaf, Lee Sin, 2 junglers taken off the roster, and Mordecai.
There should be an Elise now. There should be an Elise first pick coming through from Suning. They've banned the Olaf, which is Elise's biggest counter. They've banned one of the other things, but leaving the Ornn up with the Senna ban does actually encourage them to take that one as well. Elise still a very uncounterable high tier pick that they can look for. So I'm expecting that to be picked up from one of these sides. However, if you're looking at Suning's side already having the Ornn, not really much of a setup for a lane for Elise to gank. I'll have to see how this draft plays out.
I'm very curious as well, because we do have some other noticeable junglers. For instance, Gragas and Pantheon has actually made a bit of an appearance over the last, I guess, like couple of days over, like, you know, the entire, like all the regions put together. So I'm curious how they're actually going to try and set this up, playing with Ornn as, like, you know, they immediately locked him in the moment ban phase ended. Like, he made it through. Now we're going to see him appearing in the first match of today. And Misfortune picked up for Wink. We've also got Rumble as well. And this is looking like a pretty interesting matchup. Like, I'm curious how this is going to play out. As we can see, Ezreal's being hovered over at the moment.
Yeah.
For Fang,
so
I'm curious.
What this looks like is the Ezreal Yuumi bot lane, which just plays hard disengage. The MF wins the lane a bit, but the Ezreal scales up very effectively. His 2-item spike hits like a truck, but what they really need to be afraid of right here is a Jarvan pick, and that's why they go for the Ezreal. So they have something to escape from that Hot Pocket combo of the Cataclysm with the Equalizer inside it.
Oh, I just have to say, every time I see that Cataclysm, it just essentially sends chills down my spine. Because if you have no escape, you know you are doomed the minute you realize that you're sitting inside of it. Yeah. And like, you know, as we speak, he does get picked up for the team. I'm curious how Way's going to play out again into this, because so far we have yet to see Soft pick in response. And going through ban roster number 2, we've got Rek'Sai taken off the board. I'm liking the fact that we're seeing quite a few junglers taken out of the mix, and you know, just the first round of tonight.
Yeah, SFM known for his early aggression in the jungle. You need to be taking notice of that. So the banning away some junglers away from him. The Jarvan, however, does struggle to keep up in pace with a few other junglers. I'd be interested to see if they pair like a melee top laner with Sejuani at this point. You could see SFM fall back to a less aggressive style, but it's still something he's played a decent amount of.
And then we could definitely see, as we were speaking before, the Elise ban finally comes through. As E-Star take it away from Soft, which means we're going to see something different coming out from them as they're still deciding their final champion, and it looks like it's going to be the Naughty Nautilus taken off the roster. That's 2 supports taken away from Sun Ning. A very interesting turn of events. Like, you've got Yuumi picked up, like, you know, as the combo for Sword Art. We're seeing Tahm Kench being hovered. No, I feel fooled. He's still undecided on what he's going to pick for.
The Nautilus was a solid ban here, though. The Nautilus is something that plays very well into the Yuumi. The Yuumi is generally countered by it, so having to ban that away by picking it third, you were getting the Bard into it, though, which is another good pickup. If Yuumi ever jumps off of the Ezreal, instantly can be hit by a Bard Q. Even if she jumps back onto the Ezreal afterwards, can still stun him. So it's a very effective pick into it. Also, ulting the Ezreal while Yuumi is on top of him does cause Yuumi to still be able to ult, which is an interesting little tidbit there, but it's still a very effective engage tool, and they've got some really nice combos here with their ultimates to use together to get on top of this Suning lineup, lock them down, and burst them with this wombo combo composition.
I'd be really afraid of seeing the Cataclysm caught up with the Equalizer and Bullet Time. Like, they've got a lot of initiation following up with the Java Force, you know, Flag and Drag, you know, and essentially like the all-in combo, essentially. And like, looking at like Suning's lineup, it's actually looking really interesting, Sin. Like, you've got Renekton played in the top lane, Ornn in mid with Gragas as the jungler. I'm actually liking this. Like, it's looking incredibly interesting. And as well, I'm curious how it's going to work into this roster. Because, like, you know, looking over on E-Star, it's sort of like a different side of the spectrum in a matter of speaking.
So I'm looking at Suning's lineup here, and what they've got to do against this wombo combo that we're talking about is play hard, disengage, play more towards the 1-3-1. If you've got a Renekton that's looking to hard win the side lane against this Maokai, because innately he will win that matchup, he'll be able to bully him quite effectively and run down that lane. You can force Maokai away from the 5v5. If you have Ornn trying to play the other side lane, he is a bit more exposed, but you split up this 5v5, you stop them from being able to layer these ultimates on top of each other by separating the members. And if you can get control that way, you get team fights around objectives on your terms. That is how you beat them with this comp. So seeing the Ezreal Yuumi, that's really hard to engage on, seeing the Renekton that's going to win the side lane, and the Gragas that go hard disengage with his ultimate, it all adds up to a composition where Suning have a lot of work to do to stop E-Star running them over. But all the same, the key win condition points are there. They have opportunities. They just have to play to them.
That's what's really going to that's what's sort of really making me a little bit skeptical about Suning's lineup. Like, you've got, like, specifically Ornn, to say the least. Like, he's the champion that requires like a level 13 essentially to, like, unlock everything for his team. And that could sort of set them back a little bit because they have a time restraint that they need to work towards. And I'm curious whether they're going to, make it work as we finally load onto Summoner's Rift, where we've got Suning sitting over on the blue side, and on the red side, the contenders coming up E-Star as we head into the first couple of minutes, or should I say, like, the first initial invade from both sides. I'm curious whether we're going to see a five-man invade, or it looks like it's going to be the Great Wall of Human Wards protecting every single entrance in.
Yeah, it's just going to be a simple line of scrimmage start. But I want to look at these lane matchups here because the Renekton against the Maokai in the top lane. Renekton does have priority against Maokai, should be winning out that matchup. In the mid lane, both of them can shove out at will, but in the bot lane, it is going to be Wink with the pressure. Now, we need to see how the junglers respond to that because SFM does have the ability to play towards mid and top very effectively to get kills. He can try and snowball that side, but it's really hard for him to make much happen with the lack of setup in the bot side until level 6. I need to see how they trade sides of the map because Wei can try and get his bot lane big advantages, but he can't really get kills there. And he has to try and defend his bot side from top side rather.
Oh, we're
from
seeing a nice little frontline engage. They actually just made themselves known. Looks like they're going to be trying stealing away this red buff from Soph. He's looking to contend it. He has the barrel on the floor. Not going to be able to do anything as the rest of his team has decided to actually forfeit over the red buff. But they completely let it reset itself, Sid.
This looks like it's going to be SFM actually starting on the Krugs here.
I actually don't know who suffered the most in that.
I think Wei actually wins this one out because he's just going to start the red buff. He knows he has the stronger level 1, and SFM's going so low to these Krugs as well because he doesn't have a leash on them. It's really difficult to play around.
Absolutely. And just looking at that, I was not expecting Krugs to essentially just sit below, where the red buff is. We can see Wei looking to come in, has the flag and drag, misses the knockup altogether, and that's going to sort of set the back a little bit. But now we can see that E-Star have the lane advantage coming into the first couple of seconds, and they're going to get that level 2 power spike just needed to be able to sort of set themselves with it. Because, like, looking at this Bard, he's decided to go with Electrocute. That is really frightening to look at when playing Bard because he has a lot of poking capabilities compared to Sword Art on the Unisit.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you want to poke out this Ezreal, but Ezreal generally does just survive most of the damage by being healed up by the Yuumi consistently. However, the early game gank is really going to help out with the lane pressure, putting them in a good spot. To just shove them in, keep the Ezreal Yuumi under tower, stop them from really playing aggressive in this lane. But what I'm looking at now is there was actually a really nice move from Bubu to move into the red buff and put a ward down that is going to spot out Wei if he does go there, trying to help out SFM, help him be able to invade on his own terms and get back into this game because right now he's being forced out. Wei is outpacing him, and Wei once again proving to be a very strong jungler, similar to last week.
Well, it's a Jarvan 4 that he's playing as, so it would make a lot of sense that, he's going to be very strong in the early game. Like, post-level 6, it's going to be a different story. Like, it's just absolutely obnoxious. And it's nice, like, we can definitely see that ward has finally managed to catch him off guard. They know where Sophom is. I can see Cryan's looking to try and get the engage, has the Q available, pops the flamethrower first, actually, gets the throw, but he manages to get over the terrain and away safely, and instead Jarvan 4 is going to just go straight towards his red buff.
He's getting the 3 buff start. Yeah, he gets the 3 buff start on SFM. So SFM is going to sit a little bit behind, but he's going to base, get those Predator boots, and look for his first big ganking opportunity of the game, most likely. You're going to look where the advantages are coming right now. Cryan has been shoving out this mid wave very effectively into the Ornn so far, who is going to have to rush probably that first item, Abyss or Mask. And Xiaobai has been shoved in this top side as well. So it's little tiny CS advantages that are being eked out, giving this, keeping this gold even on both sides, even though the state of the game has been so E-Star favored overall.
Yeah, that's what really, makes it a little bit, hidden to the naked eye. And oh my God, just look at Biao with that damage. He just does so much in quick succession. He managed to get the Conqueror off with just a single combo. Like, that is something I would not want to go up against post level 6, because, that extra health is really going to mean something. And we can definitely see that Xiao going heavily aggressive into the enemy jungle does not have any vision whatsoever. Sophom has to be a little bit curious. I like the fact that he used his sweeping lens just to be able to actually see if there's someone in the bush. So it's nice. They've got good communication going on between Sun Ning, especially between this bottom lane at the moment. As looks like just on the minimap, Bard's looking to do something on the sidelines. Wei already going aggressive, looking to go up against Sophom. Has the flag, doesn't decide to drag it on, and just essentially just retreats. It's almost as if they're just essentially looking for the vision to try and see where Sophom is and play on the information they've managed to gather. And so far, I'm liking what they're doing. Like, they're doing incredible to essentially try and make the most of, what they've been able to do at the moment.
Well, E-Star know that they get to a phase of the game where they just get to stack all their ultimates on top of each other and win every single objective. So if they're in control of the game at the time and they're forcing Suning to respond to them on key objectives, then they're winning out the game in that regard. So if they just keep the track of SFM, they know exactly where he is at all times, then he can't change the favor of these lanes. The top lane is unfortunately being sacked by Xiaobai, but the rest of the map is having pressure. The rest of the map's allowing Wei to play this aggressive. And it's working wonders for them so far. And I'm excited to see how E-Star try and transition these advantages into the mid game right now, because we're still waiting on those first backs to come through from this bot side of the map. We know that Wink can't really find sort of solo duo kill pressure in this bot side as well. So it really comes down to key objective fights. This game is going to play very slowly during these early phases.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel that vibe, actually. Like, definitely seeing that Sophom is really being punished quite a bit. Is he actually, no, he turns it around, goes right on top of Xiaobai, gets him in the corner. We see calls to Ford coming out from Angel, and he's going to be able to claim first blood for the team. Like, 6 minutes 50, we finally see some aggressive action coming out from Sun Ning, and that's going to help him out a little bit go up against Rumble, who's had quite a lane advantage. He's been quite the bully, actually.
We said that's where SFM needed to get the advantages. In that top side of the map, he needed to throw that Gragas plays into the top side to get the Renekton ahead. Because the key point of having this Renekton is he wants to be able to outside lane the Maokai in the later stages to keep him locked away from team fights. His way almost died to his Krugs there.
I was just standing here with my jaw almost dropping to the floor. It's like, is it going to happen? Is he going to get executed? Is this going to be a name of a game?
It's fine. He's just limit testing. Don't worry about it. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, I'm glad he does, because I was a little bit scared for a second there. It's just like his health bar is getting low. He's getting low, 3%, 2%, gets a nice reset, gets back to base. But I got to say, like, before in mid lane, like when the focus was on mid lane, we saw, I think, is it Xiaoxi just completely run around the enemy jungle. And like, they had pings on him. They knew where he was. And yet we could still see Wink has this lane advantage. And like just before, or just on screen, there was a lot of pro going out between these two. It's almost as if they're trying to keep this advantage going, and they're looking for another major play. Like Jarvan 4 is sitting nearby. You've got
the thing is here with Ezreal with Yuumi, they need level 6 for one, so they're a little bit off as Wink has hit that advantage first. But also, they're a lane that's so adept at going even though they're shoved into their tower, they're going even on CS. They're not falling massively behind. They're not losing tower shards. The only thing they concede is river pressure.
Oh, the flag drag connects. We see the equalizer on top. He flashes to get it over the wall, but Cry managed to get right on top of Gragas, and that's going to be a nice little overextended kill. That's going to set him forward a little bit more.
Really nice use of the Electro Harpoon there to finish him off, and the collapsing instantly on this bot side where Yumi's got very
it's
low.
Not over yet. We definitely see Wink does force himself back a little bit. They're all down there. I wanted to see them go right on top of them. They had the ability. They had the setup. They didn't follow through.
You don't go onto the Ornn there. Ornn is just like he TPs into the bot side. They get the TP out. They still have control of the bot side. They got a kill, and it means the SFM has to abandon his bot side jungle entirely. They get exactly what they need. They don't need to force this advantage any further. They don't need to go for the coin flip plays. We know that they spike way harder than Suning. They just need to play around that level 9 to 11 power spike. That's where they're going to be strongest. As SFM just overstaying for these Raptors ends up getting caught out by a nice EQ. The Cataclysm didn't even have to be used by Wei there. This is finished off by a quick little Electro Harpoon.
Yeah, just seeing that little, seeing the animation, just absolutely like the slow motion of it just really ticks down, and it's just like you know it's going to happen, and even if you know you're going to see it happen, it still grinds my gears. It's just I just feel so much. I feel so much for Sofim. Like he's being punished hardcore into this. Like he lost his red buff, and then he only managed to claim his blue buff. And he tried so much to try and recover, and so far he's having very little success on this cry.
Yeah, he managed to at least get into the top lane and get that advantage into get Bubu the advantage. So I'm looking now at what he can do elsewhere on the map. What else can he really do to try and salvage this game? And the Rumble is something that's very exposable. If you've got an Ornn who's now at the level 8 mark, he has his ultimate available. Xiaoxi actually hovering, which is going to deny this. But SFM needs to find these cheesy plays. He can't just focus on farming his jungle, because we've seen that Wei will utilize the wave pressure, utilize the map pressure to get in on him. He can't just rest on his laurels and pray for the Ornn scaling to save him. He needs to stop this game from snowballing out of control soon. Otherwise, we know that one item spike will come through, that level 9 to 11 mark that we've been talking about, where all the ultimates are available that can be stacked on top of each other. We're looking for a second Rift Herald sort of play around that top side of the map is going to be crucial.
And I feel like, with the help of Cryan and Wig with Chelsea, they're doing so well to try and keep them, the bottom half of the map completely, pushed into their turrets, and they just have so much working in their favor. They at the moment we can see Bard connecting down towards bottom lane. Air's blocked off by Yuumi and Ezreal. We can see Jarvan 4 nearby. I like the fact that we're seeing a lot of pings coming out from Sunning, which means they're being as proactive as humanly possible. Gragas is nowhere to be found. You've got Jarvan 4 coming nearby. They might be looking to try and be a little bit aggressive, but so far I like the fact that Xunfeng is actually being a little bit more passive. He still has the Arcane Shift to get away from everything. But at this point, it looks like Wei might be sneaking another dragon. But I'm seeing quite a lot of communication pings on coming down through the river. Sofem over on the explosive seed, looking for the opportunity. Angel gets caught with the flag and drag. Wei not going to get away. Call the Forge God, managed to connect, but he flashes to the side. He still gets locked up in the wall terrain. Crane comes in with the flamethrower and the equalizer. He still gets taken down. He gets the stopwatch prevents everything. Meanwhile, down bottom, we see a double kill coming over. I feel as though the only thing that went wrong with E-Star's ability to sort of play that out was that Wei got taken down by Ornn. Angel did so well to play into that. He almost managed to get away clean. The stopwatch helped him, but it only delayed the inevitable.
Really nice play there from Wei, kiting back into the choke point, letting Rumble capitalize. Really nice timing on the Cataclysm, didn't overextend, and it means that Rumble is now 3-0, has the Liandry's and the extra Magic Pen boots completed. This is going to make it so much easier to teamfight, but in the meantime, Xiaobai TPing into this bot side as well on the other side, which allowed the bot lane to then snowball, barely escaping on minimal HP. We said this wasn't a 2v2 kill lane. 2v3, however, they pull it off.
Oh, just seeing the teleport coming down from Xiaobai really helped, wrap this up in a nice little bow tie. I can't believe, look at Wheat and Chelsea's health bar. It was almost non-existent and they still got away with it. I can't believe that. And
it turns the gold lead from being a couple hundred behind into this 1.5k advantage. They're looking for another play.
You have to be kidding me. Yet they're looking for the opportunity. The Arcane Shift is the saving grace that denies them any possibility of claiming another kill, but they might have this
wasn't
dragon
the dive.
now.
They were looking to zone them out so they can go for this dragon pit area. They're looking to get control of mid, control of bot, and utilize that to get an uncontested dragon where SFM has almost no chance of getting into the pit. They're playing this map slow and steady, and I love this from E-Star. They're not rushing these plays.
No, and they're being very prudent with themselves. Like, I like the fact they're not overestimating anything, and they're trying as much as they can to not underestimate anything Sunin has to offer. Like, I feel as though Wei's little limit testing we saw in top lane, where he almost got executed by the golems, possibly would have, like, gave them a bit of a wake up call. It's like, hey, we still need to be a little bit careful with ourselves. We can only work to a certain degree. As we can see, a nice little skirmish in top lane between Xiao Bei and Biobio. It looks like we're seeing a bit more aggression, looking to try and secure away as much advantage toward this mounted dragon as possible. Like, we haven't yet to see which dragon's going to take over the rift, but so far, I got to give huge credit to E-Star's ability to try and control the bottom half of the map as much as possible, Sin.
Yeah, PDD's Miracle Boys are holding onto this pressure quite a lot. It is all really helping out when they can just consistently shove in this bot wave. And they've got the mid lane able to shove at will. It means that the dragon's near uncontestable. If you're trying to get a fight there, you have to face check into all these ultimates. And Wei is being given free reign over the jungle. It is going to be the Ocean Rift. Ocean Soul, the most valuable of all the souls as well. It means that this composition is going to have a real rough time from Suning and actually DPSing down anybody because they've got Poke, but Poke doesn't matter against that much healing.
I believe we actually saw like how effective Ocean Dragon can be in the right hands in the last series, where it's like we saw Karma really stay alive for as long as possible. It looks like, oh my god, he pops the ulti, manages to deny the turret any form of movement. They manage to claim down Ezreal. Luthen get on top. That's a double kill taken away for E-Star. As we can definitely see Java 4 gets taken in the mix by Angel. Angel looking to continue on, has to call the Force God, pops it. He gets stopped!
Oh. What a stun there from Bard to deny the second half of the Call of the Forge God. Really well played dive. They get both of them from the Bard ultimate. Wei does go down in trade for the TP of Angel, but once again, E-Star playing this map so effectively. They're getting all the advantages they need to without really conceding all that much topside as well. So I'm amazed at how effective E-Star is for such a young team. And it seems that these scrims have worked out for them because this is clean macro.
So obviously the 6-week hiatus really worked in their favor. We're beginning to see a different team of E-Star players really coming out. Like, I gotta say, like, that play down bottom worked way better than we expected. Like, not only did they manage to claim a
Please
double
don't
kill,
say that was a pun
also,
on Wei's name. Please don't say that.
I wasn't going in that direction, but I'll take the credit for it. But like, you gotta admit, they managed to not only take double kill, they also took down first turret bonus, and that's really going to open up the map for a little bit more, as we can see that Sunday now forcing them by bottom lane duo to go towards mid lane as Angel's looking to reconnect. But now top lane, we can see a 3-man convergence at the top of Biobo. He does pop the flash, still gets caught out into the mix. He's taking so much damage, still alive. Nature's Grass connects on top, and Wei claims the kill with Gragas sitting there nicely on the turret, having a nice little time with those little kittens, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything else from there. As we can see, now they're looking to try and have a little bit of revenge skirmish. As we can see, a flash coming out, Equalizer pops, managed to get a stun from Bard. As we can see, just Cried really dashed the damage. Angel tries to defend with the Call of Forge God, but doesn't follow up, and it looks like Sword Art's in the middle of no man's land. Flag Drag connects up. He still gets away. Now we can see Griggs with the barrel explosion, splits them up. Wei goes down once again. I feel sorry for that dude. Bar gets taken down as well. That was a complete overhaul. Way overextended. I gotta say, just E-Star had the guts. They had most of the glory. Now it's turning around, and Sydney are really turning this in their favors. We get teleport coming from Diobio. Sofirm looking to try and do something. Has Yumi on top of him. They're not going to be able to follow through with anything else, and it looks like they're going to try and trade this off for an uncontested Herald buff at this point, Sid.
Yeah, what ended up happening, though, was the lane swap wasn't preempted by Suning. The tempo was way behind, and they got punished for it in the top side. But E-Star, they try and push it far too far. They get caught out by a really nice Gragas cast, and they lose the Rift Herald for it, which was the whole point of the lane swap in the first place. You swap to top side to get the Herald. And this is actually given Suning a method to get back into the game, as they could look to break their first tower with the Herald and try and open this back up. Right now, Wink was looking to snowball massively ahead. He was looking in such a good spot to get to like 2 items before Ezreal can and spike so much harder. But now it's looking so much more difficult without that Herald usage being available, with the tempo being slowed so much. So we have to look now, how do E-Star get back onto the map effectively? How do E-Star get control again from this setback?
Well, even though they didn't exactly get to claim the Herald, it hasn't been popped yet. So we are still seeing quite a bit of aggressive gameplay. What's interesting, I'm seeing coming out from Eastar is that they decided to swap their focus from the bottom half to the top half. Like we looking to claim their second turret of the game.
The whole switch was for the Herald, though. So they wanted to get that Herald and snowball them out by taking the top lane tower with their tempo advantage, getting the Herald and dropping the Herald mid. They've had to reevaluate. They've at least been able to get the top tower, but this Herald has slowed down the game dramatically. And they're looking to try and turn it on its head if they can get a proactive play. However, it is still coming at them. They are still coming at them in terms of Suning. Are still under masses of pressure from Wei. He is always in their jungle. He's always in their faces, and he's never allowing them a moment's rest.
No, we can see Herald finally gets popped mid lane by Sofa, looking for this opportunity to try and break out the mid lane a little bit more in their favor. Next Dragon's just under 5 seconds away. We see it once again. Pard pops his ulti to save the turret from the Herald hit. And that's going to be a nice saving grace for their team. Like, you said that this was really going to dramatically slow down the game. I got to say, I feel like it did. But at the same time, just Xiaoxi with this ultimate coming up from Bard, absolutely on point. 2 ultimates right on top of turrets really helps him turn the tides. Oh my God. He almost got taken down by Sun Ni's convergence on top. The magical journey saves him a little bit more. And it looks like this dragon is going to be alive for a little bit longer, as now we can see they're looking to try and change this little team fight towards the mid lane. Oh, the damage coming out from Wink and Cryan, absolutely devastating. It almost made
key ultimates just being thrown left and right here, but they're trying to set up for this dragon fight. If they can force Huanfeng out, it's a lot easier to play towards, but we know the equalizer's gone now. We know the explosive cask is gone. Obviously, the true shot barrage as well. And it means it's much more difficult to play this fight, but they're looking for that misfortune Jonford combo to turn it.
Oh, they didn't have any vision on that dragon pit, so it definitely does go over to Eastar once again. That's 3 dragons in their pocket now. 1 more to claim the soul, and this soul could really work wonders for their team, because we're getting to a point that Maokai is going to come along quite well for his team. Jarvan 4, Cryan, and Wing are essentially, hitting breaking point for themselves. Bard, I feel as though he's more or less here for the memes, because he's done so well planning those ulti on turrets just to save them a little bit of extra map presence. Because if we painted this mini map 2 different colors, we're still seeing more red than blue. And Huanfeng manages to dodge Bard's ultimate once again. He's doing well to evade whatever Eastar have to throw at them, and he's still staying alive. He's at critical mana point, but is he going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer as he pops the true shot barrage?
The issue for Huanfeng, the issue for Huanfeng right now is that he's still miles away from having this Muramana completed. We can't see the stacks right this second, but all the same, the stacks of a Muramana are generally due to be done about 17 minutes if you rush the Muramana. He went Sheen first instead of the tier, which means it's slowed down. Generally, that means you complete it around 21 minutes. But he's been stuck in lane with being pressured consistently, losing out on a fair amount of CS. So that Muramana at 22 minutes still isn't completed. He is so weak in terms of team fighting. All he can do is kite back and pray that the rest of his team can do the damage. Right now, that's not the case. We need to see a couple more items come through from other members before this Ezreal can really look to rely on them. And by that time, Ezreal's looking to be online then. So they've got to wait out that until that level 14 mark starts being hit by Angel, and you see him upgrade that Obsidian Cleaver in the top side. You need to see him upgrade the Triforce on Huanfeng when he hits around level 11, level 12. That is where the game should open up and Suning should have opportunities.
Oh, here we go. We see Forge God misses everybody. I gotta say, I was expecting to see something else coming out from it. They all managed to sidestep Angel's ulti. Now that's going to be another ulti down on their side. I'm curious as well to see what he's going to do from here, because we've yet to see some extras coming out from Sun Ning, because so far, throughout that entire mid-fight skirmish, actually I'm putting a pause, Sopham gets caught by Bard's ulti. All members with the medical journey really looking to catch on Bard, but they still manage to catch him down. As we can see, final chapter comes out. Gragas gets taken down. Shall see in return, looking to try and get this advantage in their favor. And it looks like Eastar did win that skirmish, as we can see Reddington split pushing down bottom sin.
The Renekton just trying to get as much tower pressure on the bot side, but it is a 1-for-1 overall. Playing towards the Baron is the key for Eastar. Now they need this to blow the game wide open, but the trade back from Angel, very effective, locking down Xiaoxi and making it difficult to really play towards this key objective, losing the tower on the bot side as well. Eastar, they need to get back control, because right now they're leaking gold, they're leaking a lot of pressure as well, and they need to find this proactivity that they showed so much earlier on.
I'm getting even more frightened of specifically Java 4 and Cryan's, like, in like proper respect, because like, looking at these items, you've got the completed Gargoyle Stone Plates, who is going to be massive going into a team fight. And then Rumble with the Equalizer, with the finish, Leandri's Torment, and Morelos. Like, that's already going to cut Sword Art's ability to be an effective team fighter in half. And I feel like it's only going to get worse from there. Like, they're looking for this late game, but they're not finding much as Wei manages to catch him with a flag and drag, gets a Cataclysm, Barrel on top as we can see the redemption coming. Equalizer gets on. Is he going to take him down? No, he pops the stopwatch and saves himself. Flag and drag misses altogether, and Angel, the saving grace needed to give Software that redemption to stay alive a little bit longer and deny them another kill, but that's still going to set the back quite a bit crying, as they're going to take down mid lane.
And the mid lane opened up in response because they're able to force the jungle out. We see that Bubu's trying to draw the pressure away by playing towards the side lane, but it's not enough. The pressure is on his jungler, not on his laners that we said are so difficult to engage on. We really need to see that Void Staff come through, and then E-Star should be winning these team fights consistently. You're looking at Cryan's ultimates just destroying, shredding all of Suning to pieces by that time. E-Star, they do get outscaled overall, but their spikes are so much harder in the meantime.
Yeah, and we're really seeing it come to light at this point. And like, I feel like if we hit another 10 minutes or so, like you did predict, we could see Sun Ning try and turn this around. And it looks like they're trying to like approach that scenario. They're trying to drag it out as long as possible. Wade does pop down the flag, not looking to try and finish the drag on. We've got them really trying to keep as much pressure as possible. Sun Ning have the presence advantage in this mid lane as well as the river.
This is where the upgrades have come through here. You see the Obsidian Cleaver is not quite upgraded yet, but the Triforce is upgraded. The Zhonya's is upgraded. This is the time where Suning can at least look to fight on their item spikes. The Muramana is completed as well. Now is the moment where they can fight. They need a big advantage, though. They need to find a pick. They need to find E-Star
They
out
get
of
this
position.
pick! Sofam gets caught out in Bard's ultimate. We see Final Chapter gets popped all the way in the back line. Bubio, what are you doing back there? As we can see, Gragas finally gets taken down. The rest of the team chasing after Bubio does get caught out. Flag and drag. He flashes the opposite direction, tries to chase Wink. However, meets up at Leonard. Chelsea claims a kill, and that's going to force the rest of Sun Ning to retreat and give over this dragon. That's going to be the Ocean Dragon Soul for E-Star. I can't believe what I'm seeing, Sin.
And although the soul is going to go over to E-Star here, Suning had fought so well around that dragon that was set up to get a good advantage. They should have had it, but unfortunately SFN gets caught out yet again by a really nice Tempered Fate from the Bard. And that Ocean Soul, that outweighs a lot of the Ornn scaling, that outweighs a lot of the gold impact, because you can't DPS people down with an Ezreal who's looking to poke, with a Yuumi who's looking to poke, when they're healing so much from that Ocean Soul's effectiveness. It means the E-Star now should just be set to win the game in spite of a miracle from Suning.
I wonder if we actually will see a miracle. Like, it is a long shot, but you can't count your chickens yet. The sun hasn't gone down in this game. The Nexus hasn't exploded, but they have so much advantage. Like E-Star, I am absolutely amazed at how well they're playing together. Specifically coming out from Wei and Cryan. Like, you have to admit, the flag and drag, as well as the Equalizer, is doing a bundle of damage. We can see Wei flag and drags, tries to get onto Angel, but Angel's going to be able to retreat and catch it with Softfem. But Softfem, look how much damage just Shao see with the electric combo. 25% of his full health bar. That is outrageous.
He's got the Shirelia's Reverie now, so he can even look to try and set up picks from a larger distance with that, getting a movement speed boost in. It works as an effective engage tool, because we were talking about the engage tool's key here being the Maokai plus the Jarvan. Instead, the Bard's been doing the brunt of the engaging force. It's a surprise, but a welcome one to be sure.
Yeah, we got to see, like, Wei gets caught out. Now we see a turnaround. It's like Chelsea does catch out. Now we see caught in the Cataclysm. Ezreal looking to stay a little bit longer. Sword Art can't keep him alive. He gets taken down. That's 2 members taken from Sun Ning. Looking to try and clap on the rest of the team. And that's going to be a huge advantage for E-Star, as they're going to be able to try and claim this next Baron buff that's actually just made himself available.
The only key member of this team fight left, Angel, is removed, and that means the Baron is on the table, on the cards, and should be easy to take with the DPS this team has. Of course, MF just hard stacks AD, gets a massive amount of attack speed innate from a W, so they get to two-man this with the tankiness they have and defend mid at the same time.
What are they doing? They've split themselves up. Sunning, I think, don't really exactly have a lot going in their favor. If we managed to get this replay from that last fight, the biggest problem was that Ezra got caught out by Chelsea. And the rest of the team followed up in perfect succession as they tried to steal away this Baron buff. Still over 1,000 health bar to Gori, and they managed to claim it away, steal it in their pocket. Now, like we said earlier, it's only a matter of time before Eaststar decide to close away this game and bring us into a 1-0 at best of 3 series.
It should be all but done here with this Baron buff being taken. We're going to see that fight again as One Fang has just had such little impact this game. Unfortunately, the Ezreal pick not working out for them as Xiaoxi has been finding his number time and time again. They commit all the ultimates in different places, which is really unfortunate for them. This shouldn't mean that the fight goes well, but they're so far in the lead and Cryan has so much damage that Eastar clean up regardless of the ultimates being utilized in poor ways.
I feel as though he's almost like becoming the MVP of his team. He's sitting on a perfect KDA, doing a lot of damage, popping the equalizers in almost the most opportune areas. Some of them do look a little bit questionable at first, but then you get to see the broader, the broader scale of why he decided to plant it out there. Way nearby as well. Actually, it looks like they're trying to do something. Another true shot barrage, blindly fired. Doesn't connect with anybody, looking to try and skirmish us out. They're actually going hunting inside Sunning's own red jungle. They're going to clear some vision and try and steal this away. There's a lot of pings coming out on the minimap. We can see Wink's about to connect right on top of Sofam. Gets completely clubbergassed as Angel also pops the ulti, only connects up with Cryan. That's going to be a complete turnaround.
Oh, big
so many
engage.
ultis flying around everywhere, but Bard saves them all. Down goes Misfortune. Sofam as well. He finally gets taken down. Cryan finally meets his first death. This fight is absolutely outrageous. People fighting left, right, and center, but it looks like Easter still have this advantage. Maokai and Chelsea still alive. Oh my god, just look how tanky Xiaobei is. Angel.
He just can't die.
No!
They just give up on him. He just can't die. He's a Maokai with Spirit Visage, Ocean Soul, double Ocean Drake, and a Mountain Drake. He is unkillable for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter how many members you commit to him. He will not die. And even though they get a key engage off on Wink, they kill Cryan as well because they stack all the members on top of each other. SFM, Angel, and Bubu's damage hits every single one of them. It doesn't matter in the long run because they can't get the ace. They will never be able to get the ace.
No, and we can see from the replay.
Hyperscale.
Like, we can definitely see from the replay, they managed to get one knockup. Bard saves a few of them, actually.
Really nice redemption, but unfortunately it catches them, it causes them to get caught in this choke point where they all wait for the redemption to arrive rather than kiting back. It's a trap, and unfortunately it's sprung rather well by Suning here. They do manage to pick up quite a few kills, but this is just hilarious. Level 16 Maokai heals more than any other champion can do in terms of damage.
I just don't understand. As we can see, Equalizer pops, Cryan gets an easy steal right on top of.
And with Elder about to spawn, 30 seconds till Elder spawns, SFM's not going to be on the map. Elder Dragon will be taken by Eastar, and that just should mean that the game will be done. They will just run it up mid at that point with the wave that they'll have available.
Oh, here we go. We can see Angel gets caught out, tries to dash away. Cataclysm blocks his path. Bullet time pops as well. He does get the call of the Forge God. Misfortune gets taken down as the first point, where he gets away with barely any help, as we can see Sword Art tries to do something. Redemption comes popping down. Maokai, he finally gets taken down. The unkillable gets killed. And that's going to be a nice turnaround for Sun Ning. They're finally coming online, Sin.
They had the advantage. They overforced when they had the control. They didn't need to go any further. Just force out the summoners, back away into the river, and the Elder Dragon's right there. But now Eastar's trying to take it without a jungler available. SFM's only just gotten back on the map. They really need to play this slowly.
I feel like Nonfang has finally come online. Like the last team fight stats we saw before, he did the most damage, and it looks like we saw it again coming into this one here because they managed to take down the unkillable. They managed to also
the Elder. The Elder will last until the Baron. The Baron will then be taken by Suning unless a dramatic mistake occurs. This game has been turned on its head. Suning are now in full control. And if they can utilize this Baron buff without making any mistakes, then they win this out. At this point, the Cataclysm was an overstay. They didn't need to throw out the bullet time. Just bait out the abilities, force them back in the lane, and collapse into the river where you know they have to face check on you. Instead, the overstay in the fight is dramatically punished, and E-Star, after looking so clean all game, seem to have thrown it all away.
They've done so well up until this point, and I got to agree, they are really beginning to throw away whatever advantage they had. They've got Dragon Soul, but they lost that last team fight. And like, looking at that replay, Bio I feel was like the major contender. He helped set them up for an easy advantage. As we can see, Wei looking to try and flank from the sidelines. You've got Gragas actually gets caught out as SoftM now forced to retreat. Same with Wei, actually. It looks like we're beginning to see Sunding really apply this pressure towards A-Star as they're actually able to claim the mid-tier 2 turret completely uncontested. The flags on the floor. Not going to follow up with anything else. And it looks like Sunding have turned this game around on its face, and they're really going to try and steal away as much as they can. They finally hit the match point that they've been looking for. This game condition has finally worked in their favor, Sid.
And they've got all the Ornn upgraded items as well. It seems like they've hit the outscale point where it requires a really solid team fight for E-Star to be able to burst down these key targets like the Ornn. We can see now that, unfortunately, it's going to require like a last whisper from Wink. It's going to require a couple more anti-tank items to actually get through this Ornn as well. Because looking at this down the board, at 6 upgraded Ornn items, the stat efficiency you're getting when the gold difference is only 600 means that the gold difference is actually several thousand in Suning's favor.
Oh, it's really beginning to show in their team fight. Like, we've got 20, at this point, we've got just over 20 seconds before Baron respawns again. And so far, you can definitely see Suning have this advantage. Like, they could actually steal this game away. They were really pressured early game, and it looks like they're going to try and take this away and show them what it really means to be a late game team comp. I got to say, just one more level coming out from Ornn, and we're going to see the final, I believe, no, that was this patch.
He has all of them.
This patch.
We see the Luden's Echo has been upgraded, the Triforce, the Zhonya's Hourglass, and the Black Cleaver in the top lane. All 5 Ornn items, all worth at least 1,500 gold in terms of effective stats. It means that the gold lead for Suning is actually massive here. You look at that and you add 1,500 to everybody on Suning, and it means that they just completely outmatch the members of E-Star in terms of stat effectiveness. But now it comes down to comp effectiveness. If E-Star are able to play their composition effectively, land the wombo combo, lock down the key members, they can still win this out.
They can. It looks like Angel does get caught out, takes quite a bit of damage, but it looks like E-Star were just looking to be a little bit of a skirmish as they all decide to retreat. That was an interesting little tickle they decided to hand over to Sunding, and Angel was the only person that suffered any form of damage. Just pardon myself on that one.
And Bubu, though, he has full control of the side lanes. Like we said, Maokai struggles to match him in the 1v1. So Renekton's just been forcing E-Star to have really suboptimal side waves, meaning they have to just play this ARAM style in the mid lane just to try and find some advantage.
Oh, we could say they're really skirmishing it out, looking for an opportunity to try and catch each other. Angel is acting as a front line at this point. We see Wei does come with the flag and drag. One dash out, still gets on top. Hun Fang does get caught in equalizer and everything, but Wei still takes too much damage. He flashes to get away. Chelsea does get the ulti on top of Ezreal, but Hun Fang still manages to stay alive in this as Wei finally gets taken down, and the rest of E-Star are falling apart. Suning looking to converge. They are on the prowl as Grimes gets a nice little flash dash on top. Renekton actually gets taken in tow. Interesting. I'm not sure whether I actually saw the stopwatch played out, but the fight still turned on its face. First, it was E-Star that had the advantage. Then Suning turned it around.
It's not over yet.
No, E-Star looking to try and get this magical journey through the wall. Soft M caught out a little bit. Actually in the bottom half, we do see Xiao Bei try to get right on top of Ezreal. Yeah, we can see Sword Art still keeping him alive a little bit longer. That healing's proving to be a little bit too much as Chelsea gets taken down. Now Wink, the Guardian Angel is popped. Crying looking. He's running around like a headless chicken. All soft. Angel gets taken in response. Crying being the aggressive here as Xiao Bei, he's still alive. And look at Hun Fang. The damage is popping. It's outrageous. He's going all the way. Xiao Bei, what the hell is that healing? He's still alive as Wei respawns. He's connected to the fight. Look at the flag and drag. Ezreal does get out of the way. He still gets caught out of the... Oh, my God. What is this fight?
But the Morello's now being
still
propped. This
alive
should
and
be
it's going to
enough.
receive Sword Art, keeping him up, but only for so long. Shell Bay going in, flanking Dragon Cataclysm comes on top. What is this healing? They're still keeping it up. He's fighting gets taken down as Shell Bay claims the kill. And down goes Sword Art. I'm going on vacation.
Finally, after such an extended fight where everybody has so much healing, it requires the Morello arriving from Cryin to help finish him off. Even then, he lasts for so long. They're on to the Baron. SFM's still dead. This should be Baron over to Suning. They should, in theory, utilize the Baron to get the Elder so that it's just spawning and have control on the map to win this one out. But anything can happen, as we've seen this game. They are still outscaled, but they require playing these fights so effectively to win out.
Sid, I'm in tears for that last fight. My throat is on fire, essentially. They're going to claim this out. They're going to claim Baron. Now we're going to see a fight over for this Elder Dragon. If E-Star claim this final Dragon, they have to finish it. There's no way they can prolong this game any further.
Yeah, Ezreal gets lowered down to 20% and insta-dies. It means has less of a health pool, a little bit less to heal through. Fair enough, you might be able to end it. Even so, they really are at risk of taking really bad team fight if they're not careful. Xiaobai can look for a flank with a TP. He's just running into the fight at the moment. They don't really have any TP wards for him to get to.
No,
you're looking for a key ultimate here.
They are scattered about. Yeah, Biao does get caught out. They've called the Forge God. Redemption pops, but not without Wink going down. Biao does look at critical health. All the tension towards Wei. Equalizer pops down, or Chelsea does take a bit of attention. Wei taking quite a bit, but he connects up to the backline of his own team. Now we can see Renington gets taken down. So does Angel. Looking to follow it up. They're going to go all the way. Hunfang retreats. Sword Art jumping from member to member, keeping Sophom alive. As they're going to claim their own blue buff, defend the bottom half of the map, as we can see Sun Ning looking to try and gain this advantage towards the mid/top half. It's still away this red buff.
And multiple times Wink has died at the start of these team fights. So who does all of the DPS challenge fall to? It's Cryin. He has the death cap completed. He hits like a truck, and he has been the rock for this team. At 10-1-10, this man has been so key to every single fight win that E-Star has had. When he's out of the fight, those are the fights that they lose. When he's in them, when he's right in the fray, those are the fights that they are cleaning up. They have held off on this Elder, trying to utilize their Baron buff to push back the waves into a favorable position yet again. With Angel just getting back onto the map with TP, though, they have to be careful around this Elder.
They do have to be careful. You've got Ezreal sitting on the top half. The rest of the team, Sun Ning, are completely split apart, as we can see E-Star coming together, looking to try and converge, having the 5-man connection chain, as everybody else from Sun Ning are completely out of position. They might be looking to bait this out. E-Star not going to go for a Dragon, but they catch Sophom out as he tries to dash, gets caught the ulti. We see Laket Rain completely sitting on top. He does get caught out. He gets taken down. That was so much damage. His health bar got deleted. If only LeBlanc was playing this game, it would have been a meme. As the rest of the team are now going to try, they're going to give over Elder Dragon and try and push mid lane. No, actually, no, I take that back. Actually, they're going to turn their efforts towards Elder Dragon. They're playing in a 4v5. We can see dashing on top, trying to gain their vision. Cryin does help claim the Dragon. We're going to see some nice animations from the Elder Dragon. Clap! Down goes Angel as they try to keep themselves alive. And Sun Ning forced to retreat as they are now down 2 core members. And they're essentially just going to be looking for... They tried
to contest it because Angel had the smite. He switched to the smite with his spellbook, even though they didn't have the jungler. They thought that was the only way to win it. Instead, that might just be the end at 42 minutes. And after some key team fights that they were able to win to stall this one out, E-Star still proved too much to bear. This Elder should cause the end, in spite of another miracle for Suning.
We do. One ulti goes down, as now we can see Xiao Bei looking to be a little bit aggressive with those saplings. They take down their first inhibitor. Top lane is also converging on the tier 2 turret. Mid lane push back a little bit, but the rest of the team looks like E-Star are retreating and looking to chip away or whatever else they possibly can. This is looking like an outlandish-based Summoner's Rift map. They're essentially trying to chip at whatever they can find underneath these rocks in.
or they know the super minions are going to push on their own. They can just scoop up another wave, because this has been the weakness for E-Star all game. I've talked about their macro being so good, but all the same, their wave control has been very weak when they've needed a wave there to play around. When they've been fighting around key objectives, the waves have been in awkward positions. The waves have not been ready to really get on top of the key objectives at the right times, and now it's causing them to be a bit slower.
Oh, it's going to cause them to be even more slower. Actually, this might look like to be a big challenging moment. Software looking to try and get the flank from behind. Rennington does get the advance, does try and be pokey, does pop his ulti. That's going to be forced on the cooldown. That's one less ulti, two less ultis now down from Sun Ning. As Software now forced to retreat back a little bit as Chelsea tries to actually contest him a tad. I don't think they were looking for him at first, but they do manage to protect their flank. They're protecting Wink. He's got the Guardian Angel available. Now it's a matter of time before these minions converge. The Aegis Grass coming down as those kittens looking to catch somebody out. Misses everybody. Actually, no, it catches onto Rennington. Sword Art jumping from momentum and getting the healing. That's two inhibitors down. Oh, Xiaobi gets right on top. Grass. Bard pops ulti right on top of one turret. That's one down. Redemption.
They're pushing it too far. They need to fight back.
He is. He's making a nice recovery as Wake takes a nice hit from that arcane barrage. I got to say, that is so much damage from Hunfeng. They're retreating again.
Once
got
again,
40
look at where the
seconds
waves
on Baron.
are. This top wave is in an awful position to be able to play around. So they need to reset. They need to try and get back control to play around Baron. If that top wave had been set up correctly, they'd be able to get that top lane tier 2 as well. Instead, they have these issues in terms of their wave priority. They have these issues in terms of their wave control that has led to them having to concede this extra pressure. And it's giving Suning the ability to get back on the map before this Baron spawns.
This game is looking like overkill, Sin. 45 minutes. Essentially every single member on both sides are completely full items. The only thing holding back is the fact that they still need these control wards to help maintain vision control. Like, this map is so heavily in E-Star's favor. They've got two inhibitors down. I don't think Sun Ning have the ability to sort of run out and try and contest this Baron. If they lose the Baron, it's completely over.
It should be that. It should be just that, over and done. If this Baron does get taken by E-Star, but we've seen those fights can go Suning's way. But E-Star, they're looking for more picks. They aren't looking to just take a straight 5v5. They're looking to play this smart. Remove one member, remove a key target, remove some key cooldowns, and then they know they can win out.
And so far, it's just E-Star have that card played out so well. They've pushed out so much pressure.
You're looking for TP
territory. Yeah, we still see the TP. He goes back to base, does refresh himself, looking to try and do something as they're taking down Baron. They have no vision on top of it. Sun Ning are completely letting this go.
They're just going to concede it.
They're going to concede it all the way over.
Yeah, they have no vision. They don't want to face check in. And that means that they're just unwilling to fight around that Baron. There's 3 minutes now of Baron buff. Elder spawns in a minute 50 as well. So they should have priority over that. As it's just buff to buff to buff. If you can chain these buffs together back to back, it's so easy to win out. And because they had the Elder control, it meant they had control of the map for Baron. When they have Baron, it means they have control for Elder. And it's so hard to get back in control unless you have a miracle team fight for Suning.
And at this point, like what we saw from Xiaobei earlier, they won't be able to create such a strong miracle. Like, we do see 2 forms of Grievous, actually 3 forms of Grievous runes coming out. But that's not enough because they've got so much healing capabilities. There's so many macros to look out for. As we can see, Nature's Grass connects on the 2 players. Bullet Time goes right on top. Zoni's Hourglass coming out from Sotham. As we can see, Angel pops the Forge. Brannington in the back line. Oh my God, crying. Pops is on his Hourglass, stays a little bit longer. Guardian Angel taken away from Pew Pew. But Wei all the way in the back
still
line, drag. Oh my God, Cryan turns the fight around. He's back above half health. Where did this health healing come from? The rest of the team converging on top. Angel gets taken down. So does Sotham. This game is completely over. Hunfeng gets, oh my God, the stun. A complete overhaul and an ace over the Wink. E-Star have this game in their favor. Game 1, after 47 minutes, they claim victory for this best of 3 series.
And after some very sloppy team fighting, some back and forth gameplay in a really exciting, near 50-minute game, E-Star does take game 1. It should have been far cleaner than that, but the mistakes made gave Suning the ability to come back, and Hunfeng got to show what he could do for just a moment. E-Star, they still are able to take game 1 here. And so I'm actually very curious to see how we see the draft change in game 1 if we do see a change of sides into game 2, because the drafting ended up in such a weird position. Blue side gets on and just goes for the hard scaling like you normally expect, but red side drops into purely mid game, but slows down the tempo for a lot of the game, and it leads to E-Star having those issues that we said where they just couldn't quite get those kills in those fights where the Angel was kiting them back. Things just seem to fall apart time after time.
I feel so sorry for Hunfeng. 81,000 damage. The most uncontested leader of his team, essentially, just from that damage output. He did so well in his Yao Bei earlier. He did well for the remainder of the game.
1.7 thousand damage a minute. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
And the gold accumulation between both sides. The graph shows how heavy one-sided it was, like for the last probably 7 or so minutes. I feel like the game was in way overkill. I can't believe that.
Yeah, but after that game, we are going to have to jump to a quick break because we need to catch up breaths between game 1 and 2.
I feel like I need more than a catch up breath. I need to have like some form of a giant like throat lozenge just to be able to recover the amount of like, I don't know what's going on with my throat. But you know what, everybody? We're going to go to this little intermission break, and we'll be back with Game 2, the best of 3 series. So far, it's going to be match point for E-Star, but let's see if Sundin can make this recovery. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of the second series brought to you here by the Unofficial English Broadcast. I am joined by Sin. My name is Reinhardt, as we have just completed the first of possibly could be a 2-series sweep, depending on how eStar decide to play out their second game. Like 49 minutes.
If it's anything like that last one, let's just hope it's 2 games rather than 3.
Oh, I hope so as well. Like, I don't think I can handle another 49-minute rerun where it was essentially just back and forth, like miracle matches, essentially. Like those trade-off, those skirmishes, those team fights were absolutely outrageous, as we're just about to hit champions like almost immediately. The first 2 bands, once again, we're seeing Set make another appearance on the band roster for the first half.
We're seeing a switch of sides as well. So the Senna actually banned by eStar. We're going to see, I'm interested to see if they do ban the Aphelios and the Ornn. We've seen some people choose to leave both of them up and get them in the first rotation on red side. So blue side, they ban it away, instructing that they aren't really willing to pick that first. The thing that was key in the last game through the early to mid game, it was the jungle matchup, wasn't it? The way into SFM. So if we'll have to see how they draft around it this time. Last time, a lot of jungle bans came through.
Oh, I felt so sorry for Sefem. Mainly because he lost his red buff. He actually only got 1 buff throughout that entire first rotation. And like eStar really punished him hardcore. He managed to help his team claim first blood, but he didn't exactly do himself any great favors, from there onwards, really. And, we can see 2 more major bans coming out. Ornn sitting on the ban roster this time. Nice to see Angel being denied a very strong champion in the current patch. As well, we're seeing a bit of a time ticker, as Suning are still looking to try and pick that final champion. It looks like we're going to see Lee Sin sitting on the ban roster.
They're trying to force them into first picking the Elise here, but instead I feel like they're probably just going to lock in the MF regardless, and will be traded by like Elise Renekton on the other side. Suning shown that they have an affinity for the Renekton already. I expect them to stick with it, as BBU had a solid performance on it last time around.
And it looks like we're going to see Rumble picked up immediately once they get it for Cryan. I wonder.
Definitely Elise Renekton. Where you go the Renekton mid, I'd love to see, but the Rumble is very exposable to those ganks, so I think Elise would be amazing into it. It just depends on what they want to put their priority into. For example, they could take away the MF and the Jarvan themselves to minimize the pressure that Rumble could have.
Oh, they're going to take it away this time from eStar. We're going to see it picked up for Sophom. Now we're going to see Wei have to pick something else in return to this. I'm liking the fact that it's almost like they're trying to take away everything.
Exactly. That's what we were just saying. If they take away the Jarvan MF away from the Rumble, it limits a lot of his effectiveness. It limits a lot of what makes the Rumble so strong in that composition, where you have the ability to lock them down from such a range. And if we actually see this from Wink, I will be so happy. Give me the Kalista Tarek. Give me it. I want to see it.
I'm actually keen to see it as well. Like, we don't see Kalista very often, but ever since, this season has become more tank support oriented, a lot of utility based supports in them, in the strongest sense. It's nice to see Kalista making a return to the roster. She has had the biggest impact.
Long extended fights when you've got a Jarvan Cataclysm in them, and you're looking to slowly try and kite back the enemy team or move forward and around the edge of team fights. I wonder what AD carry fits that perfectly. It's both of them we actually see locked in, the Lucian and the Kalista. And this, I want to clarify, the Kalista could be going top lane. We've seen a lot of it in solo queue, with Hail of Blades top lane Kalista as a really strong counterpick to anybody who wants to go for a more tanky route. And it's very oppressive, it's very strong, and it dominates that top lane. So there's a slight amount of flexibility, because technically all 3 of these could be going mid or top, and 2 of them could be going to AD carry.
This is already looking like a very interesting matchup. Like, Lucian picked up, as well as Nautilus for Sword Art, and now we're seeing Thresh taken away, as well as Aatrox. Definitely a very common champion you do see in Pro Circuit. The final ban coming out from Suning. What I gotta say, I saw this type of I saw a unique matchup last night coming out from I believe it was OMG, and they decided to go with Janna top lane, and that was an interesting matchup.
We've seen a few interesting top laners showing up, like we mentioned, the Ujana, your Sona, your Soraka comes through as well, but people not really prioritizing those support top laners in China. Because Soraka, I believe 10.4 is before the support item nerfs as well. Soraka is on the table and nobody is going for it. Nobody's willing to go for it. So they're playing much more aggressive team fighting styles instead.
As we could see, LeBlanc is the final champion taken away, as well as Rek'Sai. I like the fact that they're really looking to try and limit what Wei can do for his team. And it looks like we're going to see Renekton picked up once again. We might get to see that matchup you're hoping for in the mid lane, mainly between these two. I guess mainly between Rumble and Renekton, as Brom's being hovered at the moment. We shall see if he does decide to go with that.
So I really want to see here is if they do go with the Brom here, I want to see them flex the Nautilus into the whatever lane the Rumble's in, or into the mid lane, and then just play that one fairly safely and pick a mage support to bully the Brom. If Suning have drafted that way and they've actually managed to pull that one out as they bait out the Brom, I would be very impressed, and I think they could win the game just off of that drafting decision.
Oh, it looks like they're going to be picking up. No, they're still hovering. They tricked me. They tricked me in this champion select. They're still hovering
Don't do
around.
it, please. Please don't do the Sejuani with no melees. I mean, Sejuani Brom has a good early few levels, but once you start to get later into the game, it falls apart in terms of Sejuani doesn't provide anywhere near as much without a melee as she does when she has the likes of the Aurelia, the Kiana to pair with. So she is just going to become an ult bot, unfortunately. And it means that Wei is going to have nowhere near as much pressure as he did last game on SFM. And the cadence is actually on SFM to be able to invade and pressure out the Sejuani.
It looks like you're going to get your wish. They've picked up Sejuani for Wei. And Angel's going to be picking up the Azir.
They are just going to stick the Nautilus into the bot lane, afraid of the matchup, into the Lucian, which is understandable. But Kalista Brom is a very strong bot lane into these two. Kalista is lane dominant when she pairs with a Brom who is extremely lane dominant into melee champions. These two should gain the pressure there. The Lucian should gain the pressure in the mid lane as well. And Rumble kind of falls behind in the first few levels to Renekton, but he slowly is able to push out more and more. So I believe that E-Star, they're in a position where they could have 3 winning lanes to play around, but Suning, they have a much better team fight to play around. They have much better 5v5 play to play around, and I think that's where they are going to be their strongest.
Yeah, like they've already decided. We can already see they've decided to meet their conditions. So it's a matter of seeing how they're going to, play it out. Whether they're going to try and be a little bit more passive about it, or whether they're going to probably try and take a different approach. One thing is definitely for certain. E-Star has a very aggressive early game scene. And I got to say, if we see that coming out in game number 2, we might see a sort of like almost a replay coming out for like what we did see in game number 1.
And we talked about the Rumble a little bit. And what did we say about the Rumble? It's exposable. And when you've got a Jarvan Renekton, which, as you're saying, are very early game centric, you can blow this Rumble's lane wide open. You can snowball this Renekton early. And we saw how much of a threat he was onto Wink in the last game. If you can do the same thing here, even though Wink's on the Kalista, if he removes him at the start of the fight, or even Cryin isn't able to be removed at the start of the fight, then so much of E-Star's pressure is gone when they go for this double AD carry setup with only one key frontliner, as the Brom's going to be fairly low economy. It means that the backline can't be bypassed. They can't dive through the Sejuani. Otherwise, E-Star are going to fall to pieces.
And that's what I'm really worried about. Like, this bottom lane pre-level 6 is going to be a little bit disastrous. Oh god, it's Fiddlesticks appearing on the map. Everybody run for your lives. I'm just kidding. As we finally load into the map, game 2 between E-Star and Suning sitting on the opposite sides of the map. Both teams already making their way onto the map, as we could definitely see that they've gone with a bit of a similar situation, essentially. Like, actually, no, with different story. We can see everybody from E-Star completely running around, going on a magical journey inside Suning's jungle.
When you have Sejuani Brom, your level 1 is so efficient because you can get those 2 stuns through. It makes it easy to kill anybody if they walk in and disrespect you. So a really nice start here from E-Star, but they do get spotted out. They do lose their wards on the top side as well. So could be SFM. We said he had the cadence on him to be able to get the pressure onto the Sejuani. It looks to already be doing that.
I gotta say, letting themselves get exposed a little bit too prematurely has enabled Ning to actually try and catch us up. Actually, no,
Uh-oh.
they managed to pop the flag, but Xiaofei essentially just walks into the park like nothing happened, and it's just like, nope, don't mind me, just walking through, makes his way back to lane. But it's good news though. They managed to catch out where SoftM is, and they're going to be able to try and play this in their favor now. As we can see, both like lane phases begun. Sin, this is looking pretty interesting already as a startup.
Yeah, really interesting that we already see Wei backing off from Suning's jungle when the Jarvan's just going to full trade and fully clear that top side. Meanwhile, Sejuani is leaving the Gromp and the Wolves up, so it's much more effective for SFM. He's going to get much more of an advantage from this. You can see he's already getting that CS advantage. He's already killed those two camps onto the third, while Sejuani is taking the Krugs.
And it looks like it looks like both teams have decided to hit a pause as we do hit a slight technical difficulty. You know what, down here in Australia, it almost doesn't feel authentic without having one technical glitch. And I feel more at home with this game right now, having hit that first technical glitch in the system.
You know, I'm looking at the desk here for the LPL, and I really want one of those figures. You see the Morgana and the Kale.
I've been looking at that every single time we cut to the analyst desk. Like, those statues look aesthetically pleasing. And I'm pretty sure that's a watch on the left-hand side too. Like, that watch looks very enticing.
It does, definitely. The one I've been looking at, though, I gotta say, I'm a filthy Evelyn main solo queue. I'm a filthy Evelyn main, and I want the Evelyn statue. It was released in China first. The first thing I said was, Opal, send me this, please. Because it was out in China before anywhere else.
Oh, it's amazing what League of Legends have decided to come up with, like, you know, outside of the Rift, like, you know, the figurines, the toys.
Then you got people like Ibris who spend £700 on a belt that's mildly branded with League of Legends and Louis Vuitton.
700. Oh yeah, but it's Louis Vuitton. I mean, you can't go wrong. It's like,
yeah, but like, why would you ever spend 700 on a belt? Like, he showed it. Okay. I went out to lunch with Ibris when I was at a gig, and he instantly just goes like, "Oh yeah, I'd spend money on that kind of stuff." And he shows off his belt that isn't even showing 90% of the time. He has to like lift up his jacket for you to even be able to see it. He just wears it because, I don't know, he likes flexing. It was like going out to lunch with rice gum.
It must have, if it's that expensive, I feel as though it should be like, you know, Batman's utility belt. At least have a couple pockets on it or something, you know, or like, you know, have early access
if it's
to, like,
a league,
you know,
one.
Yeah.
If it's a league one. What's in a league utility belt? What would be in that belt?
Early access to Wild Rift. I mean, you have
just
like
got beta codes to throw at people.
Absolutely, and it's just like, it would be amazing for a $700 belt released by Louis Vuitton, the amazing fashion stylist, the man behind the Steam skin for Kiana, like for Prestige Edition Kiana. Like, you can't go wrong with that.
I mean, you can go pretty wrong when you spend that much money on something that's basically a bit tatty. For example, have you seen some of these designer dresses, or it's just like looks like a trash bag? It's like, oh yeah, but it's $1,200 trash bag.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. I mean, it all comes down to the label that's slapped on it. Like, you know, you see a nice t-shirt, it's like, oh, this is great. And then you see like the label that's on it, it's like Nike or like, you know, Mercedes-Benz or even like, you know, Polo Ralph Lauren. And the price tag, you flip it around and it's like $200 for something that could be just as easily found and like for 3 times cheaper in your regular outlet store.
You know, I've never really cared what I've worn much in terms of like big brand names or anything. I just wear whatever I like. Like yesterday on broadcast, I was wearing a t-shirt that was just a skeleton playing the trumpet that said "doot doot" on it. It's just because I like it. I got it for like $3. It was on sale. Don't care. It's just, I liked it. I wear it. It's as simple as that.
And it looks, you know what? It looks like we're back on the Summoner's Rift. We've managed to get the glitch done and dusted. We've managed to fix it. We're back on the map. Folks, I got to say, like, we're seeing more aggression coming up from SoftM, taking away all of Wei's top jungle.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying. He takes away the entire top jungle, and in the meantime, Wei just actually chose to leave the Wolves and the Gromp up. So massive advantage here in tempo, massive advantage in camps for S of M, and if he utilizes his level advantage, which now sticks crucially because of the jungle experience changes, then really Wei's not going to have a jungle matchup for a long time.
Oh, looks like we're going to see 4 men coming down towards bottom lane on top of Sun Ning. They're going to try and look for this turret dive. Crane nearby. Javelin 4 flag and drag. First blood goes over to Nunfang.
Huh? What?
I gotta say,
why?
That turned around on its face.
You even saw the Javelin there. Why did you keep going? I'm so confused as to why that dive actually played out at all. They just forced them back. They forced them to abandon the wave under tower and leave it. It's as simple. That's all they needed. Instead, they just give over first blood to the Misfortune and give up that entire lane advantage that they've been able to garner.
I haven't seen...
In the meanwhile as well, Lucian gives over his mid lane matchup that he'd been winning as well.
I don't think I've seen like such an early turret dive since Samsung White in their grand final a couple years ago, and that was absolutely flawless. And just like they really set themselves backwards quite a bit in the next couple of minutes. Like Lucian's going to be able to sort of catch this up a little bit better.
Yeah, the Lucian is really not going to be able to do much in this matchup in the early phases other than just shove and roam, and he tried to utilize that. But now we see the issue for Wei. Wei was looking to try and get any kind of advantage back and get any kind of camps back because he knows he's falling behind to the Jarvan. Instead, he just ends up like getting zoned out consistently, and he will do in this entire top side of the map that he doesn't get to access because you get the Azir that finds it so easy to collapse, and you've got the Renekton that will also not only find it easy to collapse, but can pressure out the Rumble given the opportunity.
I wonder how tilted Wei feels going to his top lane and seeing that there's nothing there. But it looks like we can definitely see Sword Art reconnects with Nunfang as well. Chelsea looking to try and flank them on the side, connects up with the Q. Wink's not going to play on that though. So I got to admit, like they're doing well to try and apply this lane pressure and give themselves a little bit more like feasibility to sort of move around a little bit. Because that first blood going over to Nunfang has really sort of like, put Wink in a bit of a position that I feel as though he's going to be able to recover quite quickly from just based on his CS and capabilities.
Yeah, the Kalista is going to win out this lane, but she has a back behind the MF right now who has already got those 2 longswords and the extra Dorans. So in theory, if they take a big trade now, it should go in the favor of Huanfeng consistently.
I gotta say, like,
I said in theory.
In theory, yes. In practicality, we have yet to see it. I want to see it happen on the Rift. Like, I like it. I love it when our theory crafting becomes reality. And it's just, it makes you feel proud. As we can see, Sword Art does get caught out, completely stunned. He does manage to get away with the hook onto the terrain. But I gotta say, that was quite a bit of damage. And I don't know. I'm not really sure how to feel about this. Actually, Sunfang does connect up, does pop his W, slows him down. We can also see Chelsea gets connect. He does connect up, but Nunfang connects another kill. And it looks like Sofem looking to try and get on top of Wake, but now he's just going to be a walking target as the rest of East are looking to converge right on top. They don't have Brom's passive available. That's not going to stop Nunfang. Actually, he claims another kill. A flash and an aggressive one coming out from Crane. Tries to get another one on top. Kalista gets taken down by Sofem. This fight is turning on its face, and Eastar are going to be completely trashed on as Sun Ning managed to turn that fight around in their favor.
And they overforced the advantage that they had in bot lane massively. So, you know what I was saying that Kalista was winning out the lane and has pressure consistently? Yeah, that kind of falls apart when Huanfeng picks up 3 kills completely for free because they stay way too long, they consistently overforce, and they don't even get the dragon, which they had massive priority onto. Now, soon they're in a 3,000 gold lead, and unfortunately this one already, just a few minutes in, looks like it's going to game 3.
Oh, just looking at this replay, it's absolutely tilted me. Just look at how much they are trying to do so much.
Why are they still going? It's just, they should just back out. The way Kalista plays lane is so controlled and safe that she doesn't need to do this. She doesn't need these kills to snowball. She can just get small advantages at a time until she's got like the components of the blade, and then she can go for that. Instead, now she's massively behind and will lose every single trade.
I gotta say, just, going up against Sofem, trying to kite him like that wasn't exactly smart. And then Crane being so deep, just what was he thinking? E-Star had a lot of
They should have
guts.
just
They
collapsed on one of them. Yeah, you either needed to collapse on the Jarvan or you needed to back out the moment you blew the flashes. Instead, they stay way too long. They overforce consistently, and now big advantages that go the way of Suning.
At least it was a nice show for us to watch. Like that was incredible gameplay. But
I don't know. I'm sitting here thinking, what did I do in a past life to deserve that game? Like this is really hard to watch when E-Star had drafted really well. They got advantages in multiple lanes that they could play around, and they just throw it all away for no reason, no good reason.
All I'm hoping for is that we don't have a repeat of game one. 49 minutes with at least 13 minutes overkill from E-Star. Like there was just, I don't know what to say at this point, Sin. I'm just absolutely astonished at this gameplay.
And now they have to try and just stabilize this game because they're 2,500 gold down. They're massively behind in terms of pressure. And it means that they have to find a way to slowly make plays without overforcing, without overstepping, or at the very least deny Suning's plays until they can get back into this, until they can scale, until they're no longer at risk.
Oh, talk about no longer being at risk. I like the fact that Solfam has decided to retreat the minute he saw Wei come on his screen, which means, like, he's definitely going to try and be a little bit more passive. It's nice that he's, like, not underestimating the capability that Wei can still dish out. Oh my God, actually, no, it looks like they're going to go hard onto this. Wei is a little bit lagging behind. Ron pops the Glacial Fissure. Sword Art does get caught out and gets taken down. That's going to be a nice kill over to E-Star. They're going to make a nice recovery from this as Jar4 comes with the Cataclysm, but just flag and drags out of there. I'm going to say that is a giant question mark.
They're at least able to get that kill back in the bot side, but it does go over to Xiaoxi. All the same, it gives them the pressure to try and play around this dragon that is the Infernal Dragon. So it is the most valuable individual dragon. However, the reset that needs to come through from E-Star, because they all are so low, means that this one is just going to go over to Suning. And this gold lead has not been stabilized yet. This is still E-Star massively behind. They are trying to get back into it. They nearly overforced in that plate as well, if it was not for the Callista ultimate. So I'm still very much questioning E-Star's ability to get back into this.
Yeah, only 10 minutes in, and yet 2,000 gold difference. Actually, 2.5, actually. E-Star really lagging behind quite a bit in the early game of the second game. This is looking a little bit uneven, to say the least.
I'm amazed that after how cleanly they played the early game of game one, that this game two has gone so far astray. All the same, the fight around Rift Herald coming up, 5 members versus the 4. Now the Azir arriving.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to do something. They do manage to get boxed in. Bio looking to go on top of Wei. Wei flashes to get away from the fight, but they still manage to claim the Herald. That's going to work well in their favor, actually. They're going to be able to try and make a nice recovery from this, I think.
If they are able to recover and they can drop those tower shards in the bot side, maybe get Callista some gold into her so she isn't massively behind in the mid game, as you see the Bilgewater Cutlass into a completed Essence Reaver at 11 minutes into the game. It's going to take a lot of effort to get back into this, but the Rift Herald sneak is definitely a start.
I wonder what they're going to do from here, because they've got the Herald in their pocket. They've done so well to try and, keep up with wherever they possibly can. They still are 2,000 gold behind, and, considering it's still early into the game, that is considerable. Like, we're seeing Callista finish the Bilgewater Cutlass. I wonder if we're going to see a sort of like a more aggressive gameplay coming out. And I'm liking the fact that they're both, like, bot lane has decided to go top now.
Yeah, it was just putting down the pressure, slowing down the tempo again, because they forced E-Star back. They were able to get the tempo advantage and force into topside first. It means they stop Wink from being able to recall and get the items he wants in time. It means that Huanfeng should be able to just pick up a tower shard now in the top side before Rumble was able to get there, or at least shove this wave in and deny it to the tower.
I feel a little bit disjointed about, like, what I just saw. Like, Renekton's free pushing this tower. He's getting free plates and free gold at this point. Like, the rest of his team, however, are trying to skirmish out in the top half, looking to try and take away the blue side of E-Star's map.
And the late lane swap back because they don't actually want to play into the misfortune right now. They know that they can be so easily collapsed on, and they have no vision pressure towards the top side of the map. They can't play this way. Now Rumble about to be dived as well.
Oh, he's in his safe zone, but it looks like Sofim's going to try and be aggressive. Looks to be a threat, allowing Hunfeng to claim those top turret platings. Is going to try and have a bit of a better time as Yelpe does actually get return fired by Sword Art's ulti, but he's not going to be able to make any extra effort from that, as he's like essentially going to be sitting there a little bit longer. He's being bullied quite a bit by Sun Ning, like Sofim as well as Sword Art really being aggressive, forcing him to stay so far back. They're fighting for first turret bonus.
And the first turret goal does go over to the Kalista, which is definitely going to help them get back into this. They are still just over 2,000 gold behind, down from 2.7. They're going to try and push this into a second tower as well. The Renekton going to be here to deny it.
I can't believe they've managed to push this so far, Sin. Like, they've managed to almost claim 2 turrets in massive succession within, like, the last minute or so. And we haven't seen much of Sun Ning try to defend against it.
And meanwhile, we see Cryan able to pick up a shard in the mid lane as well. So it's definitely helping them out. But look at the gold lead now. 3,000 gold in the favor of Suning.
It's about to strike over to 4,000 by the looks of it. No, wait, yeah, you're right. My English is bad. My math is bad.
Yeah, this is a huge lead for Suning, and it's just not growing. It's not growing at this point, but we know Suning scales really hard with the Azir, with the MF Jarvan combination, and with what we know the Renekton can do in the late game. So it's really important for them to just be able to extend this gold lead a little bit at a time. They don't need to overforce themselves because they know that it's difficult for E-Star to win these late game team fights unless they're able to turn this around, because face checking with 280 carries is very difficult. It really requires a very well played team fight from the Kalista and the Lucian to win this one out.
And that's what I'm really curious about with these, with this team composition coming up from E-Star. 2 ADCs, one played in mid, one played in ADC. If they decide to go for a team fight, it's going to be very interesting because they've got like quite a few, I guess, conflictive factors to look at, like the Emperor's Divide from Angel, as well as Sofam's, Cataclysm, Flag, and Drag, and not to mention Sword Art's ulti as well. Like, Revenge from below. You don't want to be caught out by that. That is definitely for sure.
Yeah, the Nautilus is just going to lock up so many of these key targets. You look at the Lucian, who can't play aggressively because he's just afraid of getting Nautilus hooked or Azir swept into just complete death. You can say the same about the Kalista. You can even say the same for the Rumble, who doesn't have a stopwatch completed yet. So they're afraid of team fighting at this phase of the game. They don't have the wave priority to be able to team fight whatsoever.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if I was playing Rumble, I would want to have Zhonya's Hourglass before I decide to be much more aggressive coming into, the likes of what Suning have to offer. It's
going to take so long for E-Star to be able to team fight now because they've got double AD carries and didn't snowball the laning phase. And that's really the problem. If you go double ADCs, the laning phase needs to go well for you. Otherwise, it falls apart because you're just relying on scaling and your mid game is trash.
And that's what really grinds my gears with, playing champions that sort of require a bit of a time constraint. They have a minimum time, they need to sort of approach in order to begin making more effectiveness, when it comes to team fight oriented moments, as well as a lot of skirmishing. That's
the thing with E-Star here, though. The clock may be broken, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. So they can still find a point at which their item spikes line up well with Suning's and try and find fights there.
It looks like we might be seeing our first major skirmish coming out as they're sitting at the top half of the map. Sofim looking to be very aggressive, trying to take down the control ward. Way just sort of dancing back and forth. I'm not sure of whether he should actually be aggressive. And he's not decided to retreat. They're all together. I gotta say, this is becoming a battle of vision. But just by looking at how many wards are sitting in that top half of the mid lane.
And they need to use wave priority to be able to get back the vision is the issue. And they're just afraid of pushing too far forward because SFM is playing so effectively on this Jarvan.
Oh, the Flag and Drag narrowly gets dodged as Lucy manages to dash away. Crying. Oh, no, actually, Sofam manages to catch out. Sorry. Chelsea does get caught out. Bullet time pops. We do see Brian cop the Special Fisher. Now Nunfang has bullet time on cooldown. I gotta say there was quite a bit of a skirmish in that fight, but no one comes out the victor. It is still an even stalemate between both sides. The only major difference is that both supports, as well as Wei, are missing quite a chunk of health at this point.
Yeah, but SFM and Angel still have their ultimates as well, so it's really difficult to team fight this. They have to concede it because of the health bar difference, and they're going to try and push that bottom side as Lucian could look to get this tier 2 tower in trade for the Herald.
Well, I feel like that's a good trade-off at this point. I mean, they've got a lot going in their favor. They do have, sorry, I feel like I just essentially 360 to myself. I'm talking on the wrong side of the spectrum, Sin. I should have been talking about Sun Ning instead of, but it's just like they're taking the Herald, which is great, but they're giving up a tier 2 turret in response to that, and that's going to be a chunk that they would need to worry about coming into the macro play of this mid game.
But this is what the key point here is for Suning. Responding to the plays, responding to the key plays made by Suning for E-Star, rather, because E-Star have this deficit that they're playing into. They can't allow themselves to just buy into fights because that's where the game gets blown wide open. You're against the Jarvan MF Azir. The damage they can put out, the DPS they can put out in these fights is substantial. So you need to play careful. You need to play split and look to send the Lucian to a side lane where he can pressure. Send Rumble to another side lane where he can at least clear the waves without being pressured. And then try and hold off in the mid lane. But it's going to be that much more difficult when the mid lane tier 2 is a threat.
It's looking to be the case. Like they're trying to get what they can. Herald does manage to get one single headbutt. They get it. They claim the turret. And they're going to be able to retreat with ease. That's going to be a nice chunky bonus. Renekton on the side lanes off screen manages to also claim the tier 1 bottom turret. We're beginning to see, like, you know, Sun Ning really try and fly ahead. Like the gap is already accumulated and they're trying to stretch it as much as they can, Sin. And that's what I'm really loving about, you know, their team comp and the way they're playing this game.
And the way they're playing it is just, it is where the way that Suning need to. They don't need to rush it. They're trading the objectives they need to, and they're getting the advantages they need to off the back of it. Suning is not in a huge hurry. They know that with the objective control they're going to have because of the waves, because of the towers, face checking, as we said, as E-Star is near impossible when the turn is so strong, when Azir can just jump into your backline and ult 3 people. Like we said earlier, if you can bypass the front line, the backline is completely exposed. And with a Sejuani this far behind, with the rest of the members this far behind, that backline will be exposed almost every single fight.
Oh, and that's pretty much their handicap at this point. Like if Sun Ning decide to, you know, work towards that condition, flank to get into the backline, catch out Cryin and Wink, it's going to work very well in their favor. Like that is definitely in the foreseeable cards. I got to say, like, you know, before you said something, like you mentioned that Rumble and Lucian should be looking to, like, you know, split push. I love the fact that we did see them do that just before. And like, you know, the 1-3-1 split, they've managed to make a nice recovery, but it looks like now top lane is pushing quite a bit. Azir is also pushing to try and keep this pressure alive, as well as mid lane is having a nice time. It's almost like a party here at the moment. They're really trying to skirmish out between one another and sort of chip away and put themselves in a better position. As we can see, the Glacial Fisher
talked about. Ooh.
Yeah, we do see the Glacial Fisher proc. He managed to flag and drag over the wall. All the Sword Art manages to connect right on top of Wei as Wei dashes away. He's at critical health. Meanwhile, Bio does try to connect into their backline. Oh, Kalista does pop the ultimate, gets caught out with a flag and drag. Another hook right on top, as we can see. Braum actually gets taken down by Azir. Kalista gets taken down in tow. Now it's going into the backline, and the remaining members of E-Star, as they completely get collapsed on. Sword Art connects up onto Cryin. Cryin looking to try and get away, gets a Conqueror's Divided right into their team, and that's going to be a clean kill for Angel, and a nice gameplay advantage for the rest of Sun Ning.
And when E-Star isn't given the ability to play the fights front to back, with their Double Blade, the Rune King, with their Liandry's Rumble, and their Sejuani, we see what happens. The front line and the back line is split, and Suning, they just have full control. It's impossible now for E-Star to be able to team fight, and honestly, this game seems all but done already. There's almost no way back into it. There's no miracle team fights to be had when there's just that much of a damage and item disparity between the two teams.
Yeah, just look at this replay. Wei already forced down to like 20% health.
Really awful equalizer as well, yeah.
I just can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, there is so much going on in favor for Sun Ning. Like, I'm surprised they decided not to just essentially retreat altogether.
See, last game was a comedy. This game is unfortunately a tragedy for E-Star. And it's showing up in these fights.
Okay, so we've now categorized our two games. Game one was just a giant comedy fest. It's almost like, a nice little late night show with Jimmy Fallon. Now this time it's just appalling that we're seeing coming out from Easter. Like, they are getting caught out so much. The damage portion coming out from Suning is almost unrivaled. 3 dragons. They've also managed to claim a Herald. Now they're going for Baron, as we can see 2 teleports coming out. Byobo connects up first. We can see a delayed coming out from Xiaobei as they manage to connect onto Byobo. Byobo taking quite a bit of damage. Sword Art going right on top. Braum gets taken down right into the backline. He just gave over an easy kill. And now we can see they're really trying to push right into this.
He just threw himself directly into his own demise. So they give up Baron now with the bot lane both dead. The Azir turret really nicely placed as well, so they can't even shove out the mid lane. Just holding that as its own mid lane shoving presence. And they get the Baron. This is really easy and clean game that can now be played out from Suning. They don't have to be afraid of any of the members of E-Star. Even the Rumble Ultimate barely seems to tickle them at this phase. This game is just over. There's no other way of putting it.
Over before it even begins. We might actually be we might be brought to a game 3 actually. And I hope we get to see a replay of that, because seeing Braum just get launched straight into the enemy backline and get executed was an absolute pleasure to watch. Like, I don't think I've seen anything funnier in game 2, but I hope I see more of that, because that was just joyous. That was just really joyful to watch.
It was the fact that he tried to ult the moment he landed as well, when he was down like 10 HP. He's just like, oh, I guess I'm in. Missed the ult entirely. Ults
And that's
nobody,
all she wrote.
and then dies.
Oh, that was a very short chapter in his life, I gotta say.
Yeah, the Baron buff lasting for 2 minutes 20 as well means the Ocean Soul is guaranteed to go over. There's going to be no pressure that E-Star can have on the map. If a good reset comes through when there's about 20 seconds left on Baron, Suning will just rush directly towards the Ocean Drake. That'll be Ocean Soul. And even if the Miracle team fight occurs, everything lands perfectly. They catch the key members out of position from Suning. They still can't win against Ocean Soul and this much extra gold.
No, absolutely not. And you also have to take into account the team composition. Like E-Star with 2 ADCs on their roster, they don't exactly have a lot of engage aside from Sejuani catching out somebody, and then Braum following up with Wink's ulti as well. And it didn't even work well before in that last team fight. Like, if Braum just essentially got executed the minute he tried to be proactive.
But you know what hurts most here, Reinhardt? This
My pride.
isn't how it was supposed to be. They had the advantage bot lane. They had the advantage mid lane. And top lane was survivable. But they threw it all away off of multiple mistakes.
Oh, Glacial Prism does catch out somebody. But look at Crane. He's dishing so much damage, but just not proving great. Yeah, Angel does manage to catch out somebody. Braum gets taken down into the mix off him. Does look a little bit sideline. Azir gets saved by the Zoni's Hourglass. The rest of the team trying to follow up. As Xiaobei gets taken down throughout that skirmish, the rest of the team are scared of Suning. Look at them go. They're going right
That's
after
exactly what we said. E-Star, they got everything they wanted to in the fight. They got every member out of position. They engaged on the Azir. They got a really nice Glacial Fissure. None of it mattered. None of the members of Suning die. The game is just too far gone.
And they're going to be able to get away with ease. Like, they're casually walking straight through mid lane. They're going to help that lane push right into the inhibitor. At this point, like, E-Star, what do you think what do you think we should see from them in order to make it like a nice recovery? Because so far it looks like we're going to see another saving grace moment as we hit this replay.
The thing they should do to recover is go next and take a longer break before game 3. So that they can at least try and mentally recover. Because there's no way to recover in-game. The only way they can recover this is out of game.
Oh, just look at this replay. It's an absolute slaughterhouse.
Like, every single member goes a little bit low on Suning, even though E-Star played the fight almost to perfection. And it's so difficult for E-Star to contribute anything now as individuals to this game. They just have to sit back and let the game happen to them.
It looks like that seems to be the case because they just handed over Ocean Soul. Yeah, just a top lane. I feel like that wasn't even really needed for a standing ovation of its own. Just BLBL does so much damage at this point. Like, he had the Conqueror available. He went straight into Crane. I believe he caught Crane off guard, actually, and completely unloaded his entire kit onto him and claimed an easy kill. If anything, I think that might be game point too, because
Yeah,
they're
here
now
it
stuck at a
is.
4v5.
See,
Looking to try and get aggressive. Does catch on top. He does get stunned right on top. Cataclysm pops. We also see Redemption flying out, but that's not going to be enough. As Chelsea does get taken down. Just Angel really looking for those kills. He's claiming double at the moment. They're claiming first Nexus turret. Looking to get right on top of Wing. Does get a critical point. Sits on the turret. And they're going to be able to clean this game away completely uncontested. In fact, oh my God, they're really trying to keep themselves alive in this, but the Nexus is exposed. Suning now claim this game in their favor. This is going to take us to a game 3 as they're essentially just skirmishing off against one another. It's a nice little spectacular we're observing here, Sid. I got to say, that was an absolute overhaul coming out from Suning.
And you know what I'd recommend from that game? I'd recommend any psychologist to look at the VOD, because what you just saw was me go through every single stage of grief as the game went on. I started off in denial, saying, no, they can come back. E-Star can come back. It will be fine. And gradually came to understand that it was just all over. It was all too far gone. And E-Star just threw the game away in such heartbreaking circumstances, where they just make so many stupid mistakes in the early game that they really didn't need to. Completely unforced errors. And that's going to be us going to game 3.
Yeah, and with that, everybody, game 2 done and dusted in favor for Suning. The score is now 1-1. Both teams are going to be taking a short break while they prepare themselves mentally and possibly physically as we get led into game 3. I need to prepare
myself mentally.
I feel like I need to prepare myself mentally as well, Sid. But don't go too far everywhere, folks. We'll be right back of the short little intermission break.
before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in the race. Chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out on the wonders every day. Trying to keep my head up off the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side. And all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I'm gonna regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side. And all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive.
And we're back, everybody. Game 3, the tiebreaker match. The match for all the marbles between E-Star and Sun Ning, sitting at 1-1. My name is Reinhardt, and I'm joined by Sin, as we're sitting here in the unofficial English broadcast, coming at you live with this amazing content. Game 1 was an absolute overhaul, and Game 2, I'll just let you explain it, essentially, Sin.
Yeah, game 2 was it was a rough one to watch. If you, especially if you're an E-Star fan or somebody who's been trying to hype up E-Star since the start of the season, like yours truly, it's difficult to see how they can stabilize that game at any point from the other game. It just all fell apart and there was no way back. But looking into game 3, they have the ability to fresh start. We'll see if these young players are going to be emotional or if they're going to be able to put it aside and get back into it and act professional, because all the same, we've talked about the 6 weeks of scrims these teams have had. This team's had a lot of practice, but they haven't had many tournament games, many circuit games that they've actually had this pressure on them.
And look at that, straight into the ban phase, and both sides already have premeditated what they want to do. It looks like they took this break seriously, Sanders. Like, we can see 2 ADCs taken away immediately, as well as 2 junglers taken away by Sin Ning.
So Ornn and Set both available. Ornn then banned. Set still on the table. I expect that now to be banned because it's good. Not only is it so strong, but we know that even if they do leave it up, even if Suning do leave it up and it's picked by E-Star, they're willing to play the Renekton into it. We've seen the Renekton 2 games in a row. I expect to see it here in the 3rd as well, as BBU seems comfortable on it.
I got to say, I'm loving the fact that we're seeing Set taken away again. That's 3 times now he's sat on that ban roster, and we're seeing Ornn for the 2nd time. It looks like after game 1, they're really making sure he doesn't make an appearance anywhere. And we're seeing Miss Fortune taken up for the 3rd time as well for game 3. And Huan Fang is going to have a fun time with him, because I believe he took him last time. He's going to try and take him away again this time.
So it should just be a simple Jarvan Rumble here, actually, for E-Star, as they should just be comfortable locking in those 2, knowing that the MF was picked on as a solitary pick this time. They don't get the Jarvan with it, so that innate team fighting strength isn't there as comfortably. And Jarvan is incredibly strong into the MF because he's able to dive her so efficiently. He's able to trap her in that Cataclysm, and unless he's ulting someone other than the MF, she doesn't really get a good bullet time spot.
No, and that's what really makes her a very sort of limiting champion when coming to, like, you know, such a strong knockup, like, you know, combination that you can unleash. And I gotta say, like, I want to see SN be a little bit more proactive against this, as we can see they're hovering over the Elise at the moment.
I would expect this to be actually locked in here. I think it's solid. The only thing I was really hoping to see more of was the Olaf, but it's been banned every single game today on the blue side of the Rift. So the Olaf, the key counter to Elise, it's definitely good into a lot of the meta, but Elise, now uncountered, is able to be picked with the Aatrox looking to snowball through that top side. You can even see the Aatrox flex to mid lane, as we've seen Angel play top lane before. He can play that Aatrox into a Rumble mid. He can play, we can see it picked into the Aatrox top, Rumble versus Aatrox top rather. It's just the flexibility is there, and the Elise will pressure it regardless.
Yes, and we can see Varus is going to made it through ban phase. He's going to get picked up immediately for Wing.
There we go.
Very
I'm glad
curious
to see it.
what they're going to pick up in this.
Varus is considered like a bit of a sleeper pick right now. It's probably the most OP AD carry that people don't realize is OP. You still have the flexibility of going for lethality, which is the hard counter to the fasting center right now. But you can still go for the attack speed route and play a very more aggressive kiting style where you can play forwards with the ultimate, and you can play backwards very effectively with the Rumble. So it's a really flexible pick, and I love what it can do into the MFN lane.
Well, that's something to keep in mind for when I go into solo queue. Try and test out Varus and see how I can, earn those easy wins. As we're
lethality Varus is literally the hard counter to Senna.
Oh
100%.
yeah, absolutely. Senna can't take that much damage and survive. She can't heal through that much. That is for sure. As now we're going to the second load of bans, we see two supports taken away immediately, and Pantheon as the final taken away from E-Star.
It should just be an easy Brom lock-in for E-Star. They can't even pick up blind. We've seen that Sword Art isn't really a mage player. I'd like to see him go towards more like the Karma, those sort of picks. But it's never really been in his wheelhouse. He's always been like the Alistair guy. He's always been the aggressive tank support. So Brom locked in here leaves counter pick as well for one of your solo laners. And we know that Brom Varus is very strong. You got the Brom into the MF. You got the denial to the Aatrox in the later game because he has to go into melee range of your backline.
Oh, Rennington
Don't
being
do
hovered.
it. Don't do it.
He might
Don't
do it. No, he's changing.
They have the high ground. Don't do it.
Oh, if he decides to lock this in, I think I'm going to see a very upset. He does lock it in, Sin.
So the only reason they could even slightly justify this is if they counterpick support properly. And I need to see what the support lock-in is here for Suning, because they've got the ability to flex around this Aatrox. They know they're playing into the Maokai. Yeah, and that support lock-in will dictate whether I'm happy with E-Star's draft or not, because this Maokai here wasn't necessary. And then they just pick the most blindable support anyways. It's fine. I need to see Morgana. That's the only pick I can be comfortable with now for E-Star, for me to say that they actually did well in this draft.
Oh, here we go. This is definitely it. Just Azir coming through for Angel 2 times in a row. I don't know how to feel about this.
He's comfortable on it. We know he's going to be playing into the Rumble as well, where you can get a really nice dive off on him. And it is the Thresh yet again into the Nautilus. They think it's their counter matchup. I disagree. I think that the Thresh is not a counter to Nautilus, but if he's able to roam mid and try and put pressure onto the Azir, if he's able to roam effectively with Wei and put pressure onto other members on the map, that's where the Thresh can shine. So it's putting your emphasis into a different spot, but unfortunately, it still means that the lane isn't perfect for Wink.
No, I feel that's probably something that they're going to try, that Sunday are going to try and capitalize on coming to the early game matchup, because, both of these teams have sort of had an opposite-sided situation between game 1 and 2. Like, wouldn't you agree?
It definitely is very much more like game 1 that we're seeing the drafts here. Like, we're seeing the Jarvan Rumble, of course, given over to E-Star yet again. We're seeing Jarvan into Elise now rather than the Gragas that we saw in game 1. So there's still a lot more cadence for SFM to make plays. But Wei is given the opportunity to perform to the same level he did in game 1. The Sejuani didn't work for him. I need this Jarvan to work for him. Otherwise, we could just see yet again E-Star fall behind early. They didn't really seem to have much of an effective mid game.
No, absolutely not. As we have the champions all locked away and in their proper positions. Game 3 coming at you live as Sun Ning versus off against E-Star in this final best of 3 series. Coming at you live by unofficial English broadcast. That was an actual tongue twister for a second there.
Well, we're here with the UEB, yeah, and it's glad to be back. It's been a big break, but we've got actually a whole week to ourselves. Once we normally only get 2 days a week. This week we're going to be doing 5. I don't believe we're doing the weekend. But
that's going to be quite a lineup then.
Yeah, I'm excited because I'm getting to cast, I believe, Series 1 on Thursday as well. But we've got a lot of casters who are excited to do quite a few of the games this week.
Oh, I like these animations we've got going with the league director. And, once again, we can see a 5-man convergence appearing from Sun Ning. An interesting start to the game.
Like the level ones haven't really been all that crucial so far, honestly. They don't really switch there. They haven't really done much to the jungle matchup. Last game, of course, it led to a trade in sides where Wei ended up falling behind slightly, but it did even out very quickly. So I'll be interested to see how this does affect SFM and Wei, the jungle matchup changing. If Wei is able to still put pressure on SFM, or if SFM on this now, Elise is able to get the pressure he needs, snowball the mid lane, because as we've said, Elise has a lot of pressure onto the Rumble. The Rumble is exposable. We keep coming back to this because it's not been utilized effectively enough.
I kind of really hope we don't see like a repeat like we saw from Chelsea last time when E-Star decided to go underneath Sun Ning's bottom turret to try and have an easy first blood. That was just that was hilarious.
It hurt me on levels that I will need to speak to a therapist to describe further.
Yeah, I believe you were talking about the 5 levels of depression or something like that.
I was talking about the stages of grief.
That's it. The stages of
during
grief.
That game.
That was
That's definitely what I went through.
I swear, I don't think I've ever gone through the 5 stages of grief so quickly before, as much as what we did see in that first blood coming out. It looks like Wei's looking to be very aggressive onto this. He's nearby. The Flay comes, Flash, Flag, and Drag. The Ignite pops. Are they going to finish it? Yes, as Wink flashes and gets the first basic attack on top.
Or Wei barely escapes with the potion running. Really nice play in the bot lane, sets them ahead. And this time, the tower dive works. Is this the coin flip for E-Star? The only way they win the game is if a level 1 tower dive works. And if they don't, they lose it. Is that the secret strategy we've discovered?
Well, it's going to send Wink and Chelsea ahead quite considerably. And with Wei also getting accreditation or kill participation, he's going to also catch up on that too, because he only claimed his red buff and then went straight towards bottom. Like, it pretty much like, don't pass go, don't collect $200. He just went straight down there and, claimed his free parking.
And he just got a beeline towards that bot lane, like you say. So, I love that you start top, don't even take any camps bot lane, just go, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to gank through try, but here's the Rumble being pressured like we wanted. And I'm going to come back to this matchup quickly, because Rumble, he used to only be a top laner, as we're all aware. Like, he wasn't really played mid much at all until a couple years ago. But when you talked about top lane Rumble, the counter pick was always Elise Renekton dive his ass repeatedly until he cannot play the game anymore. And now we're seeing the Elise into it in the mid lane. It's still effective because Elise is just as effective at ganking mid as she is top.
Oh, what's going to be very interesting, I think we're going to see an invade coming out from SFM is crying. He retreats. The communication pings are pretty strong. Throws out a Q. He sees him there because the Arcane Comet actually procs. See, this is what really makes those hidden passives really make good effect, really help you sort of gain that edge coming into these types of matchups, like the Arcane Comet into the Fog of War. Yeah, you just hit an enemy champion.
And we're seeing a switch up as well, because he did actually go Conqueror in some of the previous games. Not really seen Conqueror that often from the Rumble, can't proc it very quickly, but in very extended fights, he gets a lot of value.
Yeah, he does. And a nice little skirmish onto Sword Art as the Flag and Drake connects, gets a knock up, gets a few basic attacks, but Sword Art's shield really helps soak up that extra portion of damage, and he's going to remain unaffected by the looks of it.
Yeah, with the hook missing, not able to capitalize any further, and it's just going to be an easy pickup for the easy walk away for the Nautilus, who has the Aftershock, which means you're unkillable if you don't know how supports work. You take Aftershock, you land 1 CC, and you can't die because in the early game you have like 300 armor. Like, that's fair completely. Makes tank supports way too viable. It means melee supports are completely locked out and they can't do really anything.
I get the Rammus vibe when he's, when he's like, you got so much armor, like a ridiculous 300 or something like that. It's like, I mean, Rammus,
there's an old famous clip of a little known man named Aframu saying support is so easy while playing Leona. He didn't have to play it with Aftershock, where you get an extra million tank stats if survivability.
Oh, they managed to take away red buff. So they managed to take away the Mountain Dragon. SFM does manage to catch out Thresh with the Cocoon, throws a couple abilities out here and there. We see Make It Rain, followed by the launch right on top, and that's going to be an easy kill to SFM.
So they trade one kill for the Dragon, but they're looking for a dive here. All 4 members are around. The wave is going to collapse.
Well, they're boxing him in. Nautilus taking all that damage as Azir claims a nice kill. He's going to be flying ahead a little bit more now as Rumble comes in a little bit jet lagged, and essentially it's just forfeited whatever possibility he had to try and catch up.
And because of this massive CS difference in the top side, and of course the jungle CS advantage, it's actually sooning with a 1,000 gold lead at the 6-minute mark. And even though this might not be as significant as the gold lead was last game, it's still putting Wei a decent amount down. It's still putting Xiaobai quite far down in the gold margin, and it means that they'll have to make this up very quickly with like a TP play, with a good roam to salvage it.
Well, we do see a Maokai on the map, so we could see another 9,000 health bar coming out from the little
Hopefully
person.
not. Hopefully not.
You saw how much he managed to survive with an Ocean Dragon Soul. That was just ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen so much healing in my life.
Tree Man is very scary. I will definitely say this.
Hey, what are you talking about? He's a pretty fluffy kitty.
He's a tree dressed as a cat. Come on.
I'm just in love with it. He just looks so cute and cuddly. And then you're trying to attack him, and it's just like, I can't handle this level of cuteness. It's just too much to bear.
I mean, he's got exploding cats that he throws into bushes.
Oh, nothing like seeing something cute before you explode.
I mean, I'm imagining something like, have you seen the recall, for example, on the Candy King Ivern? Where he's dancing.
Actually.
He's dancing with all the gingerbread men, and then he consumes them all brutally.
The ultimate betrayal.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, is this Maokai similarly dark, where he's actually sacrificing all these cats?
I feel like they did this as like a sort of like a silent lead up to the new Fiddlesticks rework. Like, so far, 2 games where the map starts off completely dark, almost like an entrance to a Slenderman game, and then just completely comes to color as we see.
Oh god, it's the Undertaker's music.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that would be the day, honestly. As we can see, Java.
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that. Like, you're in a team fight and everything is going wrong, and suddenly Set TP's in. It's like, wait, that's Randy Orton's music. He RKO's 5 people.
That would be the day. WWE partners up with League of Legends.
I mean, Set is basically the WWE edition. He's just got a bunch of wrestling moves. He's a grappler.
Have you seen his champion spotlight? Like, I saw so many like Dragon Ball Z references, and at the very end, the bizarre adventures of JoJo, just completely just finishing it off.
I haven't seen that.
Absolutely amazing.
I actually haven't seen that. I want to now because I am a huge JoJo's fan.
You got to, like, within the last probably 10 seconds, you just hear, like, Cast the Freak make a final pun, and you just see, like, the nice little comic skit from, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's like you see him at the camera's at his feet. It's just like, I'm to kill you.
I can't beat the crap out of you without getting any closer, yeah.
You copy my homework, but don't make it obvious. Okay, and does that. As you can see, not a lot of action coming out on this map. Suning and E-Star really trying to be passive towards one another, looking to try and gain any passive advantage as they humanly possible. And Xiao Bei taking quite a hit over in top lane. He's already seeing it at half health, going up against a resourceless champion like Aatrox.
But they have evened out most of the CS difference in the jungle. So it's just this top lane and bot lane difference that are making up the key differences between the teams. As pretty much the entire gold lead that BBU's been able to gain, Wink has on the other side of the map as well.
Oh, way coming into the defense. There's Xiao Bei does go in. He does retreat last second though. Like he's realized his
Forces
health
the
bar is
flash
at
and the ult,
25.
still going to be fine.
Oh, they should
With the
actually.
With the flash and the ult down from BBU should be fine, but looking mid here is Wink. The cleanse not here for Angel, as he did switch off of that one at the last minute. Has got the TP.
I feel like that was a dark moment for Xiaoxi, just missing that death sentence. Angel is doing well to, like, if he didn't have direct vision on him, he did well to keep himself within, like, you know, a good distance from his turret. Meanwhile,
This is a big gold swing. This is the first tower as well. This means that Aatrox is pretty much permanently going to win lane against Maokai, up until Maokai can get pretty much 2-3 items to try and even it. They're going to at least trade this for the Dragon with the pressure they have from forcing Angel back to base.
Oh, that is a lot of health bar taken away from that tier 2 turret.
I'm really worried right now about E-Star because they are just, like we're saying, bleeding gold, bleeding objectives in this top side, and nothing's really been done by Wei to lock SFM out of this. So he's just going to be allowed to stay in this game, and he is the Elise with the Conqueror now, so he does actually scale pretty decently, doesn't become a late game tank, but does still do a ton of damage, and has a decent amount of survivability during those later game stages.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, like, you know, that we don't conquer it because it's not exactly every day, and it is really conditional. Like,
I wouldn't even say it's conditional anymore. I think it's standard in competitive play. In solo queue, you want to go for the electrocute, you want the snowball potential, but in competitive play, you know you're always going to have your games going to a 20-minute, 25-minute team fight, and that will be what decides it. That is where electrocute has almost no value at all if you're an Elise. You need the longer extended damage, and when you're full combo, fully procs Conqueror anyway, why not go for it?
Exactly. A very good assumption. We can see a lot of pings actually coming out on this mini-map. Vision pings as well as going equalize, pop, cry. Look like I'm in a flash play. There she goes upwards, trying to save herself, but SFM goes down to a little spray arrow.
You know, I'm going to give you some credit because you didn't fall into the traditional play-by-play trap of saying what goes up must come down, as every single play-by-play who's ever casted League has said about Elise using her E when she's already dead. Every single one.
I got unique about it.
I'm glad you didn't say it. You even went around the houses a little bit and almost said it, but you didn't. I'll give you credit.
I go for it. You know what I'm going? Hey, look at Salve go. Pops the nature's grass. He's ripped his life. Now he's playing the kiting game as Aatrox tries what he can. A flash overhaul. But it looks like Angel's here. So the Bay gets taken down finally by the soldier. Now we can see Wei trotted around, crying nearby. Turret comes alive. Was actually getting saved by SFM as he's able to come right on top. Wei with the skipper. That's definitely a stretch for survivability.
And the heal by Cryan. The heal by Cryan was so crucial to keep him alive long enough, but it doesn't save his life as SFM's able to lock him down. But once again, a play made aggressively by E-Star gets away from them. Both the Maokai and the Jarvan both die, and they even have to blow the heal from Cryan to try and keep them alive, even for a little bit longer. This aggressiveness from E-Star doesn't seem to work from them. They seem to succeed much better as a passive team that just garners advantage through macro, than micro actually seems to be rather weak.
Look at that. You've got that one up against Aatrox in top lane. You got him 4, who's not exactly having as much success with his ganks as what Elite. And Angel, I feel like we don't even really need to get started on Angel. Just, my God.
Yeah, Angel is going to become so much stronger as well. You don't even need, like, you see so many people go for the Ludens on Azir. And if you out there at home, if you are going Ludens on your Azir, you are wrong, good sir. You should go for lethal tempo and the Nash's Tooth every single game. The Nash's Tooth plus lethal tempo is all the attack speed you'll ever need. You get the 20% CDR, then you can go for your additional items, your Zonyas, your Leandries, those items. You don't need mana that much on Azir. Otherwise, you're not managing your mana pool correctly. If you're going for the Ludens plus Comet, you never have any attack speed and your DPS is minimal. You're only a burst champ at that point with suboptimal burst.
A minute and 10 on this dragon respawning, and since it's going to be an inferno, I'm really looking forward to seeing how much damage will dish out these two teams. Whoever gets that soul is right ahead. I love the fact that we're seeing so much vision control coming up from E-Star. You know, it's almost as if they're playing as if the dragon respawn is on 20 seconds instead of its current state.
Yeah, they want to set up all this vision way in advance so that they're able to pressure around it and look for a pick rather than just rush the dragon immediately. I respect that from E-Star. They need this control because, like we said, them playing aggressive playmaking hasn't really worked out for them thus far.
No, not at this stage. And I like they're really beginning to talk about like Sunning now playing western half the map. First coming out from Baron. Now it's looking like the opposite side of the situation as Misfortune's pushing in. They're trying to keep that pressure mid as we leave them trying to push them back into their own jungle. Like E-Star are really being pressured upon, but they might have to concede that they're not careful.
And E-Star aren't really in the best position to contest it right now. The waves in an awkward position. They're not shoved in the bot side, and they're not shoved in mid either. And so they're playing around this dragon here. So the Infernal Dragon is... the Infernal Dragon's being contested. They are just going to zone them off of it, though, because they are afraid of this Jarvan Rumble combination. They get the Infernal, and that puts them on soul point, and this gold difference doesn't actually seem all too heavy when you could have the massive strength of a soul point to take the game back.
Talk about coming back, I think I'm a striking recovery. It seems like my audio decided to play up with itself a little bit there. I gotta say that they're still playing pretty passive, and E-Star, like, they've managed to claim back again. One more to take down, to claim this Dragon Soul. And it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and they're able to get this bot side tower in trade for at least the Rift Herald as it currently stands. But it's whether they can use this Rift Herald to snowball the game further, because the Rift Herald being dropped in the mid lane, blowing open this mid lane tier 1, is exactly what Suning needs to push the wave deep, to drop the Azir tower on top of it, and get full control. This Baron's only going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes' time. That's where Suning is looking, because with their composition, they are very hard to engage on if they have the wave control. So now, I'm definitely hoping. I'm definitely hoping that we see this, see these item spikes arrive for E-Star, and they are able to put up a fight in terms of team fighting. But until then, they just have to stall out the game. They have to just deny the plays being made by Suning aggressively until this Elise starts to fall off, until the Aatrox isn't this massive threat to the Maokai in lane existentially, and they can at least exist. That is where E-Star will be back in control.
I'm hoping so as well. I want to see some more aggression coming out, because both teams are just like...
You don't want to see aggression from E-Star. Don't say that. Don't say you want aggression from E-Star, please.
But look at the scoreboard. It's 7 kills in total over the last 18.5. Like,
hey, it's better than the last series where we saw 60 kills in 28 minutes.
Yeah, that was absolute. That was like a team deathmatch.
It was a bit much, but all the same, I actually prefer seeing this kind of gameplay from E-Star. They know that they can't just force fights on Elena. They need to force fights around key objectives. And Suning know this. They've been denying those fights. They've been conceding those objectives and trying to garner advantages elsewhere. So we need to see how much Suning plays into those team fights, however, when it's Infernal Soul on the line, when it's Elder on the line, when it's Baron on the line, or if they are still just going to try and concede it and utilize the pressure of the side lanes that have consistently been a weakness for E-Star to be able to snowball the game.
Yeah, I got to agree with that, actually. Like, looking at really having a tough time trying to hold them. Like, bottom lane should be their strong, point of advantage, but I'm not seeing it very strongly. They're applying effort.
And this mid lane, it can just be held though, however, because Eaststar actually has a decent amount of very ranged wave clear that is difficult to contest if you are Suning, because you can't really engage on them that easily. And Varus at that range, how are you going to get on top of him besides like a flash cocoon or a full Azir dive where he's trying to get into the backline from a flank? It can't really happen.
All right, definitely not. Definitely not. And SFM looking to try and catch a flank out. Oh, Chelsea throws in a sneaky one to try and catch her off guard. I like that they're all trying to be proactive between one another. Really out for any form of flank possible. Like this is a pro game right now. Like if last two, this is looking pretty good.
Wow, they almost look like pro players. It's as if these guys are challenger players. Wow, it's impressive. But I actually respect what Eastar is doing here. You look down the map, and they're not putting all their vision into the top side. They're not putting all the pressure into the top side. That top side towers down. It's difficult for them to hard shove that wave, so they know that it's difficult to get in towards this Baron pit. So what they're doing instead is they're putting all their pinks in the bot lane river, because they know that the Infernal Soul is what's spawning in 30 seconds. And even if they trade that for Baron, they'd probably consider it worth it.
Oh, it would honestly be worth it. Like, just because before that they are winning in, like, lane, and it could really, like, bump up their advantage. You see, they're really trying to, like, poke out against one another. Skirmish going on between these two teams. And, we can see a nice little aggression coming, the bullet time coming off by Cataclysm. Dex forces everything down. Goddard, as now the Herald gets popped, looking to try and connect. Herald getting popped. Now that is a question mark.
Yeah, it seems like it was wasted there, unfortunately, and that was one of the big potential turning points for Suning, where they can trade the Infernal Soul by going for Baron and then dropping a Herald with it instead. It's wasted. They die for it, and they lose the Infernal Soul. Eastar in full control, and after having been down in gold almost this entire game, are now going to be in a position where they can try and even it out.
I gotta say, I'm sort of like shocked at this point. Like, they're trying to do so much to save themselves, and it is still Miss are having trouble to hold their own.
Oh god, that's painful to watch. Infernal Soul Maokai actually beats Aatrox in the 1v1 now. That's pretty painful to see, and once he gets his Spirit Visage as well, Aatrox will pretty much never be able to win that matchup. Really nice flash hook, instantly burned down by the Equalizer, as SFM just drops his... it seems like he was trying to use his... The Herald instead gets caught out for it, and the team just really starting to fall apart now, as they've not snowballed far enough with their Elise, with their Aatrox. And the team fight is well and truly online from Eastar.
League of Legends bloopers at its finest. That is, I feel like, was the best assumption.
Big question mark now with the Eastar when it comes to the Varus's build is he's not gone for the Gwynsu's Rageblade, the classic Varus build. Instead, he's gone Rapid Fire Cannon into what looks like Infinity Edge now coming out. He's acknowledging that the magic damage is coming out of both his top lane and his mid lane. If they're going to be building MR into those threats, he needs to be an AD threat. So building more AD, stacking more AD, definitely important. However, we're not even seeing a Ruined Hurricane from him. He's gone for the Rapid Fire just to stay that much further back, that much safer, so he can't be engaged on.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like his ability. I love his ability to improvise. Like, Wink is doing well to try and make the best of what seems to be a different-sided situations. We can see Maokai does rush here with the Nature's Grasp, tries to get on top, but it looks like Biopel just has the dash ability to just run away. That is one heavy mechanical angel to sort of, like, just get out of a battle without a single fright.
And that ultimate used by, as we said, Zhao by there, it is a bit of a wasted one. Didn't angle it correctly, so the Aatrox is able to easily run away. But what it does allow him to do is shove this wave and move up the river. We can see he's looking for a flank onto the mid lane as soon as possible.
Looks like both sides beginning to sort of like, try and create a nice situation for themselves. Like it's like they're playing battle
But
strategy. It's
the
like,
issue
"Alright, you hide."
is they've not cleared out any of the vision on Baron, and they're playing as if they had. Suning don't need to be threatened at all when they know that Estar isn't on Baron, so they can't go towards it. Now you see that they're on Baron. The bot wave's already falling, so the tower's already gone. They know they can't be on Baron consistently because Maokai has to go and answer this bot wave. And once again, Estar just playing very poorly around their wave pressure and their vision pressure around key objectives.
I feel like that's because that's like, essentially what their fault line is. And like, A-Star are, no, sorry, Suning are really looking to try and capitalize on it. Like Baron is available. We can see A-Star are looking towards it. They've got the vision advantage. But I think Suning have this understanding that they are looking to try and catch it. They pop a ward down. They do know where he's sitting. They did pop the sweeping lens. Oh, I love the fact that they're actually running together. It's just like, no, we're going to go as a party instead of go one by one.
This is the thing, if you are Suning, though, you have to acknowledge that you can't win a straight up 5v5. You have to play tricky. You have to play to split the map, and that's what they're doing now with Angel and Bubu. They're just splitting the map as much as they can to avoid the 5v5. They know that this Jarvan Rumble combination will shred them to pieces if they're not careful. As SFM, he is getting shredded.
He does. They pop the equalizer just out of sheer blindness, and they manage to connect up, but SFM gets out easily, and they're all beginning to retreat now. We can see Bubu does come down towards mid lane. They don't exactly have a giant leg to stand on. It's almost as if they're a little bit afraid of SN at the point.
Oh, they have to be when they don't have the Rumble ultimate available. After using that key cooldown, the team fighting is a lot less strong. They don't have the burn damage to proc the Infernal Soul, which can be so effective. But the thing that we need to look at here, Estar are on a timer. They need to pressure this Baron within the next minute. They need to force a fight within the next minute, or at least get a pick. Otherwise, the Elder Soul is on the map. The Elder Dragon is on the map, and that buff is so much more important to Suning than it is to Estar, because to Suning, that's their way back into the game. That's their way they can finally win team fights. To Estar, it's just a closing tool.
Oh, if Estar get this, I feel like they're going to be able to try and close out this game a lot more promptly. They're beginning to actually make a nice recovery with, lane pressure. Like we're seeing, top lane finally converging.
This is the thing, though. They've been forced to reset now because they've been playing towards the top side of the map so heavily and weren't able to do anything with it. And Elder spawns in 30 seconds. So they reset, they get back on the map, and they have to work it all over again to transition their vision towards the Elder Drake.
I like that they decided to reset themselves instead of trying to opt towards this Baron. Because that Elder Dragon, the free Pike ultimate, you can't go wrong with that.
Oh god, no. The amount of people that have just been murdered by Elder Soul and just by invisible pikes in their game isn't particularly fun.
Clap is all I say at this point. As we can see, Thresh misses the depth sentence here, goes right on top, pops the Sunny's Hourglass, bullet time, pops a response to it. As we can see, Varus does clamp a kill into Angel.
The Azero actually just saves them from the bullet time there as they all get out, and they're going to be able to get to Elder now without one of the key damage threats being available and the bullet time being gone.
An ulti gone wrong. Now that is the day. Oh, Bubu looking, he's in the back line. I'm so shocked. I was assuming he was going to get called out by Estar. It looks like they're going to try and back up a little bit. They don't have strong vision, but they connect with the depth senses, flag a drag cataclysm, and that is going to be an easy kill over to Shalsey, as well as an uncontested. They won the Elder Dragon at this point, but it looks like Sword Art and Huanfang might be looking to try and break this out, but Xiao Bei is just like, no, you're not going to get a glimpse of this dragon. He's ours.
Really effective play there and making the picks happen. I'm loving what Shalsey has been able to do all series long with these picks. His Thresh has been a particular highlight. I've loved watching it. But overall, now Estar have this Elder buff. They can get an uncontested Baron. SFM's still dead, not going to be there in time. Reset, get back on the map, and they should be able to blow the map wide open. They've got their first gold lead of the game. They've got absurd amounts of damage. There should be no way Suning can find a team fight unless they manage to split them up effectively.
And you could, this is where things I feel are going to get very interesting. Looking at every single lane, Top lane has finally decided to reset and push into E-Star's zone. Same with mid, but bottom, just look at Aatrox. Like Bill is really trying to keep it, keep it alive a little bit longer and as far out as possible. I I don't think they should really fight against E-Star. Like they've got a Baron buff as well as Elder, as we can hit a replay from this major fight.
But what they're going to be doing in this fight, we saw a flash hook missed by Xiaoxi, but he forces the flash from Angel, which forces him directly into the waiting arms of Xiaobai. And that was just the key, picking him off immediately, forcing all these extra ultimates out. It was free from there on. But what I want to look at right now is look at these item builds, because you can see how much Biu has to do to win this lane. He's built an Executioner's Calling, he's built a Last Whisper, and that's just to try and be able to compete with the Maokai. Whereas all his Maokai does to deal with the Aatrox is go, yeah, I guess I'll just build a Bramble Vest because he heals a little bit. And now he will win this matchup consistently for the rest of the game.
And it gets 10 times worse as well, because, like, even though Death Dance does give him, like, global healing on top of his heroic passives, the damage portion that, is delayed does accumulate over time. And, since his healing will automatically get cut down a little bit by Bramble Vep's, passive, it's essentially just putting himself even more in debt with his health bar. And I gotta say, look at them go. The E-Star are really looking to try and seal this game in their favor. Like, this is match point. They're looking to take down the first inhibitor, now looking to chip away at the other objectives they have yet available themselves.
But look at this yet again. Time and time again, E-Star push all down one lane with Baron, and the other waves aren't in position to go and collect. So it means that they're wasting so much of their Baron and Elder timer, where they could have already been at the inhibitor tower, taking another fight there with the Elders still available. Instead, the Elder's gone. Now the window for Suning is there, where they can try and find a fight.
I don't know how to feel. Actually, honestly, I'm sort of tearing up a bit inside, because they never made perfect use of the Elder Dragon. I wanted to see some explosive action, some screen shaking, and some clapping onto, Suning, because that dragon is so aesthetically pleasing to watch as the animation pops around.
It's definitely aesthetically pleasing, but only for one of the teams, and Suning played the map very effectively to just deny access to team fights, conceded the objectives where they needed to, pressured the waves so that E-Star couldn't garner too much of an advantage off the back of it. And even though this gold lead is now 4k for E-Star, Suning have been stemming the bleeding as best they can.
4,000 and only 11 kills on the scoreboard. 3 minutes per kill. This game feels like I'm watching a game of chess. Just, both sides are placing their pieces out carefully.
And that's really just the way I like it. Nobody should be inting in League, play League properly, have games with low amounts of kills, because making a coin flip is buying into an opportunity to lose. Doing nothing with this composition is playing into the fact that you outscale, the enemy has to respect you, and if they try and make a play into you, you can punish. Like I said, the only thing you're doing by playing over-aggressive with them is giving an opportunity for the opponents to win.
And that's what really makes, the best of a bad situation. If you get taken down on respawn, it's like you have that timer on respawn, plus whatever time plus the extra time it takes for you to reconnect on the map. Like, I believe it's like on average 30 seconds to get to its lane. Actually, putting on a pause. Like I say, Angel gets caught out. His hourglass. He does take 2 ultis to the face. He flashes to get away. Sorta now in the front line, taking everything.
Oh, Xiaobai.
He does. Xiaobai is really taking all the turret hits. Bullet time connects, but it looks like Winx claims a double kill for his team. Oh, just
how long can Xiaobai take tower for?
Oh, this is looking like game number 1 all over again. I think another 9,000 health bar Maokai. Like, that is one very healthy tree.
He's had his water. He's feeling pretty good, but all the same, it's just so devastating when you see that Maokai arrive in the fight. Even though Angel's able to ult him away, he is rooted in place. He gets killed off immediately by Wink, and this is a much, much better, much more controlled game from E-Star. Even though they made those mistakes in the early phases, their mid to late game seems so much cleaner. They aren't willing to buy into making mistakes over and over again. Instead, they're always spending all of this fight willing to back out at any time. They're waiting for the opponents to overextend, not overextending themselves. That's what we want to see.
that damage output, just like watching that replay, seeing everything fan out, like getting a better glimpse, slow motion. Absolutely devastating to see how much E-Star really had that in their control. And just Maokai taking turret damage as well as everything else. Come on. Seriously, they need to do something about this. That is just absolutely unrivaled. As
Look
we
at
can
how
see now, we're seeing a
unafraid Cryan
skirmish.
is. Not even built as Zonya's. Just pure AP.
He's got a lot of guts, and he seems to be finding a lot of glory as both teams are looking to scam each other out. Maokai looking to get that engaged. They don't have vision on Eastside, actually, but it seems to be the opposite case as Xiaobei does take quite a few hits. Looking to bet out a couple of abilities. Shubil does get catch out by Wing. Chance of Corruption connects, but he pops the stopwatch. Meanwhile, down bottom, we see both junglers having a slap fight
Oh,
against
there
each
goes
other.
the MF.
Yeah, Huan Fang gets taken down, crying at critical health. Does try everything he can, help stay alive. Just Nautilus, Sword Art takes so much damage. 4 members, and but he still gets taken down, and it looks like 3 members stay alive. They're going to try and trade off this Elder Dragon for something else.
All they can do is try and get towards the other side of the map, maybe deny this top lane wave, because they can't even rush Baron right now, because the collapse is already there. You see, Wink is taking this Elder solo, while the rest of the team moves towards Baron. Like we said, all they can do is salvage the waves and hope they can stall as long as they did last time.
Oh, it would be magnificent, but then again, we're leading into the 36-minute mark. Feeling a slight repeat of game 1, except we're not seeing as many kills on the scoreboard. And Eaststar seem to be dragging us out quite a bit longer, Sin. Like, Sin Ning are really looking to try and get themselves alive in this.
Yeah, they've got the eldest dragon, that's the second Elder, and they'll be looking to just reset, get back. Yeah, they're just going to reset, get back on the map with an extra Baron buff as well. You see what happens here is, I believe it's just Huan Feng gets engaged on by a Maokai and insta-dies. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Rumble Equalize even comes down on top of him to help finish him off. But
just look at the damage coming out from Sword Art.
They don't even need more than one pick to win a fight, because the moment it's 5v4, Suning have to run for the hills. There's no way they can clean up unless Aatrox goes ballistic. And Aatrox is actually not that strong at this phase in the game unless he's able to get instantly on top of Wink.
Oh, SFM gets caught out by an equalizer and is forced to flash over the...
Yeah, instant flash there, knows how much his life means at this phase, which is actually nothing. He's not really worth anything. He's just an Elise that's had to build tank. Look at the build. He's got Knight's Vow, Spirit Visage. All he can get is CDR and hope that his team does something, as he doesn't die quite as quickly as he might have done otherwise. It's just been a really rough game yet again for SFM. He had an okay early game, but has provided nothing to the mid game, was never able to make plays, and didn't snowball hard enough.
I wonder what's going on through his mind right now. Just, he's being caught out quite a bit. Look at the Knight's Vow. I can't really see who he's got it locked on at the moment. Actually, he's got it locked onto his Fortune. Finally see everything. They're going to take this. They're going to take down the second inhibitor turret as well as inhibitor. They might be actually looking to try and seal this game away in their pocket. We've got no major objectives for another 20 seconds, actually. For 20 seconds on the Elder Dragon buff. They're going to try and...
You ready for the final fight of the series? It's coming up, this top wave stacking, and they've got 2 inhibitors down. The super minions will be arriving. This should be it, with this last wave collapsing. They have to do something, or they're just going to bleed out and die.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on Cryan with the equalizer, as well as Wei with a flag and drag. Maokai looking the flank. Actually, Shouts does connect up, but he doesn't follow through. Meanwhile, we can see, oh my god, Sword Art takes so much damage. Bullet time, 2 members at critical health. They take down the final inhibitor turret. Sword Art finally gets taken down after a prolonged stay outside of Fountain, actually.
This could be it.
I believe it's looking like it. Aatrox finally goes down. The final inhibitor. It is going to be a clean sweep as E-Star managed to take down the first Nexus turret, second Nexus turret. They're going to try and push him in as much as they can as, Huan Shang, the explosion as the Nexus finally explodes for a 2-1 series in favor for E-Star Gaming.
And a much cleaner game 3, not falling into the same traps of game 2. They made some errors in terms of the early game. A couple of key fights where they overextended or made too many mistakes. But the key thing here was the level 1 dive bot lane worked. and they stalled out the game effectively enough to the point where they didn't need to take risks to win that one. Huge respect to eStar. For a young team, they adapted well on the fly, and they didn't get tilted after how badly that game 2 went. Huge credit, and they won it out.
I gotta say, just recapping on the last 3 games that we have seen series tonight, it is an absolute scatterbrain. Like, game 1, there was so much action, I felt like I would need to get surgery done on my throat. Game 2, it was an absolute gobstopper for eStar, and it's just, I just don't know how to feel about this. Like, it was a reverse sweep in the end. Like, just take a look at the damage charts coming out from Wink.
Okay, but straight up, I think that should have been a lethality Varus this game. The attack speed Varus didn't provide all that much. Most of his damage was coming out from landing max range Qs. If he went lethality, that damage, I promise, is upwards of 30k. It would have been insane, and it would have been won so much easier against an Azir, against an MF, and all of these members who can't contest you at that range, can't even contest wave clear at that range. It would have been absolutely brutal, but it's just going to be a 2-1 on the day. Wink probably not going to get MVP. I'd say it's probably going to go to Cryin from that game. I think he was very effective in terms of what he did. Maybe Xiaobai after the really couple of key flanks, key engages that he was able to get that locked down crucial team fights.
I feel like it should go to Xiaobai just because of the 9,000 health Maokai in game 1. Like, there was no stopping that man.
He was definitely very good, but I was really, really impressed by the Rumble from Cryin in both games he played it. We're going to see a couple of replays here. Wei was a bit of a letdown in game 2. Game 3, he showed up yet again, was performing amicably on the Jarvan, but I want to see him perform on some other picks. We've seen the Talia work for him, we've seen the Jarvan work for him, but the Sejuani really didn't seem to work. He really struggled to get going on that champion, and what a hook there. They could actually legitimately give it to Xiao Si after some of the hooks he landed, even just forcing a couple key flashes.
Just seeing some of these catch-outs, it feels like I just got kicked in the nuts. It just hurts so much to watch. And like just then. Well, just like seeing that at least get caught out and the other highlight, like it got caught out, half the health bar missing, and then a complete overkill essentially with like 2 ultis on top of just, my God, I don't think he really saw that coming.
It feels like being whacked in the side of the head with a football. That's kind of what it feels like.
Well, how big is this football you're talking about is my
maybe
question.
Basketball. Maybe go for that instead.
Yeah, maybe full of cement, maybe. That was quite a hit he took. And I got to say, game 3, I got to say, there was so much passion both teams. Like we said, it was like watching a game of chess. There was a lot of observation going on between both sides that it was actually interesting.
But the thing that was key there is Suning kind of acknowledged that if they played towards those team fights, they were going to fall further and further behind. And they acknowledged they had to put Aatrox in the side lane, they had to put Azir in the other side lane, they had to split up the map so that they wouldn't lose anything really in the mid, because they could disengage. They would just try and win out through the side lanes. Instead, what ended up happening, the Maokai outscaled the Aatrox, and he provided nothing to the side lane. So what happened is, he's in a side lane, Maokai's shoved out the wave that is already mid lane, preparing for an engage. Consistently, the Azir was not pressuring enough and didn't really spend enough time in the side lane because he was needed to salvage the mid lane. And so they just bled out bit by bit. The gold lead became larger and larger, and the inability to win from Suning was really evident throughout.
It was, I gotta say, it was very interesting. And as you said, the Azir, having been forced to, stay with the team all the time instead of split pushing, and try and gain the map pressure advantage. The biggest downfall I think we've had to see come out from today. And you know what, everybody, with that is the series today in favor of eStar. Well done to them and their 2-1 series victory. My name has been Reinhardt. I've been joined by Sin, and we're going to go to a nice intermission as we prepare ourselves for the next series coming you just around the
last series of the day. No more series today, only 2 series on the Tuesday, so this is going to be the last series of the night, guys.
I apologize so much for that. Autopilot. I apologize. Thank you for correcting me.
No
talk
worries.
About online bloopers.
Yeah, that's going to be the last series of the night, guys, so we'll see you later.